Good morning, Ted. How are you? Sure. Let me just get this set up so that it's. Ooh.
Morning, guys. Morning. Probably everybody does. Well, it's my name.
Well, look at my first name.
Yeah.
Everybody gets it.
Well, I'll let you.
Ooh. Morning. Hey, look, it's exactly 9 o'clock, just like I said. I would ask those people who can to get everyone else into the hall so that we don't have any question that we're ready to start business this morning at 9 a.m. as scheduled. And I see Ms. Hogarth from the Credentials Committee approaching the lectern. I'd remind anyone who's leaving that the credentialing desk is in the back. Please check out. That ensures our ability to do business. Before we actually move to business, I want to tell you what I plan to do. I think we're going to proceed to the next round of vice chair balloting. The ballots are already printed, and so delegation chairs should be ready to come up and get those as quickly as possible. For secretary and treasurer, I would propose that we go through the nominating speeches for both officers, and then we do a combined ballot that would go out along with any necessary third ballot for vice chair in order to expedite the process. After that, we'll proceed to at-large elections, then the Judicial Committee, then resolutions. I believe in you. And I believe you can get all of these nominations and elections resolved before we get to lunch. Do you believe? All right. So without any further delay, Ms. Hogarth, come on up.
So it's important that everyone who's leaving gets checked out so we don't wind up not having a quorum. So if I could ask, I know the state chairs are busy tallying, but If the state chairs, when you have a moment, can make a list of people you know have left, not sleeping off a hangover and might come back and vote, but have gone out of town, and bring it to the credentials desks, then we can check them out off the floor. So if you know someone has left, write it down clearly and take it back. Thank you. So, okay, so as of 9:03, we have 770 delegates and 18 alternates registered in attendance. That gives us a total of 778 votes, and it makes a quorum of 312. A majority would be 390, 2/3 519, 7/8 681. We have, sorry, 2 delegates who have joined us at the invitation of delegation chairs since yesterday. Elisa DeCubulis from New York, and Evan Scritchfield in the Missouri delegation. And they have been checked out by National Review, and I'd like to move that they be added to the delegation.
Second.
Is there any objection to adding those delegates to the delegation? Hearing no objection, they will be added to the delegation. Delegation chairs, please come get your ballots. Is there anyone seeking to be recognized? Is Mr. Lyman from the Massachusetts delegation in the room? If he is in the room, have him approach one of the sides of the stage, and I don't really care which one. Microphone number 2. We'll get there in a second. Microphone 2. Tap it. There's somebody approaching to help you, Mr. Valente. If it's okay, hold on one second.
There we go.
Chair, point of information.
Point of information, microphone 1.
Did we verify the quorum?
Do we verify what?
Did we verify the quorum? Do we know that we have quorum? If we are going to vote, we need to verify quorum.
I've heard you. The quorum requirement is 311 people. I see 311 people in this room. I would note for the gentleman that you should look at all the delegation chairs lined up, the people moving around the back, the people moving around the sides, and the people streaming in from the back.
Okay.
If you disagree, there's a way to do it, but I'd be careful.
Point of information?
I just want to make sure the gentleman, are we good?
As long as we have time to vote.
Okay. Microphone 3, Mr. Weiss from Kentucky.
Mr. Chair, can you post the ballots on the screen so we know who's left and who we're voting on?
I will do so, or I'll ask the secretary to post the second ballot, the sample second ballot.
Point of information?
Point of information, microphone 2. Is your microphone working?
Yes.
Good.
Dave Valente from the wild and wonderful state of West Virginia. If our chair is not here, or a chair is not here, your delegation chair, can an alternate come up and get the ballots?
So if your delegation chair has checked out, they should have designated with the credentials committee an acting delegation chair, and that person can get them. If your delegation chair, for whatever reason, checked out without designating, then the delegation can choose their own delegation chair, but they should inform credentials, and they are the people who can get the ballot.
Okay.
Ms. Kaczynski, did you move somewhere else? She was close to me and now she's gone. Microphone number 2 behind Mr. Goldstein.
Excuse me. Good morning, Mr. Chair. Wendy Stoliar of Nevada. Point of parliamentary procedure, I believe. For the record, our state is pronounced Nevada, not Nevada. I have, in my interactions with other delegates, noticed the pronunciation Nevada repeatedly. It is Nevada. If you come to our state and say Nevada, you are likely to be forcibly removed. Thank you.
Have I been mispronouncing Nevada?
Oh, no, sir.
Oh, good. Yeah, I actually, my wife, or not my wife, a girlfriend before my wife, believe it or not. Such a thing exists. We visited Stanton, Virginia, and I asked the person at the bed and breakfast, you sure it's not Staunton? And they said, no, if you say Staunton, we hide the silver in the well and we run for the hills and then we kill you.
How's it going?
What I would like to do at this time, if the secretary is prepared to tally them, is take the nominations from the floor. So, we already got the nominations from the floor. 1 second for me to consult with the secretary.
Bill. They're lining up to grab the ballots. Sorry, I appear to have a hot mic, but I'm not going to until I am recognized, because I don't want to be gathered, and I want people to hear what I'm going to say.
All right, I'm going to ask that secretary and treasurer candidates get their nominating speakers ready. We're not there yet, but I want to be able to move quickly when we do need to. Microphone number. What was that? Microphone 1.
I would like to make an announcement, Mr. Chair. Darrell Perry, New Hampshire.
Go ahead.
This November, I will be running the New York City Marathon on behalf of the Innocence Project. The Innocence Project was founded in 1989 with the purpose of helping innocent people that have been wrongly convicted get exonerated. To date, they've helped over 200 people get exonerated, the vast majority of them through DNA evidence. I have already raised the money to secure my spot, but I would love to raise $5,000 total. If you would like to contribute crypto, see me. If you would like to contribute cash, see me. If you would like to contribute online, you can do that at run.freetalklive.com. That's run.freetalklive.com. Again, it's for the Innocence Project. They're an amazing organization. Help me raise $5,000 for them. I'm already at 4.
Thank you very much. I'm going to take a moment right now, seeing no one seeking to be recognized, to invite up somebody that I've known for a long time. So last night at the convention gala, we had so many new life members that I think we ran out of pins. And one of them was a dear friend of mine, Eva Kaczynski's husband, Greg Woods, who's been a Libertarian for a long time but had never become a lifetime member, and she wanted to make sure he was a lifetime member of the Libertarian Party. And so, Ms. Kaczynski, if you could come up here so I can give you your husband's lifetime pin, take the pin off my lapel. My deepest apologies for not doing it last night.
I just wanted to say, when I moved here, when I moved to Colorado in 1991, I was a hardcore, sort of semi-Democrat independent. And my husband had been a libertarian for many years, and I wouldn't be here if it weren't for him. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kaczynski. Microphone 3, Daniel Hayes.
Daniel Hayes of Louisiana. Members, we're going to have, hey, could I have some quiet, please? Members, we're going to be letting people pick up the silent auction items. Come with your credit card or whatever. We'll have you fill out the forms, or if you got a check. Also, we're going to have an after party starting at about 6 o'clock, and we're going to do pay to pie. If you guys saw the convention in Nebraska, Roads to Freedom, we're going to do something similar. If you've got somebody that you want to just shut up, get even with, or whatever, and they agree to it, you can bid on a pie to hit them in the face with at the after party. We're going to have sheets over there by the silent auction table where people can pick the person they want, and people can start bidding on who gets to pie them. So come over to the silent auction table, please. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized right this minute?
Mr.
Microphone
Chair.
number 1.
Nathan Wilson, State of Georgia. We still have porcupine pins and torch pins if you're interested. $10. See us at the Georgia table. If you have a candidate, a porcupine pin, it looks really good on them.
All right. Microphone 3.
Mr. Chair, Tyler Danke from Wisconsin. I move to suspend the rules to consider a motion for the Libertarian Party to endorse the Convention of State project.
For how long is the suspension of the rules?
10 minutes. 5 minutes.
Is your resolution endorsing the project written and delivered to the Secretary?
Yes.
Do you think it needs more than 2 minutes of debate? There's a motion to
2 minutes.
Okay, there's a motion to suspend the rules for 2 minutes to consider a resolution regarding the convention of the state, endorsing the Convention of the States project. Is there objection? I heard the seconds. Is there objection? She's walking right there. Kevin, down the street. All in favor of suspending the rules to consider that resolution, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. We're not going to do it right now, maybe another time. If the body can bring everything down in volume, I'm going to invite Mr. R.J. Lyman from the Massachusetts delegation up to address us for somewhere between 5 and 10 minutes. Come on up, Mr. Lyman.
Morning, Libertarians. I'm new to this party, having joined it only after your last convention, when you nominated my friend and colleague Bill Weld to be your vice presidential nominee. What this party has shown me and Bill is that you can teach old elephants new tricks. This party also has things to teach to the rest of the country, to both the duopolistic elites and a disengaged electorate. The Democrats and the Republicans seek to rule the country for themselves or ruin the nation for everyone. The Democrats by concentrating power and the Republicans by concentrating wealth. What I have learned in the last several years is this is not a party of just right and left. It's not just a center that holds, but it's dedicated to what I would like us to believe could be a new hashtag, GALA, Give America Liberty Again. Now, I recognize that there are some of you who fear that people like me will ignore you and may make this party less libertarian. I would ask you to hope with me that I will listen to and learn from you and make the country more libertarian. There are matters on which we have all long agreed. cutting the size and scope of government, equal rights regardless of sexual preference or gender identity, marijuana legalization, and electoral reforms. There are also matters on which we agree more than some of you would suspect. Religious liberty, taxation as theft, gun rights, and the distinct and unquestioned superiority of Gary Johnson to both Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. As we look forward for the next several years, we don't want merely to work on making our message heard, but on teaching the country how libertarian principles can tackle the great structural challenges of our society that the duopoly has left unaddressed. On income inequality, in a left versus right world, it's makers versus takers. But in a libertarian world, it is allowing and encouraging every individual to reach his greatest personal fulfillment. On debts and deficits, in a right versus left world, it is banks too big to fail versus people too indebted to succeed. But in a libertarian world, it is about personal and corporate responsibility and opportunity. And on climate change, the largest challenge of them all, in a right-left versus left world, it is scientific reality versus prudent preparedness. But in a libertarian world, it is internalizing economic externalities, being good stewards of God's creation, and protecting the ecosystem on which we all depend. So as I leave New Orleans today and look forward to Austin in 2020, I ask you to join me in being bold so that this party will run and win and give America liberty again. Thank you. This is a troublesome microphone, for me anyway.
Thanks, okay. All right. Secretary candidates, do you have your nominators ready to give nominating speeches? Secretary candidates, do you have your, specifically the one with the pink hair that I'm looking directly at, straight down the hall, who's not listening to me? Do you have your speeches ready? Ms. Mattson, are you good? If anyone from the Rhode Island or the Wyoming delegations are still here, they did not pick up their ballots. At this time, I do not believe that there is any other business before the body. Microphone 3, go ahead.
Rufus Craig, Louisiana, point of personal privilege. I'd like the body to give Daniel Hayes and the convention committee a big round of applause for the great work they've done putting this thing together. Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Committee.
Thank you. All right. Allow me to randomize the order of the secretary nominating speeches. All right, a couple of things. We need the Massachusetts and Mississippi delegation chairs to come to the teller's table. There were 3 nominees for secretary. It is my understanding that Mr. Wood is not a sustaining member of the National Party. If my understanding is incorrect, I need to be corrected. But with that understanding, he is ineligible to serve as National Party secretary and will not be given nominating speech time. Mr. Wood, am I incorrect? All right. It is my understanding that you are not a dues-paying, sustaining member of the National Libertarian Party. All right. Thank you for clarifying my misunderstanding, Mr. Wood. Then please come up to the table so that we can randomize the order for nominating speakers.
Is there a second ballot?
All right, the speaking order has been determined by random 20-sided die because really we're libertarians and why not? The candidates will speak in the following order: Jeff Wood, Alicia Matson, Karen Ann Harlos. So we'll take 5 minutes on the clock and we'll bring up the nominating speakers for Mr. Wood.
Good morning, Libertarians. Why don't we all give ourselves a round of applause for this last day? I think we did a lot of good this weekend. So in 2016, we were given two horrible choices for president by the two major parties. Each one, you could say, had some redeeming qualities, but overall, nobody could really stomach voting for him, especially nobody in this room. The Libertarian Party, we put up Gary Johnson. And though he wasn't perfect, he was a far better alternative. And we were able to make that vote ethically and with a clean conscience. So I'm up here today to nominate Jeff Wood for secretary. Jeff is our regional rep on the Michigan Libertarian Executive Committee. But he doesn't just represent his region. He represents so much more of us in Michigan. Jeff always stands on principle. He's a parliamentarian to the nth degree. We can always count on him to know the rules, to follow the rules, and to hold everybody else accountable to the rules. He's transparent. If there's ever anything going on that's going to affect any of us, he's the first one to let us know. He's the first one to call things out. And he's also a unifier. Even though he might do things and say things that cause him negative attention, he's willing to take that negative attention for those he represents. So today I want you to consider Jeff Wood for secretary of this party. Thank you.
Privilege of assembly. Mr. Chairman, privilege of assembly at this point. Could everybody that comes up in front of a microphone put their name and who they're for?
Okay. So you did ask yesterday, and I did say that we would do that. So that was Mr. Matt Keno, who sought, I think, my job, but didn't quite get it. And this is Mr. Jeff Wood, who is seeking the secretary job. And then I'll ask every other speaker to identify themselves and clearly state their name. We weren't able to do signage. All right, go right ahead, Mr. Wood.
All right, I'm Jeff Wood from Michigan. Don't vote for the lesser of two evils, especially if there's a long shot third choice that more closely aligns with your values. Alicia Matson is an incredibly competent secretary, and Karen Ann Harlos is a spectacularly organized administrator. I'm both. I've been reelected twice as secretary of the Libertarian Party of Genesee County over my strident objections. And as vice chairman of the Libertarian Party of Michigan, I spearheaded efforts to recruit 69 Libertarian candidates who appeared on the general ballot in 2016, the most we've had in over a decade. Since all three of the candidates are well qualified for this position, the distinction between us is our voting records. During their tenure on the LNC and several of our standing committees, Ms. Mattson and Ms. Harlos have demonstrated serious departures from core libertarian beliefs and have repudiated key planks of our platform, including, but not limited to, those that uphold the basic rights of women to bodily autonomy. There is an organized effort within our party attempting to open the door to social conservatives who will undermine the commitment of our party to civil libertarian values. Whether you are integral in attempting to perpetrate these efforts, like Ms. Mattson, or just unwittingly enable them like Ms. Harlos, you do not deserve to be in the top decision-making body of this party. I realize that many of you can't bring yourself to cast your ballot for a guy who waved a dildo around in front of the hall all week, got nominated by the Rent is Theft guy, and who brought a can of PBR up on stage during his secretary's speech. I must admit I feel an overwhelming sense of vicarious embarrassment for those of you who are still that locked into the false paradigm of respectability politics. But hey, there's always NOTA. The real reason I'm running today is to provide an option for those who otherwise wouldn't have a choice in this race. I want the pro-choice caucus to be able to vote for a pro-choice candidate. I want the outright caucus to be able to vote for an outright candidate. I want the audacious caucus to be able to vote for an audacious candidate. And last but not least, I want the sex caucus to be able to vote for a sexy candidate. In conclusion, peace, I'm out!
The next candidate for nominating speeches, if we're ready, are we ready? Will be Alicia Mattson.
Hi, I'm Jeff Hewitt. I'm a delegate from the California delegation. And I'm going to say that I'm a really, really boring candidate. However, I've been on the LNC for 2 years, and there's one job that's the second hardest job on there. I think Nick has the hardest job. Our chair, obviously, has to keep control of the whole meeting and everything else. The second hardest job is someone who has to chew bubblegum and walk at the same time, but a lot more than that. And what Alicia has done in the last 2 years has impressed me at every stop. She goes ahead and she'll have stuff up on the screen. She's going ahead and making her mind up on votes. She's a very, very fair person. But I'll tell you what, the thing that impresses me the most about Alicia is why she could have been campaigning for getting reelected. She was walking around and helping get 20,000 signatures to get a recall and to make people pay for their terrible ways. I think Alicia is what we need in this. We're not talking about trying to be outrageous or anything else. We're trying to move this party to where we can have people that can be outrageous and maybe get some outrageous things done. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Bill Redpath, delegate from Virginia, and I am here to speak on behalf of Alicia Mattson, as I did 4 years ago at the midterm convention 2014, Columbus, Ohio. And not for 1 second have I ever regretted doing that. She has served admirably as secretary of the Libertarian National Committee, and I strongly urge you to return her to that position. She is a registered parliamentarian. I forget the exact title. There are a couple other words in there. I forget offhand, but she's a registered parliamentarian. She serves extremely competently in a very difficult job. I don't agree with Alicia Mattson all the time on everything, but when I do disagree with her, I respect her position. She always speaks with integrity. She always acts with the best interests of this party. I ask you to return her to the position of Secretary of the Libertarian National Committee in the strongest terms possible. She will do a great job. She has bailed us out in the past. She will continue to serve this body and this party extremely well. Thank you.
I'm Alicia Matson. I am an introvert. I'm not flashy, but I'm good at my job. And here I play an internal support role. But I think we need, as a party, need to focus less on ourselves and instead focus on the impact we can have outside of the party by doing more so than talking. It's one thing to say taxation is theft, but it's another thing to do something about it. And I've had a pretty busy year. When I'm not handling LNC business, I've been making a difference for real people, taking big hits to their wallets from some city-owned utilities. And I've helped save utility ratepayers in my community $40 million to date. The council adopted abusive utility rate increases, 87% increase. We petitioned, qualified an initiative to repeal it, won at the ballot box with 72% of the vote. The city sued to overturn the public vote. We successfully defended that lawsuit in court, got a victory 5 weeks ago. And we found the city was illegally diverting funds out of the utilities, a backdoor tax, into the general fund. So we have a lawsuit to demand they return another $22 million on top. So I've been working to set an example of having a real world impact rather than just patting ourselves on the back for having existed for 40 years. Because our entire party history will be nothing more than a footnote if our future does not include winning and changing people's lives. Now let's talk about the job for which I'm running, because many others have failed at this job in the past, and it's important that you understand that campaigning for a job is very different from actually doing the job. Oh, commercial break. We think it's fun to debate and vote at meetings, but who wants to spend all the time to write the minutes and keep the records? You need a secretary. And if you act today, take advantage of this special offer. You can have a reliable secretary with a track record of doing the job on time, well, with high degree of accuracy, 22 years of party experience, an MBA, a professional registered parliamentarian, and all for the low, low cost of your vote. And shipping is free, so please don't miss this special offer, available today only. Please honor me with your vote for LNC Secretary. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Matson. The next candidate, Karen Ann Harlos.
Hello, I'm Susan Hogarth, delegate and chair from state of North Carolina, and I'm here to speak for the pure gold candidate, Karen Ann Harlos. Just wanted to take a minute, wait, set the timer, there's so many new people in the party. The Libertarian Party has been around for almost 50 years, which is amazing. That's amazing. How many of you were not even born when the party started? So that's amazing. Karen Ann was born, just barely, but there's a couple things I think that new people in the party often fall prey to, mistakes. And I want to point out that Karen Ann is not one of those people. So we've all seen people come in, those of us who have been around a decade or two or so, people who come in very hot and they're full of enthusiasm and vigor, and after a year they get frustrated and leave. Karen Ann has not done that. She's stuck around and gotten more active. So that's the second thing that a lot of new people do in the party is they come into, this is where I start crying, right? They come into the party, they come into a local meeting. In fact, I did this. I'm going to go more than a minute, I lied. And they say, wow, the Libertarian Party is great, except you need to do this, this, and this without learning any background. Karen Ann has not only not done that, she specifically made a project out of digging out the party's background and sharing it with other people. That's a very important project. So The most important newbie mistake that Karen Ann has not made is threaten to quit every time she has a disagreement, and we all have disagreements with the party, and she's not going to walk out. If you do not elect her, she will not leave, and she will probably work even harder, but I think that you should. So thank you.
I'm Mary Ruart from Texas. Thank you, but I want to devote this time to Ms. Harlos. Certainly, all the candidates are probably qualified to hold this position in terms of doing what the job requires. But this is an officer position, which means that you're electing more than a secretary. You are electing someone who is going to have influence on the party. And that's why I'm standing here for Ms. Harlos. I believe, in spite of the earlier comments, that she will do a very good job of trying to keep us the party of principle as we grow, and we are growing. She values impartiality. She values transparency. She knows how to disagree without being disagreeable. If you saw the video endorsement that Larry Sharp gave her, you know they don't agree on everything. They've had a lot of discussions, and he's still in her court. And I think her idea to have a mentorship for the state parties is a great one, because there is kind of a rift, I think, or a misunderstanding is probably a better word, between the affiliates and the LNC. There's a feeling of disconnect. I know I've served on the LNC for several terms when our current secretary was in that position, and I think this would help go a long way to resolving that. And so I would ask you to look at not just what the position entails in terms of what needs to be done, but also the less visible things that happen when you elect an officer. And that's why I'm standing here for Ms. Harlos, because I believe she brings more to the table. I'm going to be voting for her. I hope you will too. Thank you.
Well, hello, everyone. I can pack in quite a bit in a minute, but I'm going to try to get it in here. I do what I do because I love this party. And I love every single one of you that we fight forth for liberty. I'm going to sell myself a little bit here, but I'll also say both of us will be fabulous secretaries, and it is indeed will be on what the extras are. I also do go out in the field and do activism. I sued the state of Colorado so that you would have the right to take your picture of your ballot. When there was a challenge issued to the LNC about membership, I didn't just sit on the LNC list and say, woe is me. I've signed up more members personally than the entire rest of the LNC combined. I do things. I am more than just pink hair and a Liberty crown. I do an awful lot, and I also took it upon myself that we need to preserve our history. So I love you. This probably wasn't my most eloquent speech ever, but I would be so honored. And I don't want to, okay, thank you.
Hey, Karen Ann, something dropped up here on the dais. Does anyone know what one of these is? I've never seen one of these before. All right, I'd ask the nominators for the treasurer candidates to please be available. We will randomize the speaking order and move forward from there. Is Judge Gray from California available? Is Mark Tippett from Texas available? I would like both of them to be available near the stage. I can't say exactly when I'm bringing you up, but the more you're available. Look, Judge Gray's right here, so come on up. Can we please welcome our 2012 Vice Presidential nominee and a good friend, Judge Jim Gray.
Thank you. I have some questions. My first question is, Actually, candidly, I'm doing fairly well financially. The economy is doing fairly well, but I am deeply concerned with regard to the overspending by our government, the fiscal crisis that we are generating for our children. So my question is, what do we do? What can we do? It's overwhelming. What can we do to reduce this debt, to call attention to it, to call attention to this spending that we are doing? And the answer is, elect more libertarians. I have another question. Deeply concerned about all these wars that we are going into, putting our military into harm's way. And by the way, the problems don't end when the military comes back. They're generating the PTSD and all these problems that we have. Why don't we have a declaration of war before we put our troops in harm's way? For heaven's sake, let's make Congress do its job. What is the answer to this problem? Elect more libertarians. I have another question. In the criminal justice system, I see it where we have in the United States of America 5% of the world's population and 25% of its prisoners. We have these mandatory minimum sentences, and if you're going to sentence by a formula from what I say, you might as well put a judicial robe on a computer. That's not what we want. Let's address these over-incarceration issues primarily, by the way, of people of color, which is not what we stand for. What is the answer to addressing these problems? Elect more libertarians. What about the little guy? The little guy keeps getting stepped on. The most important issue from my standpoint with regard to coming up is education. To be able to bring quality education to those where the schools are failing our children, which is an outrage. How do you do that? You empower the parents to be able to choose where their government money is going to be spent. You have school choice. Critical issue. We get that word out into the Hispanic, black populations, the lower economic areas, they will flock to libertarian candidates. How do we get school choice? The answer is, elect more libertarians. How hard can it be? Do I sense a pattern here? Other issues, for heaven's sake. If you're terminally ill, say you have 3 months to live, who the hell is the government to tell you you cannot take an experimental drug, for heaven's sake? It's an abomination. It's simply wrong. If I would have a 3% chance of it helping me, it's my choice. If only I can just say, my death can show what doesn't work. Let me have that option. It is damnable for the government to tell us we cannot do this. So what's the answer to that question? You got a point there. I agree with you. So why have we not done this? And the answer is, we have allowed other people to label us. They've labeled us as greedy, as survival of the fittest, as kooks. By the way, candidly, having a striptease on national television did not help us with regard to that label. I'm sorry, but it's true. So how are we labeled? Candidly, Thomas Jefferson, take him as he is, was a pure libertarian in so many ways. And I use this on the campaign trail frequently. Who was Thomas Jefferson? He said, I don't care if you worship one God, 20 gods, or no God. It doesn't pick my pocket, and it doesn't break my leg. It gets the point across. Live and let live. People as adults should be able to live their lives as they choose, as long as it doesn't wrongly affect other people to be able to do the same thing. That's a libertarian. Let's get that word out there. Let's also spread the word with regard to Milton Friedman, one of my true heroes, who said, and used this out publicly, use this. We should judge our programs by their results, not their good intentions. Henry Ford used this. Henry Ford, not my favorite person socially, probably anti-Semitic. However, said something everyone should understand, which is anyone that feels they can thrive by relying on the government should talk to the American Indian. It's all you have to say. On that subject, question, should we not abolish the Bureau of Indian Affairs? My goodness sakes, the answer to that question is, well, I agree with you. You sure convinced me. So anytime I'm involved with a radio show, talking to a Rotary Club or something, help our label. I always slip into my presentations. It affects my libertarian values. Put in the word libertarian in that good spot. When I write op-eds, at the end I always say, and by the way, thank you for the honor of representing you in 2012 in that election with Governor Gary Johnson. It really was a proud time for me, and thank you. So I will put in, thank you again. I put in there that yes, I was the Libertarian candidate for Vice President in 2012. Brings legitimacy to what you're saying, brings legitimacy to our party. And by the way, if you're interested, for the last 3 years, I've been writing something called 2 Paragraphs for Liberty. And I compare what liberty would do, a free enterprise system would do on the one hand, as opposed to what government would do on the other. Guess who wins? And if you're interested, somehow get me your email. It goes out to something in the order of 20,000 people a week, every Monday, except for today because I'm here. But if you're interested, please give me your email address. So in the meantime, let's use the answer to all of these questions. Get out there and elect more libertarians. We can do this. We will do this. Thank you, and go get them.
He's so much taller than me. The speaking order determined by 20-sided die for the treasurer candidates will be as follows. Drew Leda, Tim Hagan, Brad Thomas, and Robert Paulson. So, let's put 5 minutes on the clock and bring up the speakers for Mr. Leda.
Good morning, Libertarians. Is anybody having fun yet? I'm here to speak on behalf of Drew Leda for Treasurer. Drew serves on the convention committee with us. He has done a great job. He has been on every Monday night call, but from his perspective, it's a lot earlier than mine since he lives on the West Coast. So he didn't have to stay up till past midnight, but he has worked hard on the convention committee. Drew is a unifier that actually unifies people. If anybody could unify the factions in Oregon, it is Drew Leda. He did it. They're here as a unified delegation, and the first time in many years this assembly has not had to take a vote on what to do about the damn Oregon situation, because Drew had them bury the hatchet in the right place and not in each other. He is also, as amazing it might seem, unified me with Mr. Heiss, the next speaker. I'll let him have the podium. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Michael Heiss. I'm from Pennsylvania. I'm the founder of the Mises Caucus, and I wholeheartedly endorse Drew Leda for treasurer, because just as Sam just said, not only is Drew have the requisite experience in the financial world to handle the job as treasurer, but he really is a glue guy and a unifier. Not only did he unify the Oregon convention, or the delegation, but he also brought the Greens in and got their endorsement and have the Green Party in Oregon supporting him without sacrificing principle. And as some of you might have known, me and Sam here haven't always gotten along the best. And yet he brought us together. So if he can bring me and Sam Goldstein together, he can bring together anybody, and that is what is needed in this party. So I give my full endorsement to Drew Leda for treasurer.
Hello, Libertarian Convention. My name is Timothy Perkins with the Oregon delegation, and I'm here to support my friend and fellow Oregonian, Drew Leda. Drew has done a lot for liberty. He's on the committee that helped put this convention together. He's running in my state of Oregon for the U.S. House of Representatives, where he earned not only the nomination of the Libertarian Party of Oregon, but he also, without seeking it, received the nomination of the Green Party in Oregon for his focus on the things that we are looking at from the same view, which is war, and corruption of government. And they trust him, and he has unified, they have unified with us around him because he is that type of a guy. Drew is also primarily responsible for the New Orleans miracle of the reunited Oregon delegation. He worked hard on both sides to make sure that we were talking. He's a unifier, he's a hard worker, and he's your best bet for treasurer. Thank you.
This may not be that good, but it'll be good enough for this.
Hi, everybody. I'm that Oregon Libertarian, that peacemaking Libertarian. I'm obviously from Oregon. We worked very hard to bring a reunified effort here, and now I'm seeking to be our treasurer. I was the chair for our OAI, Gary Johnson 2016. I'm on the board of the Libertarian Party of Oregon. One of the things that made me believe that reunification was possible was the Gary Johnson campaign. Despite the fact we had a fractured party, despite the fact we had really no infrastructure in place whatsoever, Oregon still finished 11th in the nation with 4.8% of the vote going towards Gary Johnson. If we can do that on a broken party, watch out, because we're coming. One of my biggest concerns for treasurer is monetary growth has been falling off. I noticed that other parties are able to significantly bring in more revenue. Jill Stein was able to bring in $7.6 million in 2 weeks, asking for a recount after the election. I think us being the people of strong economic principle should be better at it than they are. So what I would like to do as treasurer is not only make sure that I don't go to jail for screwing up the paperwork, make sure I don't get the party in trouble for not filing with the FEC. But I'm going to make it my job to make my job as difficult as possible. If I am not processing donations, if I'm not processing volunteer stuff, I'm not doing my job. Also, I want you guys to know that no matter who you elect for chair or for treasurer, me or Tim, you're going to get someone who keeps their nose out of the fights and sticks to business. Thank you. Next candidate for treasurer, I believe, if I got my order right, Tim Hagan.
Yeah, let's hear a cheer for Tim. I'm Joe Bookman. I'm the chair of the Libertarian Party of Utah. Let's hear for Utah. Yeah. I've been your platform committee chair back in 2012. I've been on the historical committee, but most importantly, I've served for 4 years as one of the 3 members of our financial audit committee. I've known Tim for over 10 years. In fact, in 2008, we both ran for this position, and he beat me, and I'm glad for it because he's been one of the best treasurers this party has ever had. During that entire period of time, as I've been on the audit committee, Tim has shown an ability to not only manage the books, but what I want to speak to even more importantly, it's not just the officer position of being able to do the job that's assigned, whether it's secretary or treasurer, and he's exceedingly competent. It's also standing on the right side of our principles. When I ran in Utah's special election last year, I reached out to the Libertarian National Committee to support that campaign, and it created a firestorm debate on whether to fund that campaign of mine at $5,000 or not. And it was Tim who argued with the rest of the committee to get that support after watching the debate I was in. He said, we've got to fund candidates like this. So you don't just want someone who can manage the books and not go to jail. You want someone who's going to support down-ticket candidates. I was one of them. Tim was a supporter of mine, and I'm a supporter of him. Vote for Tim Hagan.
Good morning. My name is Jason Smith. I'm the state chair of Nevada, and I am here to speak on behalf of Tim Rex Hagan for LNC treasurer. In the highest profile race that we have in the country, Senator Heller is running against Jackie Rosen and our Tim Hagan. We chose Tim because Tim represents everything that we are as libertarians. He is that libertarian that for 6 years has been the treasurer and is not in jail because he did his job to the highest degree. We have to make sure that we have that kind of libertarian who is in charge of our precious resources and financial records. Tim is that libertarian. We can't give the GOP and the Democrats any reason to challenge us in courts for our signatures, for our financial records. We have to have everything buttoned up. And that is what Tim Hagen has done. He is responsible, dependable, and ethical. I am proud to call him a friend, a leader in the Libertarian Party of Nevada, as well as the National Party, and of course, his beloved nickname, T-Rex. So I give you T-Rex Tim Hagen for LNC Treasurer.
Thanks. I'm Tim Hagen, and I've had the honor of serving as your treasurer for the last 3 terms. I'm also serving as a treasurer of the Libertarian Party of Nevada, where we file with the FEC. So I have been available when state affiliates or candidates had questions about FEC compliance, FEC filing, or in the case of one of the states, how to handle it when a bequest came in that was higher than their contribution limits that they could accept, and arrange for them to work with the attorney to put it into a trust. As Jason mentioned, I'm running for U.S. Senate, Nevada. This is the 10th time I've run for public office. And thanks. And during this past term, I tried to push to use the surplus from the 2016 donations to pay down more on the office mortgage. And I'll continue pushing when we have surpluses to make sure we get the office paid for so we can have the excess money after that to get libertarians elected. Thank you.
The next treasurer candidate, Brad Thomas.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Dale Thomas. I'm a delegate from Delaware. I'm also the Newcastle County Libertarian Party of Delaware Secretary. And I'm asking you to vote for Brad Thomas. I've nominated Brad, who is currently the Libertarian Party of Delaware's Vice Chair and the Newcastle County Libertarian Party of Delaware's Treasurer, and who has held all of the positions in both the LPD and the NCC LPD. He has been a Libertarian since 1996, and quite frankly, he's the very definition of a Libertarian. And I wanted you to know more about him. He's the most humble man I know, and in this day and age when we elect leaders and they're all there for themselves, I think humility is a very key aspect to one's personality that helps them reduce government. He is highly intelligent, he is great with numbers and computers, and he is a very accurate treasurer. Everyone in the Libertarian Party of Delaware loves him, and I'm sure you will too. It is an honor to know him, and I hope you'll give him your vote. Thank you, and best of luck to all of the candidates. Thank you very much. Come on over, Brad.
Well, everybody, this position of treasurer is an important position. We can show to everyone else, every other parties, the example of how a free, economically sound model will work. If you notice, the typical Republican Democrat Party, regardless of which state, there's always some sort of economic scandal, such as kite stealing, utilization of funds that are stolen. If we show that we can actually go through our principles, be sound, have a clean checkbook, and actually fund our candidates soundly, this will bring more people to our cause.
They're also brief, in case that matters to anybody. The next and final treasurer candidate, Robert Paulson.
No, you're done. All right, everyone's up. All right, hello, my name is Clayton Hunt. I am not Robert Paulson. Robert Paulson couldn't be here tonight. He is the Libertarian Party Audacious Caucus treasurer. He has been since our founding, and last night he had a little mishap at our Coke and Hookers party. So once I heard this piece of wisdom that the best treasurer candidate is the one that you don't even know who he is. Because if they're doing their job right, you don't know who they are because nothing's going wrong. Within the Libertarian Party Audacious Caucus, Robert Paulson has been our treasurer since our founding, and I can say, as someone who's been on the Shadow LNC since the beginning, Robert Paulson has done an amazing job. Now, I don't know about you, but I like to have a treasurer that's invisible because guess what? I like to know that when the money's coming in, when donations are coming in, that they're receiving it, when payments are going out, it's being processed correctly, accurately, and in accordance with its fiduciary duty. So, I'm going to ask you all to join us in supporting Robert Paulson for treasurer. His name is Robert Paulson. 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 His name is Robert Paulson.
Smoke weed.
In case any of you missed the name of the last treasurer candidate, it is Robert Paulson. All right, we have results from the second ballot for vice chair. As before, we will scroll through the results on the screen. We'll ask the delegation chairs to take a look, make sure they don't see mistakes, and then when we're done with that, we will show the final results, or the summary results.
Microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Bill Hoff, Chair of Michigan. We had 2 votes for Arvin Vora instead of 1.
2 votes for Arvin Vora in Michigan is the indication. If you could, Mr. Hall, if you could approach the secretary's table.
And we also had 10 votes for James Weeks.
And also 10 votes for James Weeks. All right, we will need to adjust the numbers. Thank you, that is why we do this. Was there anyone else who had an issue so far? I think we got to the M's. Microphone 3.
Mr. Chair, would you ask the secretary to take it back to the beginning again and pause at the beginning page for a little while?
For Colorado?
Please.
All right, if the secretary can bring the spreadsheet back to Colorado once she's finished resolving the issue with Michigan. It'll just be a moment, Mr. Harlos.
Question?
Just a moment. She's going to get back to Colorado now. Microphone number 2.
It looked like allocated was higher than credentialed for Michigan. Is that correct?
Allocation is always higher than credentialed, except if people really show up. All right, if you could go back to Colorado. Mr. Harlos, let me know when you can indicate that we've got that correct. Are we good? All right, then we can continue to scroll. I believe we were at Michigan, and then we'll keep going from there. Pennsylvania has an issue and they are resolving it. Please be patient and quiet. This is very suspenseful. Mr. Babcock, microphone 2. Are you seeking to be recognized at this time?
I'll wait until after the vice chair totals are announced.
Okay. All right. If there are no other corrections, and I am seeing no one approaching microphones, we'll display the summary results of the second ballot for Vice Chair of the Libertarian National Committee. With no candidate receiving a majority on the second ballot for Vice Chair of the Libertarian National Committee, pursuant to our convention rules, the lowest vote getter, who is not NODA, Mr. James Weeks, will be dropped from the ballot, and we will proceed to a third ballot. Is there anyone seeking to be recognized at a microphone?
Mr. Chairman, microphone 2.
Microphone 2, Dr. Phillies.
There is a historical precedent here that when we have several candidates at the bottom and reallocation of the votes of the bottommost candidate could not change the result, that we eliminate the bottom 2 candidates. I believe this requires a suspension of the rules. We don't have to do that.
I understand, Dr. Phillies, and mathematically, the reallocation of the candidate who would drop by rule would not, even if they all went to one person, result in a majority. It is going to be up to the body whether or not they want to do this process the way that we normally do it, or if they want to try and shortcut it. I don't have a preference. And it's, well, the other thing that has historically happened, and it has not happened at this time, is sometimes candidates will also choose to withdraw their names. I do not know whether or not that will happen today. Do you have a motion, Dr. Phillies?
No, I choose not to make a motion.
You choose not to make a motion. Thank you, Dr. Phillies. Microphone number 3, Mr. Wiest from Kentucky.
Mr. Chair, I would move to suspend the rules to drop the bottom 2 candidates so that we can proceed to vote on the remaining.
Mr. Wiest, do you mind if I hold your motion in abeyance until I recognize microphone 1?
No problem, sir.
All right, microphone 1, please identify yourself. What's that?
Actually, I'm going to withdraw my motion.
Please identify yourself.
It's Arvin Vora, delegate from Pennsylvania. I actually do not have a motion at this time.
So, did you have a motion or did you not?
I do not.
All right. Now, I heard Mr. Wiest ask that we suspend the rules to drop the bottom two candidates. Is there objection?
I object.
There is some strong objection. We will see.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
Is it relevant to the vote?
Yes. This is
okay,
relevant.
microphone 3.
I believe you missed that Mr. Vora just announced he was withdrawing, which would make this moot.
See, that's the thing. He backed away from the mic and said he didn't do that. That's where I...
Okay.
It was confusing for me too, Andy. All right, so there's a motion to suspend the rules to drop the bottom two candidates. I've heard objection on the hall. All in favor of suspending the rules in that fashion, please rise. Please sit down. All in favor, all opposed to suspending the rules to drop the bottom two candidates, please rise. It is not 2/3. We will proceed to a third ballot by the normal rule. Microphone number 2.
Mr. Chairman, when it is time is available, if we could let people know that still haven't picked up their auction items to come and do it.
Where would people pick up their auction items?
It would be all the way towards stage right. far
So
into the hall this way.
they'll be picked up and paid for over there?
Yes.
Do you need these back?
I do.
Okay. So if you have silent auction items that you won and you didn't pick them up, which Star Child, you may be one of the people who won who didn't pick them up, it's over there where the auction items were displayed.
And one other thing, people can start filling those out with the name of a person they would like to hit in the face with a pie, and they can sign that they're the person.
That's also over there?
Also over
All
there.
right. Mr. Hayes, if you could approach and take these from me. I'm going to recognize microphone 2.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Michael Kilsky, Arizona. I know that in the past it has been the tradition on occasion for candidates who were eliminated to sometimes be given a moment to address the body, to perhaps indicate who they would prefer those voters that selected them vote on the next round.
That has traditionally been our practice. It has not always been our practice. First, let me inquire, is Mr. Weeks in the hall? Mr. Weeks, you are in the hall? Okay. Would you like to address the body with your elimination? I understand there's an objection. I'm inquiring first whether he'd like to, because if he doesn't want to, okay, I understand that. Mr. Weeks, would you like to address the body? Is that a yes? Okay. There is an objection to Mr. Weeks addressing the body. This is a suspension of the, well, it's not in the regular order, so I would consider it a suspension of the rules. All in favor of allowing Mr. Weeks to address the body for 2 minutes, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. I'm going to allow Mr. Weeks to come up for 2 minutes. Start until we're quiet, and if there is booing, I give him extra time. Understood?
I want to thank everyone that voted for me. I want to thank everyone that gave me tokens to appear in the debate, even though there wasn't enough podiums for me. You know, I'd like to thank you all. I mean, I made it to the second ballot. I didn't expect that, and I just wanted to make sure everyone, and you know, people want me to throw to different people, but you know, vote your conscience. If you're a supporter of mine, vote for who you believe would be the best choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weeks. So,
Order, Mr. Chair.
I actually had microphone 1. She's been waiting very patiently.
Marie Morrell, delegate from Florida. I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules for 3 minutes to consider a resolution on the recently passed H.R. 2851 in the U.S. House, which amends the Controlled Substance Act, which I think this is something very important for people to know about.
Is your resolution written out on paper and delivered to the secretary?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are you comfortable considering this resolution while we pick up ballots for the next vote?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Could you just stay right there, and then I'll address that suspension in just a moment. Are the ballots ready for both of these races, Ms. Mattson? Or we still have a minute? Okay. They have to be printed, so, I mean, delegation chairs can start moving that direction. They are still being printed. Mr. O'Donnell, do you have something more pressing?
Mr. Chair, I believe if Mr. Weeks was given time to address the body, the same courtesy should be extended to Mr. Sheets, who was eliminated after the first ballot.
Is there any objection to allowing Mr. Sheets to address the body for 2 minutes? I hear no objection. If Mr. Sheets is available, he should make his way to the stage very quickly.
Good morning, Libertarians. You know, this vice chair's race has had a lot of ups and downs. We've been to a lot of conventions. We've talked to a lot of you in your own home states. And there are 3 candidates left who are at the top, and all 3 of them are really awesome. Thank you. I'm making no bones about it. I'm supporting Alex Merced because Alex Merced's vision is the one that was the closest to my vision as to what we're going to do when we got elected to vice chair. And I really appreciate your support of Alex. I know he's a hard worker. If any of you have seen his posts on Facebook, it is very clear that Alex, he posts more than any 7, 8, 9, 10 people combined. So with that in mind, Alex is going to pour that kind of energy into being the vice chair of the Libertarian Party, and I thank you all for your support.
All right. We're returning to microphone 1. There's a motion to suspend the rules to consider a resolution for 2 minutes. Can you read the resolution to the body so that they know what they're going to be debating on if they choose to suspend the rules?
Yes, can I read the explanation first? I think it'll make it more clear. It's very short.
Technically, under Roberts, you're only supposed to read the resolution so they know what they're considering. An explanation is in the form of debate.
I can do that.
Okay, go ahead.
This is the CITSA Act resolution, and it reads, whereas the Libertarian Party favors the repeal of all laws creating crimes without victims, such as the use of drugs for medicinal and recreational purposes, whereas individuals have the freedom and responsibility to decide what they knowingly and voluntarily consume and what risks they accept to their own health, finances, safety, or life. Whereas the Libertarian Party stands against the gross and negligent overreach of the CITSA Act HB 2851 and its future center counterpart. Be it resolved that the Libertarian Party will draft and publish a press release in a timely fashion to both educate and warn the public of the dangers of the CITSA Act.
Is there objection to suspending the rules for consideration of this resolution for 2 minutes? Hearing no objection, we will consider this resolution. You may now speak to your resolution.
I wanted to bring to the delegation's attention to a matter that I believe to be of great importance to the Libertarians and the American people. On June 15th, the U.S. House passed Bill H.R. 2851, also known as the CITSA Act. The Stop the Importation and Trafficking of Synthetic Analogs Act would amend the Controlled Substance Act and create a new drug schedule named A. The Attorney General would be granted the power to temporarily add drugs to this new drug schedule that are either similar in chemical structure or receptor action to drugs in Schedules 1 through 5 without judicial review. I urge the delegation to read H.R. 2851 and strongly oppose this bill as it moves to the Senate. This will affect the future of any products like CBD oil and many others. Thank you.
Would anyone like to speak against the resolution? Microphone number 2.
Thank you. I'm Tom Howell from North Carolina. It's quite a useful thing for us to have a resolution on this topic, and I agreed with every one of the whereases. But the therefore is so weak that we ought not to say this. You don't need a resolution to issue a press release. The therefore should say that this bill is garbage, not that we will later tell you about how garbage it is. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak in favor? Microphone 2.
Thank you. Brandon Finney from New Hampshire. Oh, thank you. Since we're all here, I think it makes a lot of sense to say as a unified front that we absolutely oppose this kind of bill from the federal government. It is not their role to regulate what we use in our own bodies and what we choose to do. This is absolutely an egregious form of government power and control, and we should absolutely condemn it right here and right now.
Microphone 3.
Dean Ahmed from Maryland, I call the question.
Turns out time expired just at that time, Dean, so you have this incredible sense of timing. We'll now proceed to a vote on the resolution. All in favor of the resolution say aye. Aye. Opposed to the resolution say no. It passes. Ballots for the third vice chair ballot and secretary and treasurer are being printed by the secretary right now. So delegation chairs need to be over there to pick them up. At this time, I'd like to invite up our candidate, Libertarian candidate for governor of Texas, which is a pretty big state, Mr. Mark Tippett.
Mr. Chair, microphone 2.
You know, now, Michael, I'm going to have to do the drama all over again. So, microphone number 2.
Mr. Chair, Michael Kilsky from Arizona. Could you have the secretary briefly display the ballot on the screen just so we could see what's about to be printed?
I would be happy to do that. She'll take care of that, and I appreciate it. It is worth the interruption. But now I have to introduce him again and get more applause. So, please help me welcome the next governor of the great state of Texas, the Lone Star State. The stars at night are big and bright.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm glad he didn't have to introduce me a third time because I actually successfully made it up the stairs without tripping twice. So thanks for the opportunity to speak to you today and address some of the issues that we're facing in Texas. And as we face those issues, believe me, they affect the entire United States. And I want to see how many times I can say, Austin 2020. As you all know, we're very proud that everything is bigger in Texas, but it's not bigger only because of our land mass. We have over 1,200 miles of beautiful Rio Grande River, which offers beautiful state parks and local parks, private fertile farmlands and ranch lands, and it has served as a natural border between Mexico and the U.S. since its founding. Historically, we have enjoyed good relations with Mexico, not only as our closest neighbor and ally, but also as our largest trading partner and friend. One of the things we enjoy the most in Texas, however, is our right to keep and bear arms. But this and much, much more is under serious threat, and I have to reiterate, serious threat. Not only by our federal government led by Donald Trump, but by our state government led by Governor Greg Abbott. Donald Trump's wall threatens Texas sovereignty in many ways. By taking away our right to access the beautiful lands and parks, by threatening landowners to take away their land through eminent domain, not to mention the now estimated over $30 billion of taxpayers' dollars that our children will pay forever. Donald Trump's immigration policy of zero tolerance has created a moral tragedy and a media frenzy. That is an embarrassment not only to Texas, but the entire United States. This is not who we are. We have a big heart, compassion, and love for our fellow man, regardless of origin. Trump is using this moral tragedy and media frenzy to force the Democrats and Republicans to pass an immigration bill that will include paying 100% of the wall. Trump is not the art of the deal. In reality, he is the art of the con. He has lied to the American people, assuring that the wall would be paid by Mexico, but now is conning the American people out of over $30 billion to build nothing more than a monument to Trump. And Governor Abbott is complacent in this scheme, as he has remained silent and does nothing to defend Texans from federal overreach, land grab, and intrusion. But the scariest thing of all is that Governor Abbott is now proposing measures that will eliminate our right to keep and bear arms. By proposing red flag laws and safe storage laws that in reality eliminates the right to bear arms. This is why I am running for governor. To fight for the people of Texas, and by extension, all of America. Austin 2020. I am extremely proud to carry the Libertarian banner in this fight and to stand side by so many honorable and friend Libertarians. I am only one man, and why I am willing to fight to the end. I cannot win this fight. I need all of your help. What we do here in convention is extremely, extremely important for the party and for liberty. But more importantly is what we do when we go back home to our states, our counties, and our precincts. When each of you go home, tell everyone you know about the fight we are fighting in Texas and the help that we need. Everyone knows someone in Texas. And remember, and it may be a cliche, but it has never been more true. As goes Texas, so goes the rest of the country. Thank you, and God bless America, and God bless liberty.
All right, thank you. I have an announcement. LP Store, where you get these awesome shirts. If anyone's wearing a piece of swag from LP Store, either the convention shirt, the Black Libertarian shirt, the I'm with her shirt, the legalize it shirt, you pick it. Stand up right now. If you're wearing it today in this room, Ms. Bilyeu's wearing one. I see a bunch of people. If you want that swag, today is your lucky day, because it's 20% off on everything we still have left just outside that door until noon today. Buy it now. If there are not people seeking to be recognized, I think the next thing would be that, let me just say what we would do if there weren't people seeking to be recognized, and then I'll start recognizing people. The next thing to do would be to proceed to nominations, floor nominations, for the at-large members of the Libertarian National Committee.
Object.
So I'm going to start with microphone 2 because I saw her going up first. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ruth Bennett from the state of Arizona. I rise to a point of personal privilege. Can we get some heat in here? People are shivering.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I will make an attempt to fix the temperature.
Mr. Hayes will act on that because the body is cold. Microphone 3.
So, Mr. Chairman, can we, a couple things. Can we get the request for information? Can we get the list of names of the candidates up on the screen?
I think the secretary can do that, and we'll work on doing that now.
And then real quickly on silent auction, we just have 4 items to be picked up. Star Child needs to pick something up. Mario J. D'Angelo, Derek Pomeray actually needs to pick up 2 items. If they're not here, please let me know if they're here or not. And also the pay to pie thing, there's 3 people that have been nominated so far. Adam Kokesh was nominated by Daniel Hayes and is accepted. Patrick Dixon was nominated by somebody that I can't recall, and I don't know if it's accepted. And then I was nominated by Aaron Adams. So,
wait, what was that last part?
I was nominated to be pied in the face by Aaron Adams.
Okay,
So,
all right.
So, and also,
Is pie related?
would the chairman accept if he was nominated for pie to the face? That's been a question asked. To raise money.
Give me some time to think about it.
Yes, sir.
All right, let's keep it down a little bit. It's a little bit loud in here. People are still trying to do business. Microphone number 1, what do you rise for?
Hello, Mr. Chairman. Zach Foster from the California delegation, and I would like to move that we suspend the rules for 2 minutes to consider proposing a resolution condemning the Venezuelan regime and declaring our solidarity with the Libertarian Party of Venezuela. We sent a copy to the secretary.
It is written and it is with the secretary?
Yes.
Okay. Is there objection to considering a resolution condemning the Venezuelan government for 2 minutes? There's definitely a second. All in favor of considering that resolution for 2 minutes, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. We'll consider it. Go ahead, speak to your resolution.
Good deal. So this would be in recognition of the bravery and outstanding achievements of the Libertarian Movement of Venezuela, whereas the Libertarian Movement of Venezuela is Venezuela's LP, established in December of 2015 to fight for free markets and civil liberties. Whereas the Libertarian Movement of Venezuela has increased more than 3 times in membership since January 2017, despite its members having to sacrifice precious activism hours to find food and medicine for their families. Whereas the Venezuelan Libertarian Movement has not cowered down despite over 200 civilian fatalities inflicted against the Venezuelan people by the regime, and members of this party continue flocking to the streets to protest. Whereas the movement officially partnered with 2 other classical liberal parties so that the Soy Venezuela presidential ticket could be formed so that peace, civil liberties, and free markets would be represented on the national ballot. We would condemn the Maduro regime and the United Socialist Party of Venezuela for the violence visited against their own people and for the economic crisis that they've started. And we declare that we, the Libertarian Party of the United States, stand in solidarity and support of the Libertarian Movement of Venezuela now and for the rest of time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Who would like to speak against? Microphone.
Yeah, speak against. Go ahead.
I do not see anyone rising to speak against. Do we need debate on this resolution?
Yeah, let's do it on the resolution.
Hearing no one calling for debate, all in favor of the resolution say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. Microphone 3, no? No. Okay, microphone 2, Daryl, were you trying to get something or no?
I wanted to speak in favor of the resolution, but there was no need to because Venezuela is horrible. We all know that, and we soundly adopted the resolution that Venezuela is horrible.
All right, so I'm going to ask, is the secretary ready to take names for nominations for at-large?
Mr. Chair,
Microphone 3.
I object to taking names for at-large nominations at this point in time.
Your objection is well-founded.
Mr. Chair.
Microphone 2.
I move to suspend the rules to finish the vice chair race before opening nominations for at-large.
It's not a suspension of the rules.
Okay.
I don't think. I believe that's the normal orders of the day.
I'm sorry.
With the suspension of the rules is the fact that we're balloting a bunch of stuff together.
Right. Let me rephrase.
Okay.
I apologize. I move to suspend the rules to consider resolutions, which is the last item of agenda business, I believe, until such time as we are finished balloting the vice chair race.
So I appreciate your point, your motion. It isn't necessary at this time because I've been doing it without. Oh, you want to suspend the rules so that's one suspension and everybody just gets to do resolutions?
For the moment, until such time as we have to. The vice chair's race is finished.
Is there any objection to that procedure? What this would do, just for the people who aren't parliamentary geeks, what it would do is anyone who wants to be recognized and has submitted a written resolution to the secretary would be allowed to be recognized, move it, get it seconded, and debate without the two-thirds suspension of the rules to agree to consider. That's the motion to suspend the rules. Is there an objection to that motion? Hearing no objection, we will be in that procedure. If you have a resolution for consideration, please be at a microphone and raise your hand because people are moving around.
Request for information, microphone 2.
Request for information at microphone 2, go ahead.
What is the correct procedure for me to nominate James Weeks to get a pie in the face?
Talk to Mr. Hayes in the hall.
Thank you.
I feel like that could raise some money.
That's what I thought too.
Request for information, mic 2.
What? Request for information at microphone 2.
Yeah, Andrew Olding, New Hampshire.
Just a second. Thank you.
So the suspension of the rules that's being discussed right now, after that was passed, would that, if it's passed, would it then only require a second to take up a resolution, or would it require a second and then a majority to take up a resolution?
It requires a second to debate.
Okay.
It would require still I believe resolutions are two-thirds. We would still require a two-thirds vote to adopt a resolution, but we wouldn't have to have a two-thirds vote to think about it.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Microphone 3.
Point of information, Mr. Chairman.
Just a second, Dr. Sabrin. Okay, can everybody just bring it down a level? I'd appreciate it. It would make my job easier. Not that it's not easy. Go ahead, microphone 3.
I'm Murray Sabrin, U.S. Senate candidate, New Jersey. Last week, my Republican opponent sent an email to his supporters asserting he's an large L libertarian, Bob Eugen. Has anyone seen Bob Eugen in the room?
There's a request for information from Dr. Sabrin, who's running for Senate in New Jersey. How do you spell that last name?
H-U-G-I-N, Bob Eugen.
H-U-G-I-N. Is there a delegate by the name of Hugen in the room? No one at this Libertarian National Convention, the biggest one we've ever had in a midterm year, has seen this alleged libertarian that says he's running against you as a Republican in the state of New Jersey.
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Microphone number 1.
Robert Imhoff, California. Request of
inquiry, I guess.
Go ahead.
What is our current orders of the day, and specifically, what is the procedure for our current orders of the day? Because that wasn't clarified since we just shuffled.
So the orders of the day right now is we are in the middle of balloting for vice chair, secretary, and treasurer. We have suspended our rules to consider resolutions until such time as we are ready for at-large nominations. Resolutions are in order at this time.
Point of personal privilege.
Where's the privilege motion? It's at microphone number 1. Go ahead.
Could we please get the candidate names up on the screen for the races?
We can go back to that when the secretary tells me we can. She will put them up again for probably a minute or two, but she is also doing work. So we're going to go back and forth on this. But we will put them up again.
Mr. Chair?
Microphone 1.
Sorry, can you complete my request for information?
I did.
Specifically, if we're taking resolutions, the procedure for said resolutions.
Write it out, give it to the secretary, get to a microphone, move it, speak to it, move it, get it seconded, speak to it, and then we debate and proceed to a vote.
Thank you.
All right. Microphone 3.
Mr. Chairman, I have submitted a resolution to the secretary, a motion to suspend the rules to oppose criminalization of freedom of speech and association with regard to boycotts, divestments, and sanctions.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmad. We're going to have to keep it down. Dr. Ahmad has just indicated a resolution. I want to make sure everyone can hear the resolution because we'll be debating it. Is there a second for his resolution?
Second.
There's a second. Go ahead and speak to it.
Thank you. I know the secretary is probably too busy to put it up on the screen right now, so please, people, this is the motion. Whereas 37 states and the U.S. Senate have passed or are considering legislative and/or administrative action to infringe upon the rights of Americans to call for boycotts, divestments, and sanctions of Israel, we oppose and condemn any action by government at any level that would fine, imprison, or otherwise discriminate against any American for advocating or engaging in boycott of or divestment from any government of or for calling for sanctions against any foreign government. Yeah. Awesome. Thank you. I would like to speak to my motion.
Go ahead.
I don't know if people are aware, but not only have some 37 states made it, put burdens in the way of people who want to engage in boycotts, divestment, and sanctions movement against Israeli apartheid. But Ben Cardin and Rob Portman in the Senate are introducing legislation that in its original form would impose a fine of $1 million and 20 years in prison on anyone who called for boycotts of Israel.
When it's time, you just click
Under pressure from the ACLU, this has been modified, and they're no longer calling for prison time. They will merely impose the $1 million fine. Despite this moderation on their part, any kind of punishment of Americans for freedom of speech or association is totally unacceptable to the Libertarian Party, and I ask everyone to vote. In fact, I ask us to vote unanimously in favor of this resolution.
I would suggest, because
Thank you. To speak against the resolution, is there anyone seeking to be recognized to speak against the resolution? I see no one seeking to be recognized to speak against. Are we prepared to proceed to a vote?
I would think.
Hearing no objection, we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the resolution, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. It was unanimous.
And it could derail things.
Microphone 2.
I don't know.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Ruth Bennett from the state of Arizona. I have a resolution to thank all of the people that have done such great work on this convention. The secretary has a copy.
Go ahead and read the resolution.
Be it resolved that the delegates and attendees thank the Convention Oversight Committee. national office staff, speakers, vendors, and the Hyatt staff for making the 2018 National Convention such a success.
We had the summit the other night, and this language was...
Do you wish to speak any further to the resolution?
Just that this has been a great convention. I've been to a lot of them, and this one ranks up at the top, and I want to thank all the people that put all of the hours in, because I know what it takes.
Okay. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the resolution? Are we prepared to vote? All in favor of the resolution, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. The resolution is adopted unanimously. Microphone 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mike Shipley, delegate from Arizona. I rise to introduce a New Orleans Accord for bottom unity. I submitted a printed version of this resolution to the secretary. So does that have a second?
Is there a second? There you go.
All right.
Read the resolution, then you get to speak to it.
So the resolution states, whereas people are only able to thrive in an environment in which their sole discretion over their own lives is respected, be it resolved that the Libertarian Party welcomes and accepts members from various voluntary economic schools of thought, as long as those members accept the fundamental principle that each individual should be free from involuntary servitude to others.
Go ahead and speak to your resolution.
So, you know, this convention has been amazing, and we've seen unity unfold in a way that, you know, a year ago I could have not imagined. And we've all been through a contentious, you know, chairs race and all of that, and we all saw what happened. The growth we've been through from a year ago and understanding the points of view that we're each coming from has been amazing, but there's still so much progress. And I think this party can really benefit from, you know, the power of unity across the entire libertarian spectrum from left to right. And we want those dialogues to be able to unfold in a peaceful and respectful manner. So this resolution, we actually held a summit the other night. We presented the language to delegates that were interested. We had, you know, between 30 and 40 people in the room at any one time. And it seemed like there was a decent consensus for that. If you've been seeing our bottom unity badges around, you know, I don't know how the whole body feels, but it seems like there's a significant portion of you that actually want peace between left and right libertarians. And I think there are libertarians outside the boundaries of our party that would like to come into it if they knew that this body and this party were truly welcoming to them. So I urge my fellow delegates to vote in favor of this historic step forward for us and vote yes for bottom unity.
All right. To speak against the resolution, is there anyone seeking to be recognized? Microphone 3, please move up, Mr. Lawhorn.
Rex Lawhorn, Oklahoma. On the resolution on the floor currently, it is important to recognize that certain schools of thought, economic thought especially, do advocate for forms of violence that do not involve the government, and therefore we must be very careful that if we were going to resolve to accept all schools of economic thought, that it must be on the condition that no one should be allowed to use force, fraud, or coercion in their voluntary interactions.
Thank you. To speak in favor of the resolution, show of hands. Microphone number 2.
Matt Keenel, Michigan delegate. Our resolution specifically says voluntary economic thought. So it's very well laid out that we aren't talking about economic theories based on force. I think that this will show that we are not just calling for any old person who believes in economic thought to come into this party. This is specifically for libertarian values.
Thank you. Anyone else to speak against? Microphone 3. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Mike. I recognize you. Microphone 3 to speak against.
Starchild from California, and I rise reluctantly to speak against this because I actually do think that something like this is needed. I think we as a party historically have not done enough outreach to the left. The libertarian philosophy is neither left nor right. It's anti-authoritarian, pro-freedom. And sometimes in our messaging, though, I think that we have inadvertently perhaps conveyed our message in a way that tends to be more appealing to people on the right and conservatives. This has been reflected in the presidential candidates we've nominated over the past cycles, and in public perceptions of our party that we're more frequently seen as being on the right by members of the public than as being on the left. I think that's our fault in our messaging, but the problem with this resolution is it's very vaguely worded. There's a lot to unpack here. I think it's unclear exactly what a voluntary economic system is in this context. And something this momentous, like coming on the footsteps of the Dallas Accord in 1974, where the party agreed to have a truce, if you will, between the anarchists and the people that want limited government, that we won't specify our final goal in that regard. I think that was pretty clear, and I'd like this to be equally clear when we pass something like this. So I would, again, regretfully urge the body not to approve this particular resolution at this time, but to think about this larger issue and how we can be more encompassing of people who are anti-authoritarian on the left. Thank you.
Point of inquiry?
Before I get to, all right, point of inquiry, where is it? Microphone number 1.
Chad Lemoyne, delegate from California. There are some folks who were unable to hear the initial resolution and would like to have it restated.
It will be, you'll have to give me a second to go borrow the copy from the secretary so that I can read it.
Thank you.
Point of inquiry?
We can't ask for information until I give information to the last person. The New Orleans Accord, whereas people are only able to thrive in an environment in which their sole discretion over their own lives is respected, be it resolved that the Libertarian Party welcomes and accepts members from various voluntary economic schools of thought, as long as those members accept the fundamental principle that each individual should be free from involuntary servitude to others. Now, what was the next point of where was the next request for information? Was it microphone 1?
Yes, sir.
Go
Kevin
ahead.
Shaw from California. How would I go about introducing an amendment to this proposal?
So you would state your amendment. Do we have, I believe, do we have forms for the amendments? Do they have to do forms? So you're going to need to submit a written copy of your amendment so that the secretary has it and be very clear about what you're trying to amend. So go ahead.
Yes, sir. I would like to strike the last 2 lines and replace them with the non-aggression principle.
So, wait, sorry, repeat it again.
Yes, sir. I would like to strike the last 2 lines of the New Orleans Accord and replace them with the non-aggression principle, such that as long as those members accept the non-aggression principle.
So you would strike from fundamental to the end.
Yes, sir.
And you would replace them with non-aggression principle.
Yes, sir.
Is there a second for the amendment?
Request for information.
Sorry, I'm waiting for a second. Okay, there's a second in the back. Would you like to speak to your amendment?
Yes, sir. I think that the phrasing at the end is just a little wordy, and we could clear up some of that just by indicating anyone who accepts the non-aggression principle is a friend of ours.
Okay. Would anyone like to speak against the amendment striking from fundamental back? Mr. Shipley, if you can make it to microphone 2.
Mike Shipley, delegate from Arizona. So I do not rise to speak against the non-aggression principle. In fact, I love the non-aggression principle. It's one of the first things that made me fall in love with this party, and the fact that it's grounded into our bylaws as the fundamental pledge that every member takes tells me that this party can always stay principled, and the way that it's protected in our statement of principles with a 7/8 vote. Now, I know that a lot of this is coming in the context of a discussion about the fact that, oh my gosh, there's actually a Libertarian Socialist Caucus now, and it's not a well understood thing, right? So I just want to give everyone a sense of comfort that Libertarian Socialist Caucus members actually do pledge the non-aggression principle already, because it's part of our internal caucus bylaws. And they also make an additional non-exploitation pledge. So I don't have that language in front of me, but it's something along the lines of, in other words, that the non-aggression principle doesn't go far enough, that we should pledge not just against coercive violence, but also against exploitative, quote unquote, voluntary relationships, hierarchical relationships, right? So anyway, my overall point, because I want to give other people a chance to speak, is that I feel like striking the final sentence, that final sentence is the key to this being an accord at all, because the language of involuntary servitude is brilliant because it allows each economic school of thought to read their values into that, right? So if all I think is coercion is the only thing to oppose, then that's my involuntary servitude. If I think hierarchies are exploitative, then that's my involuntary servitude, and I can channel my belief through that. So that phrase is actually what the entire accord turns on. So I think by striking it and placing the non-aggression principle in its place, not only is it redundant because that's in our party bylaws, so it's a given, but it also actually takes it undermines the entire accord. Thank you.
To speak in favor of the amendment, show of hands. I'm going to go to Mr. Starr. Were you in line, Mr. Starr, or did you just jump up?
I just have a request for information. Can you just read the sentence that is the original sentence and read in full, and read the amended sentence in full, because I can just hear both versions.
All right, I will do that, and then if Mr. Kokesh can move toward the microphone, I'll recognize him after I answer your request for information. So the original second part of the accord says, be it resolved that the Libertarian Party welcomes and accepts members from various voluntary economic schools of thought, as long as those members accept the fundamental principle that each individual should be free from involuntary servitude to others. The amended sentence would read, be it resolved that the Libertarian Party welcomes and accepts members from various voluntary economic schools of thought, as long as those members accept the non-aggression principle. Mr. Kokesh, microphone 1.
Adam Kokesh, Pennsylvania, Libertarian Party. This has been a beautiful weekend of coming together as a family, has it not? We are distinct from the old parties, not just for being the party of principle, but for being a family of people who shares core values, and that's what will always set this party apart. I will support this resolution with or without the amendment, but I support the amendment because I think we should be doing everything we can to create as many gateways to our principles and the non-aggression principle as possible. I rise in support of the amendment and the resolution, and I think this party should pass them to make sure that we are as inclusive as possible, in line with not just our principles, but also our core values of inclusiveness. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair.
Point of personal privilege.
There's a point of personal privilege at, I think, microphone 2.
Yes, that's correct. Nathan Watts from Texas. I'd like to request that the language of this accord, including the amendment, be displayed on the screen. I believe this accord is very important for this delegation, and we want to be sure that we can all be very clear what we're discussing. Thank you.
I am going to decline to help you in your point of personal privilege because the Secretary is tallying ballots, and I think that is more important business for the body. I know that the people who are proponents of the resolution have paper copies and would probably be happy to get you a paper copy because they got me one. Actually, they're around on the tables, so I would suggest trying to find a copy if you would like to follow along.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege.
Point of privilege at microphone 2, Mr. Longstreth from...
Richard Longstreth from Colorado. Personal privilege is that I would ask that the chair remind the delegation that side conversations should be kept to a dull lull or moved out into the hall.
I will so remind them, please keep it down because we're trying to debate. And could the Pennsylvania delegation chair return to the teller desk?
Mr. Chair, may we call the question on the amendment?
Microphone 1.
Mark Tanzer, Florida. May we call the question on the amendment to the underlying resolution?
Okay. So there's a move to end debate on the amendment.
Point of information.
What's the point of information? Is it relative to the vote?
Yes, it is.
Okay,
Ben Letter from Texas. Does the Libertarian Party have an official definition for the non-aggression principle? And if so, what is the definition, the official definition?
There is no official definition of the non-aggression principle that has been formally adopted by the Libertarian Party. Although in fairness to the original language, there's no official definition adopted by the Libertarian Party of what involuntary servitude is. So that's the answer. So microphone 1, Mr. Tanzer has moved to end debate on the amendment. Is there an objection?
Objection.
There's objection. All in favor of ending debate and moving to a vote on the amendment, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
All right. So we'll move to a vote on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, which would strike from fundamental principle on to the end of would strike fundamental principle that each individual should be free from involuntary servitude to others from the last sentence and replace that with non-aggression principle, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. All in favor of the amendment, please rise.
I'm eagerly waiting here. What is the amendment?
Okay, please sit down. All opposed to the amendment, please rise.
Non-aggression principle, which is already in the platform.
And
this is just redundant. Okay, whatever. I'm going to shut up. I think.
I'm going to consult with the parliamentarian. So I understand people are in lines at microphones, and I know that we love each other so much that we'll get back in the same position at lines at microphones, but I would ask people to move back to their delegations for this rising vote so that I can tell which side wins. Oh, and just a quick announcement if I didn't mention it yesterday. The Libertarian Party of Illinois turned in, what was it, 47,000 signatures, is that right? To have good candidates on the ballot against the crappy Republicans and Democrats that they keep electing in the state of Illinois, and then sending to prison after they get elected. I was informed last night and neglected to mention it till now that we turned in so many signatures and we did such a kick-ass job last time that we are not challenged and we are on the ballot in Illinois. All right, we're going to return to the vote on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, please rise. Sit down. All opposed to the amendment, please rise. It is a majority in favor of the amendment. The amendment will pass. Thank you for that. We now return to the amended resolution. Microphone 1.
Mr. Chair, I rise in opposition to the amendment.
You can't rise in opposition to the amendment. You're in opposition, to the resolution as amended.
Resolution, correct.
Go ahead.
The people who have been promoting this resolution during the convention have been using obfuscation the entire convention. If they're being consistent, it means they're using words with a definition that nobody has ever heard of, that nobody ever uses. That's first.
Second of all, I want to think that actually the Nolan chart is probably better than the right-left square one with bottom unity, so I don't think that bottom unity is necessary to that extent. And I guess that's really all I had to say. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you. To speak in favor of the resolution?
Mr. Chair, a privileged motion.
Privileged motion, microphone 3.
I call the question, Elijah Boyd from the Alabama delegation. I call the question, the amendment on the floor, the amended resolution on the floor.
All right. It's not actually privileged, but you have been standing there for a while, and so we'll call it the regular order. It's been moved to end debate on the resolution. Is there objection?
Yes.
Okay. All in favor of ending debate, say aye.
Aye!
Opposed?
No!
Two-thirds majority. It's two-thirds to end debate, so we're going to do a rising vote. All in favor of ending debate, stand up. Sit down, please. Opposed? I'm going to say it's more than a third that wants to keep talking about this. It's close, but tie goes to the runner. Microphone 2.
Eva Kaczynski from Colorado. I live outside of Boulder, and we've got a whole bunch of people who actually believe that they've got a lot of money. Taxes don't really count that much in their budget. They consider making everybody else pay taxes a voluntary economic system because they're volunteering to pay taxes. And they pay no attention to the fact that everybody else is forced to. And they would, under this proposal, think that they qualified. And I think that's wrong. So it needs to be worded in a way that even those guys can figure it out. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Michael Heiss from Pennsylvania. I rise to speak against this motion.
Go ahead.
As a libertarian, I think I speak for everybody when I say I'm very, very proud to be a part of the party of principle. And one principle I would like to point out in the platform is about property and contracts. I would just like to read this section real quick. As respect for property rights is fundamental to maintaining a free and prosperous society, it follows that the freedom to contract, to obtain, retain, profit from, manage, or dispose of one's property must also be upheld. Libertarians would free property owners from government restrictions on their rights to control and enjoy their property as long as their choices do not harm or infringe on the rights of others. Eminent domain, civil asset forfeiture, governmental limits on profits, governmental production mandates, and governmental controls on prices of goods and services, including wages, rents, and interest, are abridgments of such fundamental rights. For voluntary dealings among private entities, parties should be free to choose from who they trade and set whatever trade terms are mutually agreeable. So therefore, we have established right there in the platform that property rights are fundamental to a free society. My fear is that this resolution opens the floodgates to invite people with economic systems that are fundamentally against property rights, and I don't see how we can do that without abolishing this from the platform.
Microphone 2.
Francis Wendt, delegate from Bozeman, Montana.
Are you running for anything, Mr. Wendt?
I am a candidate for state senate of Montana, District 32.
Thank you so much for stepping up. Go ahead, Mr. Wendt.
In my race, in my town, I live in a very large area which is built with open spaces, built with nonprofits that are being subsidized by the local and state government to basically restrict the economy. And in this school of thought, this is also I'm also running in a district where the university refused to create an economics institute for the Koch Foundation. There are more than one school of thought. You ask any economist about an opinion on an answer, and you will get as many answers as there are economists. This is well defined, and you will never get full 100% agreement on any economic thought. I am a student of that school of economics. What this does, this opens the opportunity for me to reach out to those liberals who are asking me, are you really that libertarian? It gives me an option to say, look, this is what I think. This is what I believe. Do you believe it too? And that is what it is. I had that conversation with 2 liberals down smoking here at this very convention. They asked, is there a place for me? And I said yes. That is what this resolution does. This grows the tent, it creates more opportunities, and it builds our floor. It builds our platform.
Thank you. Can I share some more good news before I recognize the next person? Is that okay? So in Virginia, Matt Waters is running for Senate against a very bad Republican and a very bad Democrat. Go figure. And he got it was 10,000, I think, that were required to get on the ballot. And Bob, do you know how many turned in? How many did he turn in? He turned in more than that. And we just got word from the Virginia Board of Elections that Matt Waters is uncertified for the ballot for U.S. Senate in the state of Virginia. Is there need for further debate on this resolution?
No.
I hear very little, so I'm going to ask. All in favor of continuing debate, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
Nay.
We will end debate at this time. All in favor of the resolution as amended, which reads in whole, New Orleans Accord, whereas people are only able to thrive in an environment in which their sole discretion over their own lives is respected, be it resolved that the Libertarian Party welcomes and accepts members from various voluntary economic schools of thought as long as those members accept the non-aggression principle. All in favor of the resolution, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no.
Nay.
Just in case it's loud voices, all in favor, stand up. Okay, you may sit down. All opposed, stand up. It does not get 2/3. The resolution fails.
No, dude, I've been saying it.
Microphone. You go microphone 1.
We really gotta get this in.
Yeah, thank you. Ronald Reimers, North Dakota. I just have a public announcement. Next Monday afternoon at 1 o'clock, spearheaded by the Libertarians of the state of North Dakota, in the Secretary of State's office, where we will be turning in 16,000 signatures to get the legalization of marijuana on the November ballot this year. Thank you.
Microphone 2.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Brian Ellison from Michigan. I would just like to present a resolution. I think that we need to have some clarity in some of the thought of the Libertarian Party in general, so I'd like to present this resolution.
Before you do that, can the Iowa delegation chair please return to the teller? Iowa delegation chair. Go ahead, Mr. Ellison.
So I've seen some delegates in this room make this mistake, and so again, I just want to get this clarification out there. And unfortunately, it seems to be the tendency of my friends and delegates from Texas that seem to make this mistake the most, but please don't take it personal. So this is the resolution I offer. Be it resolved, no state is great.
Is there a second? Would you like to speak to your resolution?
Mr. Chairman, I think it speaks for itself.
Do you have a written copy turned into the secretary?
It's been turned in, and it had a handful of signatures on it as well.
Thank you. Would anyone like to speak against the resolution?
You're a
Wait, settle down. I see a gentleman trying to approach microphone 2, who I believe is not behind. Are you both trying? You guys decide which one you want to let go first.
Are we going to start attacking each other's culture? Because I'm sure
sir,
we can
you have to
find all
identify
kinds of
yourself
things.
before you debate, sir.
Ben Letter from Texas.
Thank you.
I'm sure we can criticize your state, too.
Point of information at microphone 3.
Microphone 3 with a request for information.
I would like to know if this resolution passes, can we still say that Oklahoma is okay?
The interpretation of the ruling of the chair is that the resolution reads, no state is great, but it doesn't say whether or not any state is okay. Would anyone else like to speak in favor of the resolution? Would anyone else?
Yes.
Microphone 3.
I'd just like to say that it's the people of the state can be great, but the state itself is always not great. Thank you.
Would anyone else like to speak against the resolution? Actually, the guy behind you was first in line, I think. Oh, no, you were? Okay, go ahead.
Stephen D. Fiore, the great state of North Carolina. As someone who once lived in the People's Republic of New York and has moved into the United States after emigrating from that socialist utopia into a great free market capitalism in the south of the Mason-Dixon line, I would like to say that if we should want to call our state great, that is our prerogative. And any resolution that impinges upon that, I think, is out of step with our fundamental philosophy.
Thank you. To speak in favor of the resolution, microphone 1.
Star Child, delegate from California. I think that the culture of nationalism and more than that, the culture of parochialism is very insidious. I think it's fine to say that a state is great when you mean that you like the topography, the natural beauty of a state, you like the culture of a state, you like the people of a state, all these things. But what I think the resolution is getting at is that the state itself is not great, and it would be better if you want to express your love or admiration for the people or the culture or the natural beauty of an area to be more specific, because the language that we use influences how people think about things. When we say public schools are bad, it's like saying that schools and services provided for the public are bad. What we really mean is government-run, government-controlled schools are bad. When George W. Bush said that Iran should not have weapons of mass destruction, he was undermining his own message. What he should have said is the current regime ruling Iran should not be trusted with weapons of mass destruction. An Iranian person who was feeling that kind of nationalism mistakenly that George W. Bush was also feeling in regards to the country that he saw as his, would probably have taken offense at that and been more likely to support the Iranian regime. Well, why can't we, quote unquote, have nuclear weapons? The United States, quote unquote, has nuclear weapons, really meaning the US government. But see, when we lump these things together, it confuses our message. So I think the resolution is a timely and I think friendly reminder that no state, no government based on coercion is great. And I urge people to accept it, and I love Texas.
To speak against the resolution, microphone 3.
Laura Lane from Alabama. I just want you all to know that we are the greatest state of corruption in this entire country, and we have polls to prove it. I call the question.
There's been a move to end debate on the resolution. Is there objection? Hearing objection, all in favor of ending debate, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. All right. We'll now move to a vote on the resolution. All in favor of the resolution, stand up. You guys can sit down. All opposed, stand up. Clearly not 2/3. Sir, at microphone 2, did you? All right. I just, it's important to remember some universal truths about life and society and who we are. And really, there's no government like no government. Microphone 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Joe Bookman. I am the chair of the Libertarian Party's affiliate, which is contained within the geographic boundaries commonly called Utah. I'm also there running for the Utah State House in District 27. My third year in a row running as Libertarian, and I rise to express gratitude, Mr. Chair, gratitude to you, sir, Nick. I rise in part to express my gratitude to you for visiting that area of the united thing of whatever that is commonly called Utah twice over my term. Once when Lauren Epke and Mark Mattson converted from registered Republicans to registered Libertarians. To be there for that was something. And also to express my gratitude to a Mr. Bruce Earnhardt. And my resolution is to grant Mr. Bruce Earnhardt a lifetime membership in the Libertarian Party due to his service as a member of the 1971 committee to form the Libertarian Party.
I think you meant to put the word honorary in there.
Yes,
to
I
make
did.
it
I
in
thought
order.
I said that.
Oh, it didn't come out when you read it, but I heard it.
I thought you did.
Is there a second? Second. Is there a need for debate? I hear no need for debate. I have a question. There's a question behind you.
Request for information. Are there any surviving members from that committee to form a Libertarian Party that currently do not have a life membership?
I don't know the answer to your question. I know that apparently this one doesn't, so.
Andy's here in the hall with us.
Andy's here in the hall with us.
Matter of fact, I'll ask him to stand so we can acknowledge him. Bruce is in the Utah delegation, the affiliate of Utah. Bruce, are you there? Somebody have him stand. And if he's not, find him, shake his hand. This is one of the people, again, of the 1971.
There he is.
Could we have him come all the way to the front of the hall, Mr. Chair?
He is, what did you ask for?
Could you have him come all the way to the front of the hall?
If he would like to come to the front of the hall.
Bruce, please come up to the front. Bruce was not living in Colorado at the time, but found out about these efforts from a far-off place, I believe, an area called Ohio, and joined the committee from afar. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Bruce Earnhardt. Bravo! I don't know if the camera can get a close-up of what he's about to show.
No, it's definitely not. I would like everyone to know that Bruce has graciously given a contribution to the Libertarian Party right up here on the stage, and anybody in the hall who wishes to match this contribution and rush up to me with checks for the Libertarian Party is free to do so at any point during the orders of the day. And we will now, with Mr. Earnhardt on the stage, proceed to a vote on the resolution to grant him, a surviving member of the committee to form a Libertarian Party, an honorary life membership in the Libertarian Party. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, please say no. Unanimously, the resolution is adopted. Congratulations and thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I love being a Libertarian.
Yeah, there's another member. Just raise your hand.
Yes, microphone. It appears there's a Republican in the back of the room. At least that's what I assume whenever I see a very angry gorilla. Microphone number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Microphone 1, go ahead, speak up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. David James from Georgia. Yeah, must be a real angry Republican back there. Just a public announcement. You know, some of y'all have spoken with individually over the weekend, but I'm very much against you know, what's been going on with child services in this country, and it's not really any surprise that you know, just a couple of weeks ago there was a big thing about the government doing pretty much the same to people coming into this country, and you know, some of y'all spoke with individually know my story. If you want to hear more of my story, I'm going to be just kind of hanging out at lunchtime in between the 2 restaurants in the bar area. So I just invite anybody to come hear my story and what I'm thinking about and everything.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Greg Stemfel, Political Director from Michigan. In keeping with our theme of honoring longtime members of the party, I'd like to introduce James Hudler, and I have a resolution. The Libertarian Party grants an honorary lifetime membership to James Hudler of Michigan, who was one of the founders of the Libertarian Party of Michigan in 1971, has been active in the party for 47 years. Jim has been to more than 15 national conventions, and I wanted to honor him with an honorary lifetime membership.
All right. There's been a motion to resolve to honor Dr. Hudler with an honorary lifetime membership. Is there a second?
Second.
Is there need for debate? Dr. Hudler, if you could come up to the stage before I ask for the vote. It's a fun place to be. I said it's a fun place to be. All in favor of the resolution granting Dr. Hudler an honorary lifetime membership in the Libertarian Party, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. It is unanimously passed. Congratulations. Microphone 3.
Elijah Boyd, delegate from Alabama, candidate for Alabama State House, District 10, and I'm on the ballot.
Are you the one that was challenged? Are you the one that was challenged?
Yes, I was.
Did you beat that challenge?
I beat that challenge.
Did you tell the Republicans and the Democrats that they're going to be stuck with the Libertarian on the ballot whether they like it or not?
That's right, Mr. Chair.
Can we all stand up and give this man a round of applause? Go ahead.
I would like the convention to consider a motion calling for the immediate removal of Attorney General Jeff Sessions.
Second.
I assume you've written that down and given it to the secretary?
Yes, Mr. Chair. She has a copy of it.
All right. Do you feel any need to speak to that resolution, or do you
I would like to speak to the resolution.
Please go right ahead.
Whereas Jefferson Beauregard Sessions is the 84th and current Attorney General of the United States and former Senator from Alabama. Whereas Jefferson Beauregard Sessions signed an order to revive civil asset forfeiture and allow local law enforcement to ignore state law. Whereas Jefferson Beauregard Sessions has stated that people should obey the laws of government because God has ordained them for the purpose of order and support of separating children of illegal immigrants. Whereas Jefferson Beauregard Sessions has rescinded domestic and gang violence as qualifiers for asylum seekers. Whereas Jefferson Beauregard Sessions supports a constitutional amendment to restrict federal recognition of marriage to only those between a man and a woman. Whereas Jefferson Beauregard Sessions, in his words, is a big fan of the DEA. Whereas Jefferson Beauregard Sessions has instructed federal prosecutors to seek the death penalty for drug dealers. Whereas Jefferson Beauregard Sessions has rescinded Department of Justice policies that avoided harsh mandatory sentences for nonviolent drug offenders. Whereas Jefferson Beauregard Sessions, as Attorney General, rescinded the Cole Memorandum, a Department of Justice policy to limit interference in states that have legalized marijuana. Whereas Jefferson Beauregard Sessions has stated, good people don't smoke marijuana.
Yes, we do.
Whereas we believe civil asset forfeiture is an affront to the protections guaranteed to us by the Bill of Rights. An appeal to a religious deity cannot be used to justify any law. Those under threat of violence from their government and those not afforded adequate protections from their government from violence of others should be considered for asylum protections in the United States of America. Furthermore, we are not big fans of the DEA. We don't endorse incarceration or death for nonviolent crimes. We will not abide unconstitutional federal agitation in states regarding civil asset forfeiture or drug law. And finally, we believe good people smoke marijuana. Be it resolved that we, the delegates to the 2018 National Convention, do condemn the U.S. Attorney General Jefferson Beauregard Sessions and call for his immediate removal from office. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm going to ask what many people may think is a silly question. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against this resolution?
Microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Dean Ahmed from Maryland. I wish to move to amend the resolution by deleting the phrase referring to appeal to a deity with regard to laws as being an objection to the Declaration of Independence. I hope the movers will take this as friendly, but if not, I make the motion as a regular motion.
I will ask the mover if he would remove that sentence in order.
I would not.
Okay, you would not. All right, so it's a motion to amend. Is it a motion to amend, Dr. Ahmad?
That's correct.
Okay, it's a motion to amend. Is there a second for it? There's a second. Dr. Ahmad, would you like to speak to the motion? The amendment, rather.
Yeah. Briefly, we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among them are the rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I neither apologize for believing in that, nor do I wish to see any resolution of this organization condemning it.
Thank you. To speak against the amendment, go ahead. Microphone 3.
We in no way want to require anyone to disavow their belief that they are endowed by their Creator. We are merely collectively announcing that that belief is not required for the creation of laws.
Is there anyone else who wishes to speak for the amendment? All right, we'll proceed to a vote on the amendment. All in favor of the amendment, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No! We'll proceed with consideration of the resolution as written and submitted. To speak against the resolution, microphone 1.
Yeah, overall, I like the resolution.
Make sure to identify yourself.
Aaron Starr, California. I only have a problem with one sentence, which says, it's stated in the wrong order. It says, we believe good people smoke marijuana. We really should say that we believe people who smoke marijuana are good people. Because not everybody who's good has to smoke.
All right. Are you moving an amendment, or are you speaking against the resolution?
I propose to amend that we believe people who smoke marijuana are good people.
Is there a second for the amendment? Okay. Would you like to speak to it any further?
Yeah, it's just that it's set theory. Not all good people smoke marijuana. Not all. Well, anyway, you understand.
Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the amendment? Mr. Perry, microphone 2.
Darrell Perry, New Hampshire. I will speak against the amendment. He is correct that not all good people smoke marijuana, but not all people that smoke marijuana are good.
Okay.
There's a Venn diagram. There are good people that smoke marijuana.
Okay.
But not all of them are good, not all of them are bad.
Understood.
Mr. Chair, I would accept an amendment to my resolution.
Unfortunately, because we've had debate, you cannot accept the amendment. The body has to vote on the amendment.
Mr. Chairman, if there's no objection, I withdraw my amendment. If someone wants to put in a different amendment, just striking that language, that one sentence, that'd be better.
So if there's not objection from the body, we're going to allow Mr. Starr to withdraw the amendment he just made. I hear no objection from the body. Are we prepared to proceed to a vote on the resolution?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman,
wait, hold up. Go ahead.
I still have a problem with that one sentence. I'd like to propose that we just simply strike the rest of that sentence in its entirety. The rest of the resolution is wonderful.
So you're moving to strike the sentence, good people smoke marijuana?
Yeah, because it's just not true.
Is there a second? There's a second. Do you need to speak to it any further, Mr. Starr?
I just think it's a very strong resolution without that sentence.
Okay. Do people feel the need to speak against the amendment?
Mr. Chair, if in order, I would like to amend the amendment to reinstate the sentence to say some good people smoke marijuana.
All right, so we have an amendment that would strike the sentence. We have an amendment to the amendment that would replace the sentence with the sentence, some good people smoke marijuana. Is there a second for the amendment to the amendment? There's a second.
I know.
Mr. Perry, do you wish to speak to your amendment to the amendment?
I just want to re-reference the Venn diagram that some good people do smoke marijuana and some people that smoke marijuana are not good.
Okay.
Point of personal privilege.
There's a point of privilege where at microphone 2.
Can we ask the assembly to quiet down just a bit?
Yes, I would be happy to. Do I need to use the hammer, or can we all be quiet as self-organizing individuals? All right. Microphone 1.
Mr. Chair, Robert Imhoff, California. Please call all questions. This has spiraled out of control.
All right. This is where you guys like to test me to see whether or not I can keep track of where we are. So, we will first proceed to the amendment, which is to amend Mr. Starr's amendment, which would strike the sentence involving good people and their smoking of marijuana, and replace it with the sentence, some good people smoke marijuana. All in favor of that amendment, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, say no. So that becomes the main amendment. So now the main amendment is to strike the original sentence about good people smoke marijuana and replace it with some good people smoke marijuana. All in favor of the amendment, some good people smoke marijuana, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed to the amendment who would like to leave the original language that says good people smoke marijuana, please say no.
No.
It's not by much, but the ayes have it. So that sentence will be amended to add some to the front of it. We will now move to a vote on the overall resolution on whether or not we are going to call...
Mr. Chairman.
Microphone 1.
Carolyn Wade from Oregon. I move to amend.
It's out of order. We've moved all previous questions.
That's such a bad sentence.
It's out of order.
I know. It's just such a bad
It-
sentence.
If there's not a point of order or an appeal of my ruling of the chair that it's out of order, we're going to move to the vote.
Smoking marijuana is not incompatible with being a good person.
Appeal the ruling of the chair.
Thank you.
It's been requested to appeal the ruling of the chair. The ruling of the chair is that it's out of order to amend this motion because we've moved all previous questions. If you wish to sustain the, do you wish to speak against my ruling?
Her sentence is better.
Her sentence is better. All right. It's about as good as an argument as you got on this one, so. If you're prepared to move, if you wish to sustain the ruling of the chair, which would move us to an immediate vote, please say aye.
Aye.
If you wish to overturn the ruling of the chair, which would allow amendments to be in order, please say no.
No.
More people want to move to a vote than not. The ruling of the chair is upheld. We'll move to a vote on the resolution as amended. All in favor of the resolution as amended, which would have this body call for the removal of Jefferson Sessions from his job, please say aye.
Aye.
All of those opposed, please say no. It may have been that Republican in the back of the room. I heard maybe 2 no's. It passes overwhelmingly. And I have an announcement. We have results in the vice chair race. We will not proceed to a 4th ballot. If the secretary wishes to have the review done, this would be the time. Or are you prepared, Madam Secretary?
It's over now. All 3. Yes. I think they only have one.
For what? The review. Would delegation chairs please direct their attention to the screens, which will soon display the secretary's computer. This is important.
Right.
Oh man, Zane didn't win.
I think help.
Mr. Chair, microphone 3.
Microphone 3.
Could you please scroll back to, oh, you're there. Thank you.
To which?
Alabama.
Alabama. Okay, that's at the beginning.
Yeah, but you were over.
We'll go back because it's important.
She went to school in Alabama.
All right, we're going to let the states at the end of the line catch up, and then we're going to go back to Alabama. Ms. Lane, does that look correct to you? Okay. Are there any other delegation chairs who have questions, concerns, or corrections to the ballot? I see a hand raised from Florida. Please move to a microphone and be recognized. Can you move to the floor? Or Florida's up. Go ahead.
Omar Curl, Florida.
Go ahead.
Our count is 14 for Alex Merced, 13 for Joe, 2 for Arvin Vord. It's states 1 for Noda. We don't have 1 for Noda. Should be 29. See 29 and 30?
So there is no NOTA from Florida, is that what you're saying?
That is correct, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so the NOTA vote is the error. And that looks like that may have just been a key error because the ballots cast for 29, but the total votes look like 30.
Correct.
We'll correct that. Other corrections, if you're near a, no, these things don't have Chads, I've checked. Move to microphone 2, sir.
California also looks like there is one more ballot cast than total votes. Oh, one less?
California is correct. We had a blank on that particular ballot,
Okay.
so the ballots are correct.
All right. Other concerns? I believe the Florida situation's been resolved. Are there other concerns about the vote totals? Seeing nobody moving to microphones and seeing nobody waving hands or jumping around like the gorilla in the back, I mean Republican, we will proceed to display the summary totals for the Vice Chair's race for the Libertarian National Committee. If there's no objection from the body, we'll hear from Mr. Merced for 2 minutes.
Thank you. So this time I wrote some stuff down because I'm going to try to talk a little bit slower. So first off, I'd like to thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to work to empower, encourage, and energize our movement. I'm excited. We got some good times ahead of us. Now I want to say some very special thanks. First off, to my beautiful wife. There's many weekends where I was over there at many conventions, building great relationships and getting to know all of you, getting to know your chairs, getting to know your chapters, getting to know your culture, and getting to know your struggles, your successes. And she was able to give me the flexibility to do that, and I appreciate that. And when I see her later, I'm going to give her a huge hug. And then I want to thank all of you. I want to thank the Libertarian Party for giving me the opportunity to work hard for you. I'm going to work day in and day out. My door is going to be open. Okay, I want to have an open door, an open mind, and an open heart for all of you so we can move and grow. Now, I look forward to providing Nick my full support. Nick, you have my time, you have my effort, and you have my passion at your disposal in any way you need. I also look forward to learning from you and taking the time to appreciate everything that you do and learning from it and growing from it. And I look forward to this opportunity. Thank you. If we can work together, we can succeed together. We can be libertarian together. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have results in the other races, and do you still need Pennsylvania? We still need the Pennsylvania delegation chair to come to the teller's desk. Pennsylvania delegation chair to come to the teller's desk.
Mr.
Just
Chair.
trying to go in order, so I'll get back to you, Daryl. Microphone 3.
Sure. Is it in order to move another resolution?
It is probably in order to move another resolution at this. Oh, that's right. The suspension of the rules was until the results of the vice chair race, because now it is in order for people to come to the microphones to nominate people from the floor for at-large.
Well, I would also like to do that, so.
Well, look, you're at a microphone. You've been recognized. Just tell everybody who you are.
Sure.
Tell them what great state you come from.
Yeah, I'm Dustin Nana from the Ohio delegation. And I rise to nominate Christopher Thrasher for at-large.
Thrasher?
Yes, Christopher Thrasher.
Yep.
Excellent.
All right. Microphone 1.
Ethan Bishop Henchman, California delegation. I nominate my husband, Joe Bishop Henchman of the District of Columbia.
Bishop Henchman. Microphone 2.
Stephen Babka from the Ohio delegation. I move to nominate, I nominate that Libertarian Joshua Smith for at-large.
Mr. Smith is nominated.
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Chair.
Microphone 3.
I nominate Heidi Alejandro for at-large.
Alejandro?
Yes, I believe that's the enunciation.
Alejandro, common spelling.
Yes.
Microphone 1.
Mark Hinkle, California. I rise to nominate Joe Bookman.
Joe Bookman. Microphone 2.
I nominate all candidates for Secretary and Treasurer.
Not in order, because it's not a specific person, and our rules require that you have to have the permission of the person being nominated, so we only accept one at a time because I can't ask for all of them at that time. So
I object to the nominations.
You object to what?
I object to having the nominations open while we have not had the announcements of the Secretary and Treasurer elections.
There's an objection to us having nominations be open without the...
Point of information.
Well, wait a second. I'm gonna start with the point of order, which is we've already started accepting them. So the objection may actually be out of order because it would be... Let me check with the parliamentarian. This is not normal.
I think the objection is actually we could just order. Well, but I think you can, even if the procedures start, I think you can actually object and basically say that this process should wait. Whether it'll be accepted, that's a different issue.
Well, let's see. So rather than getting into weird points of order, what we're going to do is we're going to pause in the nomination process so that we can see the results that are available for the secretary's race, and then we will see whether or not the gentleman still has an objection, and then we'll unpack the problem. So when the secretary is ready, she can scroll the spreadsheet and then the summary totals, and we'll see where we're at.
Who's Snip?
The point of information was going to...
No, I need one, but I'm a driver. I can't have one. I want one, I can't have one.
Can we please put up the secretary's screen?
It requires suspension to do that, though. You have to open and close them, so you have to make a motion to allow another period of time.
Mr. Chair, request for information.
Request from information from microphone 2.
Are you aware that the checkout time for the hotel is in 10 minutes?
I've just been made aware. So we have a few different things going on. I know that now. I don't know exactly what we can do about it. We are actually about 15 minutes behind. Mr. Sharp's keynote or closing speech was scheduled for 11:45. Business has taken us into time with the number of ballots for vice chair. I know that there's a lunch break, although I do not believe there are any ticketed lunch events today. So a motion to extend business probably for half an hour so that we have a shorter lunch break seems like it would be in order in a minute, but can we finish with the tallying, Mr. Perry, and then I'll come back to you? If anyone sees any errors in the results, please wave something, run to a microphone, yell, I don't know. I just assume that Mr. Fulner doesn't see any errors. He just likes waving that thing around. All right, seeing nobody indicating that the results are incorrect for the secretary's race, if the secretary could display the secretary's race results. Congratulations to Ms. Harlos. Is there objection from the body to Ms. Harlos? Would Ms. Harlos like to address the body for 2 minutes? Without objection, please come up.
Thank you. Thank you very, very much. And I promise to do the absolute best that I can. And hopefully it won't kill me.
If there's no objection, Ms. Mattson would like to address the body briefly.
Sorry about that. Thank you very much for the support, and I will now accept a nomination for the at-large position. Thank you.
If there's no objection, the other candidate for secretary would like to address the body briefly.
I just want to say that I have the utmost confidence in Ms. Harlos' abilities for this job, and that I fully support her and look forward to working with her. Thank you.
Mr. Perry at microphone 2.
Yes, there was going to be a motion to extend time for, I forget how many minutes you recommended.
I recommend that there be a move to suspend the rules to amend the agenda, extend time until 12:30 in the morning business session.
So moved.
Is there objection to that? I hear no objection. Will be extended until 12:30 in the morning business session. As a 12:30 p.m. Jeez.
That's what I'm doing.
I am also informed by Ms. Mattson that she will accept nomination to at-large if someone was indicating that they wanted to do that. Does the gentleman still have his objection to nominations being open at this time with not knowing the treasurer race results?
Yes.
Okay. I think that is out of order because we already opened the nominations. However, if we get to the end of the nominations and the nominations are closed, I will allow nominations to be reopened for those candidates for treasurer who did not win, and only for those people. Does that resolve the gentleman's concern?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And
Microphone
I think,
2.
Huh?
Point of personal privilege.
It's a point of privilege. Go ahead, Mr. Kielski from Arizona at microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, Michael Kielski from Arizona. Mr. Chairman, point of personal privilege. I would ask that this body unanimously thank Ms. Mattson for the excellent job that she has done as a secretary, the competence that she displayed. We owe her great gratitude. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, point of personal privilege.
I just want to first make sure that Ms. Mattson makes sure to get that into the minutes that it was unanimous. Dr. Phillies, microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, would you please request that the people at this microphone form a single line? There is not enough space for people to get by, and the Massachusetts delegation about once a minute is being hit over the head with its own sign.
Thank you, Dr. Phillies. I would request that all lines for speakers be single file and that we allow enough space to move. I apologize that the lanes are more narrow than they typically are. That's what happens when you double the size of a convention.
Point of
And
information.
to answer people who have had a concern, we have changed the thermostat in the hall to raise it by 5 degrees. I hope that will help.
Point of information.
I'll next move to microphone 3. Go ahead.
Point of information, Mr. Chair. Are the results, the ballots for the treasurer counted yet?
They are being counted right now. And do we have results? We're close.
Thank you.
That was a request for information, so I'll next accept a nomination from microphone 3. The gentleman in microphone 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Jim Lark, Virginia delegate. I'd like to place in nomination for LNC at large the name of Bill Redpath.
Mr. Redpath is nominated. Microphone 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Timothy Perkins from the state of Oregon. I would move that we nominate a libertarian who is at home doing libertarian stuff right now. That libertarian, Mr. Michael Pickens.
Mr. Pickens is nominated. Is Mr. Pickens present?
He is not present, but he has expressed his willingness.
He will accept. Okay, thank you. Microphone 2.
Mary Ruart from Texas. I'd like to nominate Joe Buckman for at-large.
He has already been nominated.
I wasn't sure if I heard or not, so I'm going to nominate Chris Spangler.
All right. Will Mr. Spangle accept? I know he's not here. Do you know if he... Do you have his permission, Dr. Ruart?
Yes.
Okay. So Mr. Spangle is nominated. Microphone 3.
Larry Shaw from the great state of New York.
Hisham El-Miligi from the great state of New York.
And we nominate
Steve Sheets for at-large.
Mr. Sheets is nominated. I thought it was a state of empire, but I'm sometimes confused. Microphone 1.
James Weeks, Pennsylvania delegation. I rise to nominate Harambe for at-large.
Harambe always at large. Skinny white men think Harambe Republican, but Harambe Libertarian.
The chair interprets our rules to indicate that while you may have the permission from Harambe, that we do not allow people who are sadly passed to be on our LNC. May you rest in peace.
Too soon, too soon.
Too soon. Microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, Michael Kilsky from the geographic area commonly known as Arizona. I'd like to nominate Ernest Hancock to be for LNC at large.
Do you have Mr. Hancock's permission for this?
I do have his permission for this.
Okay. Mr. Hancock is nominated. Microphone 3.
Phil Anderson, chair of the Libertarian Party of Wisconsin and candidate for governor. I'd like to nominate for LNC at large my friend, vice chair of the Libertarian Party of Wisconsin and chair of the Libertarian Party Radical Caucus, Tyler Danke.
Mr. Danke is nominated. Microphone 1.
Keith Butkovich, delegate from California. I nominate none of the above for the purpose of allowing it a speaker.
None of the above is nominated. Microphone 2.
Hi, Mr. Chairman. This is Chrissy from Ohio, and we have.
And I'm Dustin Nana from Ohio.
And we want to proudly nominate one of the best unifiers in this party, Jesse Fullington from Tennessee, for at-large.
Mr. Fullington is nominated. Microphone 3.
Tim Yao, first vice chair of the not-so-great state of Michigan.
The Ohio delegation appreciates your humility.
And I would like to nominate Tony D'Orazio.
Mr. D'Orazio is nominated, or Orazio. I don't actually know. Is he in? He's not here today, is he?
I don't think he's here.
Okay. Where's he from?
Buffalo, New York.
New York. I thought so. Okay. Microphone 1.
Thank you. This is Roger Roots from Montana. I'm also a candidate for the clerk of the Montana State Supreme Court. I would like to nominate Andy Jacobs for at-large.
Mr. Jacobs, you have his permission, I assume. Mr. Jacobs is nominated. Microphone 2.
Eric Mulder from the Colorado delegation. I nominate Brian Elson of Michigan for at-large.
Mr. Ellison is nominated. Microphone 3.
Tim McGuire, Chairman of the Indiana delegation. I nominate my friend and current LNC at-large member, Sam Goldstein.
Mr. Goldstein is nominated. Microphone 1.
Jeffrey Neal, Texas, proud member of the North Carolina delegation, would like to place 2 names in nomination. First, Ben Letter from Texas.
Mr. Letter is nominated.
Second, Mr. Mohammed Reza Kosh-Surat.
Mr. Kosh-Surat is nominated. It's Kosh-Surat, common spelling. No, it's a K-H-O-S-H-S-I-R-A-T. Just like it sounds. Microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, Jeff Lyons from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. I am the Region 8 alternate as well. I would like to nominate the former Region 8 representative, Justin O'Donnell, for at-large.
Mr. O'Donnell is nominated. Mr. Lyons, can you approach the stage? Do you want to come up? Come on up. I have $100 for Mr. Lyons because I pay my gambling debts.
Congratulations, Alex Merced, for vice chair. He said you didn't have a chance.
We didn't have to say that. But I did lose a bet. Microphone 3.
Chelsea Snyder, delegate from Maryland. I rise to nominate Arvin Vora for LNC at large.
Mr. Vora is nominated.
A request for information, Mr. Chair.
Request for information at microphone 1 from Mr. Vora.
Mr. Chair, I believe that my voice is going to be most effective as running for President of the United States of America. Would that be a conflict of interest if I ran for at-large?
It is not a conflict of interest to run for president as a member of the National Committee. However, I'll answer. It would be a conflict of interest as a member of the National Committee running for the presidential nomination for you to participate in votes that would affect the presidential nominating race.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome. Microphone 1.
Ted Metz from the gorgeous landscape known as Georgia. I rise to nominate Brian Slowinski for LNC at large.
Mr.
Slowinski.
Is that just like it's a slow Insky?
Correct.
So it's not a fast Insky. And it's with an I at the end, correct?
Yes, sir.
Easy to spell names. I love these. Microphone 2.
Jen Gray from Arizona. I'd like to nominate Marcos Miralles for LNC at large.
Who was the, sorry, I didn't hear the last name.
Marcos Miralles from Florida.
Oh, Mr. Morales is nominated. 2 L's, right?
Yes, Miralles. I do not accept, but thank you so much for the nomination.
Mr. Morales is not nominated, or rather, he does not accept. Microphone 3.
Paul Grindle from the Democratic People's Republic of New York. I'd like to move to nominate Mike Shipley for at-large and to nominate Justin O'Donnell for at-large.
Mr. O'Donnell had previously been nominated, but Mr. Shipley is now nominated. Microphone 1.
Mr. Chair, Jacob Lamont from Washington State. I'd like to nominate Ben Farmer from Texas.
Mr. Farmer is nominated. Microphone 2.
Mike Saliba from the large freshwater peninsulas known as Michigan that are still better than Ohio. I would like to nominate James Weeks.
Mr. Weeks is nominated. Microphone 3.
Mario D'Angelo from Mario D'Angelo from New York, not High Taxistan. I'd like to nominate Aaron Comey for at-large. He's been a great help.
We're not doing speeches, but it's Comey with 2 M's, correct? Double M? Do you have his permission?
He's shaking his head no. Shaking his head, so I guess he doesn't accept.
He does not accept, okay.
Yes.
Microphone 3 again.
Mr. Chair, Aaron Adams from Oklahoma.
Larry Sharp again from New York.
We're here to nominate 2 individuals. Ms. Tracy Baker from Oklahoma.
And Daniel Hayes from Louisiana.
So, do you have the permission of Ms. Baker?
We do. Ms. Baker is not present, but she had announced her run quite some time ago.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
Hi, I'm Mimi Robson, the chair of California and also candidate for assembly in the state of California. And I nominate Alicia Matson for at-large.
Ms. Wow, we got that far and she hadn't been nominated yet. Ms. Matson is nominated. Microphone 2.
Although he is not, Matt DiGelinardo, Colorado. Although the gentleman is not here today, I would like to nominate a friend of mine, a good example of rugged individualism from the West, Mr. Joe Pascal.
Do you have Mr. Pascal's permission? Yes, sir. All right, Mr. Pascal is nominated. It's P-A-S-C-H-A-L. Microphone 3.
John Phillips from the corrupt state of Illinois.
Massachusetts is more, or at least they argue it.
I would like to nominate.
And Louisiana, I mean, there's competition. Go ahead, Mr. Phillips.
Since he's always in other states anyway, I'd like to nominate Mark Padilla for LNC at large.
Is that P-A-D-I-L-L-A?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what was the first name again?
Mark.
Mark. Okay.
And yes, I have his permission.
Thank you. Microphone 1.
This is Jeff Wood from the pretty good land of Michigan. I rise in preparation of the revolution to nominate Matt Shutter.
Mr. Shutter, do you have his permission? Okay.
The revolution's alive and well.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Yes, J.C. Cook from the great landmass of Texas. And I would like to, in keeping with tradition, nominate Clayton Hunt for everything as well as at large, please.
Do you have Mr. Hunt's permission?
I always have his permission, sir.
He's a very kind man. Microphone 3.
Sean Cahill from New York. I'd like to nominate Susan Overeem.
Ms. Overeem is nominated. It's O-V-E-R-E-E-M. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. Microphone 1.
Microphone 1, Jim Fulner, the next trustee of Armada, Michigan. I rise to nominate the most infamous libertarian in the world, James Weeks.
He has already been nominated. You're late to the party, Mr. Fulner. Microphone 2.
Dan Fishman from Massachusetts. I have 2 points of information. Can you tell me how many people have been nominated so far? And secondly, can you tell me how long they will have for their speeches?
So nominated so far, I believe a lot.
And we're still at 1 hour per speaker, correct?
6, 10. Order of magnitude, we're about 30 or 40 nominations now.
Holy shit.
I have a suggestion for abbreviating it. What would be the appropriate time to make that? And that will be my last.
You want to do what?
I would suggest that the party might want to have 1 round of voting before speeches, eliminating everybody under 5%. And then allow speeches.
So a motion to suspend the rules to do that would be in order at the end of nominations.
That was exactly my question and my point of information. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Was there a nomination at that microphone, just so we keep rotating? I don't, not yet. Microphone 3.
Mike McGredman from Colorado. I nominate Darrell Perry from New Hampshire.
Do you have Mr. Perry's permission?
Yes, I do.
All right. Microphone 1.
Michael Heiss from Pennsylvania. I would like to nominate Andrew Jacobs, ballot access expert from Pennsylvania.
You're also late to the party. Mr. Jacobs has also already been nominated. Microphone 2, Mr. Perry first.
I will not be running for at-large. I have intentions to run for Judicial Committee.
All right. Mr. Perry's nomination will be withdrawn. Parliamentary inquiry, microphone 2.
Jim Fulner from Michigan. Previously, the chair indicated that such a motion would be in order to have speeches after the first round of voting. I believe our rules say there would only be 1 round of voting for LNC due to the fact that we use whatever that silly, crappy voting format is.
Approval voting.
Approval voting, that's the crappy version.
Right. I will address the parliamentary inquiry when we get to it, because I'm not looking at the convention rule right this minute. Microphone 2.
Yeah, my name is Dustin Nana from Ohio. I rise to nominate William Redpath for at-large.
He's already been nominated. We gotta...
Just checking.
All right, microphone 3.
Scott Lieberman, California, request for information.
Go ahead.
Has Alicia Matson been officially nominated for at-large?
She has been nominated. Microphone 1.
Yes, sir. Matthew Hicks from South Carolina, and I rise to nominate Victor Koher, also of South Carolina. That's spelled
K-O-C-H-E-R.
Oh, you know the man. Indeed. And I do have his permission. He consented when he thought I wasn't serious.
It's Koher. Is it? No, I'm asking.
Yeah, that's correct.
All right. Microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, when it is in order, I will have a motion to suspend the rules dealing with how the election is conducted, not the speeches, the voting.
I'm not going to take the motion to suspend the rules until we know how many people are nominated, because I think that that's information the body needs in order to consider that suspension of the rules. Microphone 3.
Vicki Hall from Michigan. I move to close the nominations for at-large. Objection.
There is objection, Ms. Hall, and people seeking to be heard.
Second.
The parliamentarians are telling me in my other ear that we have to keep it open while there are people still seeking to be recognized to nominate.
Thank you.
That would be out of order. Thank you. Microphone 1.
Yes, I would like to withdraw my nomination for Chris Spangle and instead Chris Thrasher.
Mr. Thrasher was previously nominated, and I will strike Mr. Spangle's name from the list.
Thank you.
Microphone 2.
Jesse Fullington, delegate from Ohio. I would like to nominate Caitlin Cloven for one of the at-large positions.
Do you have the permission of Ms. Cloven?
Absolutely.
Okay. Microphone 3.
Point of information, Dan Real from Connecticut. When would a resolution be proper and at what point? Because we have one that's critical to party donations and increasing our vote total.
So resolutions will be in order after elections or with a suspension of the rules if there's time in between balloting. Microphone 1.
Hi, I'm Liz Scripter from Texas, and I'd like to nominate Drew Lida for an at-large position.
From Oregon, right?
From Oregon.
I think I will accept his nomination not knowing the results of the race, and should he be elected treasurer, I will then strike him from the list. Thank you. Microphone 2, is there a nomination there? I see none. Microphone 3, is there a nomination?
Request for information, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Chairman, actually, it might be a point of, parliamentary inquiry, actually. Would it be in order to suspend the rules, to amend the agenda, to have, to remove Larry Sharp as a closing speaker at a scheduled time and have him speak during the counting of the ballots?
It is. I would inquire of Mr. Hayes, is Mr. Sharp amenable to this procedure?
Larry.
All right.
Sounds like a yes.
So is there any objection to amending the agenda to have Mr. Sharp speak during a time while we are counting ballots? I hear no objection. There is objection. All in favor of having him speak during the counting of balloting, say aye. Aye! Opposed, say no. That's when he'll speak. Microphone 1.
Yes, my name is Gus Tatlas. I'm a delegate from Pennsylvania. I'd like to nominate Stephen Bernays, the secretary of the LPPA and co-founder of Ask Libertarian, for at-large.
Can you remind me how his last name is spelled?
It is B-R-E-N-I-Z-E.
I-Z-E?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Other nominations at microphones? Microphone 3.
Michael Schulteis from Indiana. I would like to renominate Chris Spangle from Indiana. He has indicated he is interested.
All right, he's back.
Mr. Spangle does not accept.
All right, so he's in, he's out, he waves it all about, he's Chris Spangle. What is the story with Mr. Spangle?
I have a message from him that says he does
Okay,
not.
I'm gonna strike him from my list again. He may, if somebody does it a third time, we get to cross his name out 3 times today, and that's lucky for me. Mike 1.
Mr. Chair, Mark Hinkle, California. To your knowledge, are everybody nominated dues-paying members of the Libertarian Party?
I don't have any information otherwise, but it's a long list.
If elected and they are not, are they disqualified?
That's why do you have to bring up history, Mark?
Well, it's my understanding that somebody nominated was in fact not a member. I don't know that. I know in the past he let his membership lapse. I don't know if that's
So
current.
what I would recommend is that if you have a question about a particular candidate, that you rise for a request for information about that candidate, and then I can work on finding out that information from our staff.
I don't want to necessarily embarrass them publicly, but I will bring it up with the secretary.
I take it they're not somebody who's here.
I understand they are here. I haven't seen them, but I understand they are here.
Okay, well, we'll figure it out when we get there. All right, microphone 3.
Mr. Chairman, Jim Lark from Virginia. Pursuant to that comment, would it be in order for you to ask for anyone whose name has been placed into nomination if they are willing to come up and attest to the secretary that they are indeed a sustaining member of the party?
I will make that request of a person if a person is identified, but I will not make that request of 40 people.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
No.
Microphone 1. Microphone 1. Microphone 1.
Okay. Andrew Olding from New Hampshire. This is a point of inquiry. I'm wondering if it would be possible to make a motion that if someone were elected and found out to be not in good standing, then they would just be taken off in order for the next highest vote getter.
Ineligibility removes somebody from the committee. The historical point that I was alluding to that we're really not going to go into for the reasons of time has to do with when that ineligibility happens and stuff. But that is what would sort of happen by default. Question usually runs into whether it's curable. Microphone 2.
Point of personal privilege.
Go ahead.
My name is Eric Rautzep from the state of North Carolina. And on behalf of myself and all the tellers, we would like to thank the state delegation chairs as well as all the delegates that are seated here for all of your great work and your help in making sure that all of these votes go so smoothly today as they have not gone in previous conventions. Again, thank you.
All right. Microphone 3.
I move to suspend the rules to use instant runoff voting for at-large candidates.
Out of order. So I said to all the other people who are trying to suspend the rules that I won't accept motions to suspend the rules until I'm done with nominations. So at that time, that would be the point that you would make that motion. Microphone 1.
Mr. Chair, this is Jeffrey Neal from Texas. I rise to a point of personal privilege.
Go ahead.
The hubbub and conversations around this room are getting deafening in the back. It's hard to follow the business. I would appreciate if the chair could direct the people who don't want to pay attention to leave.
I will ask that we have quiet in the hall, and I'll tap my little hammer, and that usually works. It's really effective. Microphone 2.
Matt Keenel, Michigan, point of personal privilege. I'd just like to announce that there's going to be an anti-fascist teaching group going on at the Libertarian Empowerment Suite room 1748. Thank you.
So at this point, I'm going to ask, is anyone else seeking to get to a microphone in order to nominate a person for at-large? And I am seeing no one moving to a microphone. I will then declare that nominations are closed for at-large, with the previous exception that I already said, that if somebody lost for treasurer and then wants to place their name in nomination at that time, we will come back to it, but only for people who ran for treasurer. Now, we're going to go to motions to suspend the rules. So, 1. You're fast.
Can we go to lunch?
Huh?
Can we go to lunch?
So,
point of inquiry, can we go to lunch?
We can't, and I'll tell you why. Because if we're going to suspend the rules in any way that's going to affect how things happen after lunch, the people who are going to lunch need to know that. All right, microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, under the rules, as I recall, we use approval voting. My recollection, and our wonderful secretary will undoubtedly correct me, under approval voting, you must get a majority of the votes in order to be elected. I therefore move to suspend the rules to change this so that the 5, I believe it's the right number, persons with the most votes who are eligible to serve are the ones elected.
There's a motion to suspend the rules in order to change our procedure for electing LNC at large, so that rather than requiring a majority in order to be elected, that the top 5 vote getters would receive a position on the national committee.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
I'm going to get to the point of order once I get to the actual rule so that I can see it before I answer the gentleman's point of order. So I'll be right there, Mr. Starr.
Number of ballots. So basically, if you have 300 votes for something, there's 500 ballots, let's say, then that's more than a majority. Right. So it's the top 5 people who get a majority. If anyone gets less than a majority, if we have 2 different files, or the last one, the LNC will fill the vacancies. Nope. They did have them fill with those who had plurality. Basically, I have a privilege. I have a point of order. Okay.
All right. It's a little tricky. For people who want to follow along at home, we're in Rule 8, subsection 2. That's where all the rules are. And I'll read it just for people who aren't in their binder right now. Nominations shall be from the floor. The election shall be conducted in the following manner. Each delegate may cast a ballot with a vote for either none of the above or 1 vote per candidate for any number of candidates. Each ballot with a vote for none of the above or 1 or more candidates is counted as 1 ballot cast. A vote for none of the above shall be ignored if the ballot also includes a vote for any other candidate. Each delegation shall tabulate the total vote. Delegation chair delivers the total to the secretary with the ballots. When all delegations have submitted the votes, the chair shall declare the voting closed. The top 5 candidates receiving a majority vote of the ballots cast shall be elected. Tie votes shall be decided by lot. Now, the point of order that's probably about to come is related to the same thing that I keep hearing from the parliamentarians, which is Roberts does not allow election with a plurality absent a special rule that says so. We have a special rule that says that we require a majority. So in that case, because Roberts by default doesn't allow election with the plurality, and more impertinently, we have a specific rule that says that we require a majority. If we suspend that rule, we would then be in contradiction of the default in Roberts. And so the issue though, and I'm just running through my thinking for y'all, is the convention creates the special rules. So the convention created the special rules that says we use a majority, and so I believe the convention also has the right to create a special rule that allows us to do a plurality. I'm going to take the point of order now from Mr. Starr, but I wanted to make sure everybody knew where my head was at so that they could direct their points of order best. Go ahead, Mr. Starr.
It's actually more restrictive than that. On page 405, it actually says that you need to have that in the bylaws to allow for plurality voting. What we have in our bylaws is Article 15 on alternative voting procedures. We put that in to allow to authorize specific forms of preferential voting, and we also put that in to provide a mechanism where we could drop the person with the fewest votes from consideration after each round of voting. We would actually have to have a bylaw change in order to have plurality. So this happened 2 years ago, folks. 2 years ago, we had an election, we did approval voting, and I believe that it was either 2 or 3 people made it to the National Committee that had a majority, and were in the top 5. The LNC had to appoint the remaining folks because there weren't enough that had a majority. They happened to appoint those who had a plurality.
Privilege motion.
Point of information? No. Wait a second. I'm not taking any privileged motion, and I didn't hear any call for orders of the day.
That's what I'm going to do.
I know, and I haven't heard it yet. So, the relevant portion of Roberts that I think Mr. Starr is pointing out to, the relevant sentence, and this is in section 44, is the one that says, a plurality is not a majority, a plurality that is not a majority never chooses a proposition or elects anyone to office except by virtue of a special rule previously adopted. And here's the kicker. If such a rule is to apply to the election of officers, it must be prescribed in the bylaws. So that provision of Roberts indicates to me that we would have to have a bylaws provision.
Point of inquiry? No, let me finish.
Let me finish my sentence. We'd have to have a bylaws provision allowing it rather than just changing the special rule.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Dr. Phillies, microphone 2.
I believe we are not electing officers, we are electing at-large members.
Please read the bylaw. It specifically defines who the officers are.
You got me there, so now I'm back to thinking that we can do this thing.
Point of information, Mr. Chair?
There's a request for information. Is it related to this, Mr. Brown?
Yes, it is.
Go ahead.
Ted Brown from the California delegation. I think the question is about how to determine what the majority is. If you elect the top 5 people, if they don't all have a majority on the voting, couldn't the delegates say yay or nay to that person individually going down the list rather than having any additional ballots for those particular top 5 positions, for any people that don't have a majority of the vote? We can just declare a majority, like if people say yes or no, do you want to elect this person at the end of that voting process?
So what Mr. Brown is proposing is that we, rather than elect by taking the top 5, that we then have an approval ballot of the top 5 that we give to the delegates that's cast subsequently.
Or just verbally.
Or you're asking if we could do that?
Can we do that? Yes.
Okay. I think that would be in order outside of, that would evade this problem with Roberts, because then we would be doing a majority vote, and the majority vote, the second vote cast, would be the one that actually puts the LNC members onto the board.
Okay. Well, in that case, I would move to suspend the rules to do it that way then.
So I have to get back to Dr. Phillies. Your motion to suspend was to take the top 5. Is the suspension of the rules amendable?
Point of inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Let me get an answer to my question first. Suspension of the rules is not amendable, so Dr. Phillies' motion to suspend cannot be amended to be Mr. Brown's motion to suspend. So if Dr. Phillies withdraws his motion to suspend, and then either Dr. Phillies or Mr. Brown makes that other motion to suspend that has a second ballot, then we could probably proceed in that fashion. Or we can proceed to vote on, well, no. Okay, I'm going to rule that Dr. Phillies' motion is motion to suspend is out of order due to this conflict with the bylaws and Roberts. So it's out of order. Dr. Phillies, did you?
I wish to appeal the action of the chair, since my motion would make the second vote irrelevant.
Okay, so here's where we're at.
Orders of the day.
Orders of the day are to resolve the thing on the floor. That's why I can't hear you guys. So the motion to suspend the rules is to take the top 5. I have ruled it's out of order. If you want to just take the top 5, you need to appeal my ruling of the chair. Dr. Phillies has appealed the ruling of the chair. If my ruling is overturned, we will then vote on the motion to suspend the rules to take the top 5. If it receives 2/3, then we will do it that way. If my ruling is upheld, then we'll have to take a motion similar to Mr. Brown's to do the same thing. We all in the good place?
Point of inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Where is the point of inquiry?
Microphone 3.
Microphone 3, go ahead.
When you say take the top 5, if one of the top 5 approved vote getters, or candidates I should say, receives top 5 and does not receive a majority, and if, say, an insufficient number are approved after that, should you simply proceed down the order of approval in? Or is that you just leave it vacant like you would have?
Wait, what are you asking?
When you say we're taking the top 5 approved and then we're going to individually go yay or nay on them.
No. We're not even there. We didn't get there yet. We're still on just taking the top 5.
Yeah, point of information.
Where's the request for information? Microphone 1.
Bill Haidu, California. Trying to understand this. So the way I understand it is Ted's come up with a way to implement George's proposal of having the 5 win. So which way do I have to vote on the next vote to get Ted's proposal to support George?
All right, here, let me tell you. I'm going to put it in plain language. Follow along. If you want to take the top 5, you overturn my ruling and then you vote 2/3 for George's suspension. If you want to do it in 2 ballots, one for approval and a second one for a second approval, then you uphold my ruling, then we take Ted's suspension, then we do it again. You have to decide, do you want at-large to be resolved on 1 ballot or 2? If it's 1 ballot, you overturn my ruling and then you vote for Dr. Philly's suspension. If you want to do it in 2 ballots, then you uphold my ruling and then we go through a whole suspension of the rules. Does everybody understand where we are? The ruling of the chair has been appealed. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on this? Mr. Starr at microphone 1, go ahead.
Point of information. I just want to understand with the Phillies proposal, will it be possible for somebody with even as few as 10 or 15% of the vote to actually get on the LNC?
Yes. Microphone 3.
Mr. Chair, I move to call the question on Dr. Philly's appeal of the ruling.
Then, all right, I will choose not to speak a second time on the appeal from the ruling of the chair. All in favor of sustaining the ruling of the chair say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The ruling of the chair is overturned. We will move to Dr. Philly's suspension of the rules. Dr. Phillies has moved to suspend the rules to take the top 5 vote getters on the LNC at-large ballot and put them on the LNC, essentially having the effect that it's no longer really approval voting, it's just plurality voting. That's essentially the effect. But you can vote for as many as you want. That's the difference. So, all in favor of that suspension of the rules. Wait, what? Where?
Microphone 3.
What is the question?
My question is this a part of the proposal where if they got less than 50% of the vote but still were in the top 5, could they be approved after?
No, they're automatically on the LNC. The top 5 will automatically be on the LNC if this is approved. Okay, does everybody know where we're at? Are there any points of information, parliamentary inquiries, or privileged motions before we proceed to a vote? Seeing and hearing none, we will proceed to a vote. All in favor of the suspension of the rules to take the top 5 vote getters, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say no. No. All those in favor of the suspension of the rules, please rise. All right, you guys can sit down. All those opposed, please rise. It is not 2/3. The rules will not be suspended in that manner. Orders of the day at this point, because there is nothing pending, is that we will be recessed for lunch. Microphone 1.
Robert Imhoff, California. I would like to suspend the rule and put forward Ted's motion.
Okay.
Second.
It requires an extension of time because we are not
Mr.
supposed
Chair, let me revise what I had just said. I would like to extend time for 5 minutes.
to consider that suspension
To
of rules.
consider.
All right. I know there's objection. Come on, man. The motion is to suspend the rules to amend the agenda to extend time for 5 minutes from now in order to consider a suspension of the rules that would allow the top 5 vote getters to then proceed to a second ballot to the body with a yes or no, up or down vote on the top 5 vote getters.
Mr. Chair, for more clarification on that, if somebody gets the majority on the first round, they wouldn't need to go to the second ballot.
That is correct.
Yeah.
So any members, any people who got a who were in the top 5 but did not get a majority would then proceed to a second ballot that would be distributed to the delegates to vote up or down on their appointment to the LNC. The motion is to suspend the rules for 5 minutes to consider that suspension of the rules. All in favor of taking 5 minutes to consider that suspension of the... Microphone 2, is it privileged?
Yes.
Michael Kielski at microphone 2, go ahead.
Michael Kielski from Arizona. A point of inquiry. Mr. Chairman, is it possible that that second ballot, instead of a ballot, be a voice vote?
It is possible that the motion that we suspend the rules to consider might say something like that because they haven't gotten to say exactly what their suspension looks like. But a voice vote would be allowable if we suspended the rules. All right.
Point of inquiry, Mr. Chairman.
Is it related to the vote?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
You say that the top 5, assuming that 5 do not receive over majority, if they do receive over majority, so it's 3 or 4, and you do reject the remaining, could you still appoint people below if they were rejected?
Out of order.
If the fifth one was rejected, was not approved.
It is not out of order to ask a question. I'd ask for order in the hall. I understand that we're late for lunch, but you're making this take longer than it should. The answer to your question is this. If a person is not approved because they were in the top 5, they didn't get a majority, and then the delegation does not vote them in with a majority, then we could either proceed to another vote of the body to fill the empty spot or leave it to the National Committee to fill the empty slot themselves.
I was asking which is which. What are we going to do?
I don't know. We're not there yet.
Okay. Just checking.
Are there any other privileged motions or questions regarding...
Request for information.
There's a request from information from microphone 2.
I understand that the agenda has us closing business at 2:15 today. If we take a lunch break, that's going to leave very little time after lunch. Do we have to vacate this room by 2:15, or could we extend past that?
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Hayes and microphone 2 has the answer to your question.
Mr. Chairman, we have the room until midnight. However, our AV people need to strike. They're going to need a fair number of hours for that, but I think it would certainly...
What's the strike deadline?
I think 5 o'clock and would be good, and we may...
All right.
So.
Thank you for that point of information. It is well taken. Are there any other privileged motions? Seeing none. Microphone 2, Mr. Johnson, my favorite person. What delegation are you in?
Dan Johnson, Georgia. I'm not sure if this is appropriate, but I believe we're talking about extending time, so I'd like to call the question instead of discussing the next motion.
We don't have to call the question. We just need people like you to stop going to microphones. And let the record reflect, I too love the Danarchist. But, all right, we are now at a motion to suspend the rules for 5 minutes to consider a proposal to suspend the rules to take the top 5 vote getters for the LNC and have a subsequent ballot for any that have a subsequent vote for any who don't receive a majority, so that they can then receive a majority approval or disapproval of the convention. All in favor of suspending the rules to consider that procedure, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. I'd ask all in favor to please rise. All right, sit down. All opposed, please rise. Sit down again. I'm not sure, but I want you guys to understand what you're about to do. If we do not extend time to consider this rule change, then we will all go to lunch without knowing how the voting is going to go. Or knowing that it will be this approval voting in which we have people who don't get a majority and then we have to go to a second ballot, which takes more time, rather than the procedure to up-down on the people at the top. So I want you to know before you vote on this suspension of the rules what you're doing. Does everybody understand what they're doing?
Point of information.
Microphone one, yes?
Is it not possible to do this after lunch, or does this need to be decided before we go to lunch?
It's possible, but it's a really bad idea. Because people are going to talk about LNC at-large races at lunch and strategy and all of this other stuff, and having an issue like this unresolved going into a break is just dumb. So now I'm going to do another count on the suspension of the rules to consider this proposal for this procedure for 5 minutes, which doesn't even have to be necessarily 5 minutes. So everybody who wants to suspend the rules to resolve this before lunch, please rise. Please sit down. Everybody who is opposed to suspending the rules to consider this, please rise. I was pretty sure it was 2/3 in favor. We're going to consider the suspension of the rules now. The motion is to suspend the rules. We need the New Jersey delegation.
Call the question.
We need the New Jersey delegation at the teller's table. Is there a need for debate on this motion to suspend the rules? No. All right, I am going to restate it as I heard it. Okay. Please stop me if I'm wrong. Okay. The motion is to suspend the rules to take the top 5 candidates on the top 5 vote getters for LNC at-large and have them be the 5 members who get at-large seats after having a vote up or down on each of the people in those top 5 who did not receive a majority.
As the motion maker, can I please clarify that?
Yes, Mr. Imhoff, tell me where I didn't hear it right.
A voice vote or standing vote, that procedure.
Not a balloted vote. A non-balloted vote.
A non-balloted vote. Thank you.
Okay. The point of order is coming right in. Mr. Starr.
When the bylaws require a vote to be taken by ballot, this requirement cannot be suspended even by a unanimous vote. Page 412. The sanctity of the secret ballot is absolute.
The point of order is well taken. It would be out of order for it to be a non-balloted vote, so the motion that I heard now includes a second ballot that will be up or down on any non-majority vote getters. Is there any need for further debate?
Call the question.
Mr. Hinkle, were you seeking to be heard?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Mark and Gold, California. I was chair of the National Libertarian Party from 2010 to 2012, and I had a deeply divided LNC. So I beseech the delegates here, when you vote, please vote for team players who are going to work together to advance the party, as opposed to dividing. This is debate.
No, it is debate. It's debate on the suspension of the rules, so if you could try and make it sound like it's germane, that would help all of us.
Microphone 2.
If we vote for minority candidates who are deeply divided, it literally is going to cost the Libertarian Party. The example that I like to use is a deeply divided LNC took a vote not to purchase the office building, and we had to give back over $100,000 to donors. That's the consequences of having a deeply divided LNC. I urge you to vote for people who are going to work as a team. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 2.
Michael Kilsky from Arizona. Point of inquiry. Mr. Chairman, isn't it correct that of the top 5 vote getters, anybody who receives a majority is on the LNC at large, and only whoever is left, the remainder, would be up to a second ballot?
Absolutely correct. Microphone 3.
Robert Burke, Wisconsin, call the question.
It's been moved to end debate. Is there any objection?
Object. Point of information.
There's a request for information, not an objection. Go ahead, Mr. Perry, at
Request
microphone
for
2.
information, Darrell Perry, New Hampshire. Are any candidates removed from the second ballot other than those that receive a majority and are seated on the LNC?
No. Wait. No. The only candidates that will be on the second ballot would be any of the top 5 who did not receive a majority.
Correct. So if a candidate received 3 votes, they would still be on the second ballot?
They would not.
They would not?
No. It's a much shorter ballot. Maximum of 5. Point of order, microphone 1.
Article 15. The Convention Special Rules of Order may provide a mechanism under which, when no candidate initially receives a majority, the candidate receiving the fewest votes is removed from consideration. The fewest. May. Exactly. This is what enables this to be possible. In the absence of this article, we couldn't do it at all.
Okay.
So this article is what allows us to drop somebody with the fewest number. You can't drop off 30 people.
Sure you can.
Yep.
We suspend the rules all the time to drop multiple candidates from the balloting. All the time. Your point of order is well taken, but it is wrong. I rule it is in order. Is there any further debate on this? Dr. Phillies, microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, inquiry on what you may have misstated. I believe you said that the people on the second ballot would be the folks who did not get a majority. Did you mean everyone else would also be there, or did you just mean the remainder of the top 5?
Only the remainder of the top 5 will be on the second ballot.
Mr. Chairman, is it possible for any of those people to lose?
Yes, and then we'll have to figure that out when we get there.
How?
That's why I told the other I have no idea yet. We're not there yet. Behind you, Mr. Molman.
I think I'm looking for a point of information. There seems to be a lot of confusion on exactly what this procedure is. I know we've been over it, but it's different. And I understand it, but can you please repeat it one more time before the vote?
One more time for Harambe in the back. He is still there. What we will do is we will have approval voting for the LNC. You can vote for as many candidates as you want. The top 5 candidates will potentially be LNC members. Those of the top 5 who receive a majority will automatically be on the LNC. Those of the top 5 who do not receive a majority will be on a second ballot, in which the only options are to vote yes or no on whether they should be on the LNC. Should they receive a majority, they would then be on the LNC. The maximum number of candidates that could be on that second ballot is 5, and it is possible that someone on that second ballot would not receive a majority, in which case we would figure out what to do at that time. Is there any other privilege motion or request for information related to the vote before we proceed to the vote? Microphone 3.
Shane, Washington. If we had started voting instead of debating this asinine topic,
do not come to the microphone to tell me that there is a delay because of the delay of people coming to the microphone, please.
Not gonna let me.
Very few things try my patience, but that is one of them. Can we proceed to a vote right now? Yes. Thank you. All in favor of adopting the suspension of the rules with this procedure for the LNC, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No! I propose that we take a lunch recess for 30 minutes.
Did it pass?
Unless you want to see treasurer's results. Oh, now we all want to stay. All right, then
Point of information.
Did it pass or fail? There's a request for information at microphone 2.
I do not believe the chair actually announced if it passed or failed.
What was that?
I don't believe the chair announced if the results passed or failed.
What do you mean if they passed or failed?
Did the vote just pass?
Yeah, it's results of who's the next treasurer.
No.
Just barely. Without objection, we will extend time for 5 minutes to display the spreadsheet with the results for treasurer and then the winner for treasurer, and then I intend that we will recess for 30 minutes for lunch. Is that enough time or do we need an hour? All in favor of an hour, say aye. Aye. In favor of 30 minutes, say aye. Aye. It's going to be a 30-minute lunch break after the treasurer's results are displayed. Please pay close attention to the spreadsheet on the screen. If you're a delegation chair, you guys have been super attentive, and if I've been loud or short with you, I apologize. I love you all.
I'm trying to raise money. I'm always showing.
On stage, just get his attention. Say, Mr. Chair.
He does. Well, no, Nick. Oh.
Microphone 2, Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to remember people as they break for lunch. We have Pay to Pie that's going to be going on at the after party after 6 o'clock this evening down in Elite Hall A. Basically, the way it's going to work, people that are nominated on the sheet will people will be able to bid in various increments, and they can bid it up. If they win, they get to smack the person that they paid for the pie right in the face, as long as they'd agreed. And by the way, Pat Dixon has agreed to be pied in the face. So
has Mr. Weeks agreed?
My understanding is he has.
Mic 1, please.
Mic 1, Mr. McVeigh.
Will McVeigh from Delaware. There's an error in the votes up there. We actually cast 4 votes. Only 3 were counted. We have 2 for Brad Thomas, 1 for Tim Hagan, 1 for Drew Leda.
All right. The Delaware results are amended. Does that look correct, Mr. McVeigh?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Did I hear that Mr. Weeks will take a pie or will not take a pie? He will take a pie. That's delightful. Microphone 1, is it related to the vote?
No.
Okay.
It's related to Mr. Hayes' announcement.
Let's hold up for a second. Let's just finish this.
Mr. Chair?
Microphone 3, is it related to the vote?
It is.
Okay, go ahead, microphone 3, stop.
The results, we should have 4 votes for Leda instead of 3.
Louisiana, correct? Louisiana, 4 votes for Leda?
Correct.
4 votes for Leda in Louisiana. All right. No one else at a microphone about the vote. We'll keep moving. Halfway through the alphabet. We're going to get to go to lunch. Really excited. Perish the thought. No one in this room is hangry. All right, we're at the end of the alphabet. Seeing no further people going to microphones to correct any of the voting, we'll now proceed to the summary results and announce the winner for treasurer. With 67% of the vote, Mr. Hagan is reelected. Mr. Hagan, would you like to address the body for no more than 2 minutes, or would you prefer to go to lunch? Mr. Hagan is trying to make himself even more popular by allowing you all to go to lunch. We will be back in this hall at 1:35 p.m. 1:35 p.m.
go. There you go. Here, let go. Let go.
Mike. The station is
Here. Did you find the secret plans? Oh, excellent. We'll just put the secret plans back. Government is force. That's correct. The thing I was gonna say.
Back here now.
I have to stand on my toes. Forgot it's a hot mic. Hey, arms.
You got it? Did you have an announcement?
Yeah. Justice in is stuffed.
It sure is.
Hagen did better than me. All right. First of all, my apologies. We are 3 minutes late getting back to business. If anyone would like to reconsider the vote from yesterday, tough. All right, we're about 10 minutes from being done with having the ballots ready for at-large. Ms. Hogarth from the Credentials Committee is going to come up and give us an update on delegate counts.
Not surprisingly, no new delegates have been presented, so that's good. But several have left. So we have, as of 1:36, we have 693 delegates and 19 alternates registered in attendance, and I really appreciate everyone checking out as they've been leaving. So, I'm sorry, no, 693 delegates and 19 alternates. That gives a total of 707 votes. That makes a quorum of 283. A majority of 354. 2/3 would be 472, and 7/8 would be 619.
Thank you for the update. Reminder, credentialing table is in the back. If you're going to leave, please check out. It lets us all do our business. Is Mr. Merced in the hall? Okay. Mr. Merced, just be available. I may hand the gavel off to you. I have an interview that is going to come up here eventually. So just be around. Welcome to the job, buddy. All right. So the ballots are almost ready. I've had a point of privilege. Apparently people were unable to hear the Texans last time we sang a song from their at least okay, possibly great state. I don't know whether we resolved. So if you all join me, the stars at night are big and bright. That's much better. I think that would make some of Mr. Ellison might reconsider his resolution. That's some good singing. Another point of information, the Massachusetts delegation, I think Dr. Phillies has a bunch of candies for anyone who was unable to get lunch and is having blood sugar issues. Please stop by the Massachusetts delegation. Libertarians take care of each other. Starting with microphone 1.
Point of personal privilege.
Go ahead.
Drew Bingaman, Chair of Pennsylvania. We have another birthday wish, if I may. One of our best activists who was not able to be here today, but I believe he is watching on the live stream. Happy birthday to Greg Perry, Chairman and founder of the Bradford County Libertarian Party. Has gotten several activists elected this past year, and I just wanted to wish him a happy birthday.
Can everyone sing happy birthday? Do you remember how to do that? 1, 2, 3. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Microphone 2. Microphone 2.
Pat Dixon from Texas. Point of information. Can you clarify any changes to the voting mechanism from Rule 8, Section 2, which would deal with at-large and judicial, if there were any changes made to that mechanism?
The only change that I'm aware of to that mechanism is that the people who got in the top 5 votes for at-large under the approval voting rules but did not get a majority will then proceed to a second ballot in which there's an up or down vote on each of those people.
And that was at-large only or judicial as well?
It was only at-large that we modified.
Okay, thank you.
Microphone 3.
Jamie Lewis from Michigan. I'm not sure if it's a point of order or a point of information. But Article 6, Section 1 says all of these officers shall be elected at regular convention of the party, shall take office immediately upon the close of the convention, and shall serve thereafter until the final adjournment. So when you are absent, who should be taking over the convention at this point in time?
Whoever I designate, given that Mr. Vora is seeking an LNC at-large position, I intend to designate Mr. Merced when I step away from the lectern.
Okay.
Microphone 2.
I'm going to go in order, I think. Well, if you look up at the screen, if there are inaccuracies or people who are not on this ballot for at-large, please either approach a microphone or come up to the secretary's desk and we can get it fixed. Mr. Babka, is your motion privileged? Go to the microphone and tell me why you're there.
I believe Joshua Smith is missing from that ballot.
Is he? Oh, he's on my list, but he may not have made the secretary's list. Noda's right there, under Weeks. How? No, Noda's nominated, so you got to put him in too. He's a good friend of mine. I know what we have to do with Noda. Microphone 1.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Ted Metz, the gubernatorial candidate from Georgia, and I would like to make an announcement that one of our delegates, John Turpish, has a birthday today.
All right.
I've been trying to do that.
Can you hold that announcement and give it back to me again when we're back at a lull? Because right now I want to focus on business. I love fun, but... Microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, Michael Kilsky from Arizona. Would now be a proper time to move for suspension of rules to consider a resolution?
It would not be in order at this time. Well, technically, it's always in order to suspend the rules. It would not be well received at this time. Microphone 3.
Data Logan from Washington State. Looking at, this is a point of information, looking at the ballot, the proposed ballot. It says do not exceed 1 vote per delegate. I think that should say do not exceed 1 vote per delegate per candidate, because it is approval voting, just to be clear.
So approval voting by its nature allows you to vote for as many candidates as you want. The key is that no delegate can vote for multiple times for any one candidate. That's what that language is supposed to mean. If we were using a more sensible system for the type of voting that we're doing, like single transferable vote, then you would be, applying multiple votes to a particular candidate to try and make your voice be heard louder, similar to how we do with platform tokens. But that's me debating something that I probably shouldn't, so I'll stop. No. Microphone 1.
Okay, yeah, that's what I
Go ahead. No. I have a quick point of information.
Yep, request for information.
If for whatever reason there is a tie for the 5th place spot,
we flip a coin. So in this case where we're doing this approval thing, I'm not going to flip a coin until after we go through the yes or no. So I would put both of the people with the tie for the 5th place spot on the yes or no ballot. Then if they made it through, we would flip a coin to determine which one goes through. I'm going to take the woman at microphone 1 who was already there. Or no, that wasn't. Okay. Microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, Kem Ullman, Ohio delegation. Point of information.
Go ahead.
Will there be nominating speeches for all of these candidates?
So, by default in our rules, the convention special rules indicate 5 minutes per nominee for nominating speeches for anybody who is not chair.
Mr. Chair.
Does that answer your question?
I believe that it does. Only to follow up with a question, that time has been reduced in the past. Is that correct?
Many times that time has been changed in the past.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, microphone 3, Mr. Wiest from Kentucky.
Mr. Chair, I would move to suspend the rules to reduce the time given the number of candidates. We will be here until midnight unless we do that. So I would move to reduce that to 2 minutes per candidate.
Mr. Wiest, I will tell you that based on historical precedent, it will be better received if you make that 3.
Mr. Chair, I actually want to amend that and make it 1 minute. I'm hearing 1 minute.
All right, there's a motion to suspend the rules to reduce the time from 5 minutes for nominating speeches to 1 minute for nominating speeches. It's not debatable. All in favor of suspending the rules to reduce it to 1 minute, please
Point
rise.
of information, Mr. Chair.
Is it related to the vote, Mr. Mulder?
Yes, sir.
Microphone 2.
Eric Mulder, Colorado. Jesse Fullington of Tennessee is missing.
From the room?
From the ballot.
Oh. Well, that's bad. Fullington, Jesse Fullington.
Do you have something?
Thank you. It wasn't related to the vote, but it's very important. All right. So, motion to suspend the rules to reduce speeches to 1 minute. Mr. Starr, is this privileged or related to the vote?
Related to the vote.
Okay. Microphone 1.
At what point, if any, would it be in order to also make a motion to dispense with the speeches altogether?
All right. So.
Yes. Sorry.
I'm going to answer the gentleman's question. I'm going to answer other questions that might come up to try and get away from having people keep coming up to microphones to ask questions. So, after the suspension of the rules that's already been moved is resolved, depending, well, actually, after that's resolved, that would be the time that it would be in order to move to suspend the rules to eliminate with speeches at all. I will tell you that it looks like a lot of people, but this is important. These are people that I have to deal with for the next 2 years, as do all of your officers. If you take away this time, you may not be as well informed. The other thing that I will tell you is this doesn't actually take that long once you let me do it. So if we just let it happen, it goes a lot faster. But we will now, because Mr. Wiest did make the motion to suspend the rules to limit the speeches to 1 minute per candidate, we will proceed to a vote on that suspension of the rules. All in favor of that suspension of the rules, please rise. Please sit down. Opposed? I do not see 2/3 in favor of that. I would ask, is there anyone who wishes to suspend the rules to make it 3 minutes?
So moved, Mr. Chair. Kem Ullman.
Mr. Molman from the Ohio delegation at microphone 2 moves to suspend the rules to limit speeches for nominations for at-large to 3 minutes.
Mr. Chair,
is there objection?
Mr. Chair, point of information.
There's a request for information in microphone 3. Is it related to the vote?
It is directly related to this vote.
Go ahead.
This is Data Logan from Washington State. Robert's Rules gives the ability to create a motion that has a blank in it and then fill in the blank. So we could, if we wanted to, just say, hey, we're going to reduce the time and then separately decide how many minutes. Going 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 until we get a majority agreement.
I understand that Roberts allows the procedure for fill-in-the-blank motions, and I appreciate your point of information is well received for the delegates to know what their options are. I'm going to ask as a point of personal privilege that the body will indulge me and trust my judgment this time. So we'll proceed to vote on the motion to suspend the rules to reduce the speeches to no more than 3 minutes, and you're not obligated to take all 3 minutes. All in favor of suspending the rules in that manner, please rise. You guys can sit down. All opposed, please rise. That carries overwhelmingly. So, if we could, at this point, I would like to have all candidates for LNC at-large and their nominators start to assemble over there so that we can get ready. I will not randomize speaking order. We will go in whatever order that the secretary put them on the printed ballot, because randomizing the speaking order would take a lot of extra time, and I'm not going to do that anymore. Is there anyone who needs to be recognized before we start getting into the business of electing the at-large representatives on the Libertarian National Committee? We will get ballots as soon as we have them printed. So I'm going to read off all the names on the ballot that I have as a sample.
Mr. Chair?
Microphone 3, Mr. Lawhorn.
Tracy Baker's name is spelled incorrectly. The first name should be spelled with an I. Just don't want there to be any administrative issues later.
We will amend it, assuming the ballots have not been printed yet. Is that correct, Ms. Mattson? It's Tracy with an I for Ms. Baker. Are there any other changes to the ballot that you see on the screen, or anyone missing? All right. So seeing none, I would ask that the nominators for Tracy Baker be ready to come up on this stage as soon as we're ready to go. The people I have on the ballot, I'm going to read it. Tracy Baker, Stephen Bernice, Joe Buchman, Caitlin Cloven, Tyler Danke, Tony DeRazio, Brian Ellison, Ben Farmer, Jesse Fullington, Sam Goldstein, Ernest Hancock, Daniel Hayes, Joe Bishop-Henchman, Clayton Hunt, Andy Jacobs, Reza Khoshirat, Victor Koher, Drew Leda, Ben Leder, Alicia Matson, Justin O'Donnell, Susan Overy, Mark Padilla, Joe Pascal, Michael Pickens, Bill Redpath, Steve Sheets, Matt Schutter, Mike Shipley, Brian Slowinski, Heidi Alejandro Smith, Joshua Smith, Christopher Thrasher, Arvin Vora, James Weeks, and my old friend Noda. Are there any people missing from this ballot? Final call. Is there anyone on this ballot that wishes to withdraw their nomination at this time? Hearing none, we will then proceed with nominating speeches. The parliamentarian will keep the time. There will be no more than 3 minutes for a nominator. I will now hand this gavel off to, oh, Mr. Merced, are you speaking for someone? I won't hand it off yet then. Can you tell me who you're speaking for? For Mr. Sheets. All right, so you're in the latter half of the alphabet. Is Matt Welch from Reason in the room? Okay. I need to go talk to him in a minute, so I'm going to maintain the gavel until it's time for me to hand it off. All right. So first, we will have nominators for Tracy Baker. 3 minutes. Go ahead.
Hello again, Libertarians. Aaron Adams from Oklahoma. Tracy Baker, thank you. Tracy Baker is the secretary for the Oklahoma Libertarian Party, and I want to tell you a little bit about her. Tracy is young and hungry and principled. She was also the first transgendered individual elected to any in our party office from any party in the history of my state. She's been a candidate for office twice. She is in her 20s. She is a college student who is running for office, holding elected office within our state party, and fighting this good fight every day. You guys will love her, and she's a workhorse, man. She works.
Siobhan Lynch, delegate from Massachusetts. Obviously, I am also transgender. And I went out to Arizona beginning of 2017. I was sitting in a room, and I looked across the room, and I saw this young trans woman sitting across the room, and I didn't know who she was. I now know who Tracy Baker is. Tracy is principled. Tracy is a libertarian through and through. She has done some amazing things. As Aaron said, she ran for office twice. She actually did pretty good in Oklahoma, out of all places. Now that takes guts. Tracy is the future of this party. And when I say that, I'm not kidding. She actually represents a part of this party that has not typically had representation, but she represents everybody at the same time. We want we want all kinds in this party, and to show the world, honestly, that we are more accepting of people and who they are and what they do and the work that they do than any other party. And Tracy is a symbol of that. And I urge you to vote for her for at-large.
You guys keep me on my toes when you don't go the full 3 minutes. Is it Bernice or Bernice? Bernice. The speakers for Mr. Bernice. That saves a lot of time. All right. Then the next would be the speakers for Dr. Joe Buchman. Please come on up, 3 minutes.
Hello, everyone, again, and I promise not to cry this time, but I do want to highly endorse Dr. Joe Buchman. He has been one of my state chairs when I had represented Region 1 and also has worked with me on the Historical Preservation Committee. And there's very few people that I know with such a heart. And that is actually what I think we're missing a lot of sometimes, is we have the right message, but sometimes we don't necessarily have the heart and the passion and the genuine love for people and the humanitarian spirit. And for that reason, I would really, really love for you to elect Joe Buchman.
Mark Hinkle, I've served on the LNC for over a dozen years. I voted for John Hospers in '72 and been active in the Libertarian Party for 44 years. And for years, I've said that we would like to grow the Libertarian Party to the point where I'm no longer qualified to serve on the board. I'm happy to report that Joe Buchman is one of those people who's more qualified than me to serve on the LNC. And for those of you who want the Libertarian Party to become more media active, I ask you to look at his brochure. He's got a PhD in media, an MBA in finance, a BS in marketing, and 6 local Emmys. This is the sort of media savvy people we need on the LNC, and I urge you to support him. Thank you.
Hi, Jeff Hewitt, delegate from California. Okay, real quick. Joe Buchman did the best televised debate I've ever seen. I went to pitch for him on the LNC. We got him a good donation. We need to start supporting people like Joe that gets on TV, makes us look good. And I would strongly urge you to go ahead and put your vote for Joe Buchman. Great guy all around.
Thank you. Hey, I've got 1 minute, so I'm bumping Bill Redpath, another former chair, and the current treasurer, Tim Hagan, who got the highest vote total here today, so I got 50 seconds left. I want to thank a few people. First of all, Karen Ann Harlos, because being on the historical committee changed my life. Out of that, I had David Nolan's widow, Elizabeth, trust me with David's files. I am the archivist of the David Nolan collection, 4 4-drawer file cabinets in my home. I want to thank Bill Hall, who threatened Americans for Prosperity and got me in those debates that I kicked ass in. And if you haven't seen them, you should. I know they're out there. Watch the debate. It's being used to train other candidates. I want to thank John Curtis, my Republican opponent, who said in the halls of the United States Capitol in the private dining room, taxation is theft, and that's because he was reading it off my jacket where it's embroidered over my heart, taxation is theft. And finally, how much time do I have? My favorite joke, you know why you shouldn't order any dressing on your salads? Because you're libertarians, all we want is, let us alone! Thank you. Go vote for Joe.
All right. It's been suggested to me, and I will continue to do it, that we call out who's on deck so that we make sure that this goes quickly. I also want to ask a question of the body. It may be that I speak for one or more members or one or more nominees for at-large. Is there any objection to me continuing to chair the proceedings knowing that I might speak? There is an objection. All in favor of allowing me to continue chairing the proceedings knowing that I may speak, please say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. All right, that's how we'll do it. So next is the speakers for Caitlin Clovelin, and on deck, the speakers for Tyler Danke. Danke? Is that right? Okay.
Libertarians, I would like to speak to you today about one of my dearest friends and activists, Caitlin Clovelin. She has started multiple brands and helped multiple candidates through social media, has advised many activists over the years, and I think she would be a great addition to an at-large candidate as she represents so many at-large because she represents so many candidates and passionate activists throughout the United States, and I'd appreciate if you would give her your vote.
And now we'll hear from the speakers for Tyler Danke. Who's on next? Let's see, where's the list here? Tyler Danke. Tony DeRazio will be up next after that, and then Brian Ellison after that.
Give it up, Wisconsin. My name is Phil Anderson. I'm the chair of the Libertarian Party of Wisconsin, candidate for governor and incoming Region 6 alternate to the LNC. I nominated Tyler Danke, and I'm going to tell you a brief story because he wants to talk too. This story may resonate with a lot of you. I became the vice chair of our state affiliate in 2016 because our affiliate was in disarray. There was infighting and a serial stream of people that were getting elected to offices and then leaving under duress. Starting then, we started pulling people into the party. Tyler Danke is a good example of this. We've had a huge change in our affiliate, and Tyler is one of the reasons. Not only did he, when he became involved in our party, did he basically volunteer to do everything, and as my vice chair, he does pretty much everything without being actually delegated. He sits on every committee meeting, he goes to every committee meeting, he's been involved in everything, he's served as secretary, vice chair, he's tremendously hardworking, and he has a vision for his service on the LNC that I share. And that is one where we are inclusive. We do want to promote the vision of the party as a whole. We want people to work together and not quit. I can guarantee you that Tyler Danke, if elected as an at-large member of the LNC, will not quit when things get tough. He's hardworking, faithful. He has demonstrated his excellence in every way, shape, and form possible in the years of service that he's committed to our affiliate, and I ask you to vote for him today to also continue that service on the LNC. Thank you.
The most important thing we can do is to get people elected so that they can change the voice and the things that we are saying. And when I'm saying that is we need to get people elected so that we can actually cause real, radical, libertarian things. And when I'm saying that, I'm saying I want you to be elected. I want Phil Anderson for governor to be elected. He's running on a campaign for beautiful things. What I'm saying by that is I want you to have the tools you need to be able to make positive change when we're here at convention, instead of debating on the rules changing. I want us to have a really solid method for us to be voting so that we can get more people elected by having a more efficient organization, by having radical ideas, by having the really pragmatic candidates. And I really just want you to, the most important thing we can do is to get people elected. And why would we do that? Because we want to cause real libertarian change. And I want, the biggest thing that we need to do is to structure our organization in a healthy way. Thank you.
We will now hear from the nominators for Tony DeRazio, and then after that will be Brian Ellison and then Ben Farmer. There is no speakers for Tony DeRazio, so then we'll be going to Brian Ellison, then Ben Farmer.
Hello, Libertarians. I'm Tim Yao, first vice chair from the terrible state of Michigan, but still better than Ohio. And I had nothing prepared today, but so forgive me as I fumble through this, but I do have the privilege of speaking on behalf of my friend, Brian Ellison. I've seen Brian in action, a very dedicated activist, a candidate for Congress. He took on the Royal Oak Police Department of Royal Oak, Michigan, because of 2 wrongful deaths, and went to jail for peaceful protest. And so I've seen him in action. I've seen him work hard. I've seen him take on us in the LEC when we need to be challenged. And he's not afraid. He's ferocious, not afraid to take on anything when he sees a cause that needs to be fought for. And so I would love for you to support my friend, Brian Ellison. Besides that, he's got a really cool Charger with a beautiful Hemi in it.
Hello again, Libertarian Party. Eric Mulder, chair of the Libertarian Party of Arapahoe County, but you know my story already. I'm here to tell you about 3 words that Brian said that made me say, this is the man for the LNC. Arm the homeless. Those 3 words were not just heard in a chat group. They weren't just heard in a local paper. They weren't just heard in the state of Michigan. They weren't just heard in the country of the United States. These 3 words were heard around the world. Papers in Canada, the United Kingdom, all over the planet. For one brief moment, the world stood and stopped and said, what's this libertarian got to say? We need that mindset on the LNC, and we need people who are willing to capture those moments. I'm that Brian Ellison libertarian, and you can too.
For those of you that don't know me, I'm Brian Ellison. I'm from Michigan. Most of the candidates are going to come up here and they're going to tell you about all their experience that they've had within the Libertarian Party. I'm not that libertarian, all right? I'm new to the party. But I'm not new to life. I've got a lot of professional experience. I was in the military. I've been successful in my career. I've got a great family. And I think that I bring a fresh perspective to the party. And if that's what you want, if you want a fresh, dynamic perspective who is, as a professional, focused on efficiently running a business, then I'm your man, because I want to help efficiently run the business of the LNC, of this party. And if that's what you want, then vote for me. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll be hearing from the nominators for Ben Farmer, then Jesse Fullington, then Sam Goldstein.
Howdy. My name is Ben Farmer, and I'm looking to serve you guys on the LNC. This is my 4th national convention. I've served as the vice chair of the Republic of Texas. I've served on that executive committee on and off for the last 8 years, probably. I am well aware of the the burdens of an LNC position, including financially, mentally, and geographically, and I'm prepared to fulfill those burdens. I have friends in every faction, every single side of this party, and I would like to continue and to build those relationships, to build bridges. And that's what I think we need. I stand for unity. My name is Ben Farmer. Thank you.
We will now hear from the nominators for Jesse Fullington, then Sam Goldstein, and then Ernest Hancock.
You guys sick of seeing me yet? I want to talk to you about Jesse Fullington. If you don't know Jesse, I kind of got to wonder where you've been, right? So Jesse he's everywhere, right? He's active. He initiated a campaign in his home state and then chose to move in a different direction. So Jesse is an activist. Jesse is a door knocker. Jesse is a campaign worker. And he is at every event. The guy is everywhere. He works hard. He busts his ass. He's crazy smart. If you don't know Jesse Fullington, I'm going to ask you to give him an opportunity to be your at-large rep so that you can get to know him, because I promise you, if he's there, you'll see him. You'll see him everywhere. You'll get an opportunity.
Good afternoon. My name is Dustin Nana from Ohio. I'm the vice chair in Ohio and also the Region 3 alternate representative on the LNC. I'm speaking in favor of Jesse Fullington today. As she said, if you don't know who Jesse Fullington is, you might not have been around a lot. My first experience with Jesse Fullington was during the Gary Johnson campaign. Him and a couple other people were looking to get more involved, and credit to him, he kind of jumped in, both feet, all at the same time. He didn't dip his toe in. He's involved with some great organizations like Think Liberty. When I was running my campaign for city council in Delaware, Ohio, I was making some graphics, and he said, you know what, why don't I just make those for you for free? And within minutes, I had a cover picture for my campaign page. I had, graphics that I could print up and flyers that I could hand out to people. So Jesse Fullington is a hard worker, and I think we need more of that on the LNC. That's why I think you should support him. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Angela McArdle. I'm the secretary for the Libertarian Party of California, and I'm a two-time congressional candidate. I'm asking for your support for Jesse Fullington for the Libertarian National Committee at Large position. I know that Jesse supports the delegates and is interested in getting to know all of you because he's traveled to multiple state conventions in the past year, and he works well with everyone. He's also helped me personally on my congressional campaigns with social media and with financial support, and just generally giving me advice. I think he'd be an excellent, well-rounded, reasonable addition to the at-large position, and I think that he would be really great for everyone's best interests. So I'd ask for you to vote for him. Thank you.
Hi guys, I'm Chrissy. I'm from Ohio. I'm on the executive committee. I'm also running for office. I met Jesse when he traveled to every state, like all of them said. The one thing they haven't said yet, though, is how full of love Jesse is for all of us. He's gone to every faction. He's united every faction. He is the candidate for unity. Thank you very much.
Next, we'll be hearing from the nominators from Sam Goldstein, then Ernest Hancock, and then Daniel Hayes.
Hello, convention. I'm up here again. I've served on the LNC now for 8 years, 4 of that in an at-large position. I've done, I think, a pretty good job in helping get through the meetings in an orderly manner. We have a great convention. I've served on this convention committee for 2 years. I'm still on the convention committee through another 90 days to help start preparing for Austin and then move on to 2022. I've got a significant amount of experience, and I wish for you to vote for me for at-large this time so I could continue through the next convention and keep working for candidate support, candidate recruitment and training, and all the other things that I know from my 20 years of experience in the party.
Good afternoon. I don't speak for a lot of people for LNC office. Sam Goldstein is one of the people that I've spoken for before and I'm going to speak for now. Over the past 4 years, I've worked with Sam Goldstein. I don't agree with him on everything, but I trust him. I trust he has the best interest of the party in mind. His experience has been very helpful to me in understanding where the landmines are. He's a good friend. He's a good libertarian. He cares about this party. He loves this party. When he didn't win vice chair in 2016, I got up and I urged you to give me the tools that I need to keep moving the party forward. Having Sam Goldstein as an at-large member and a member of the executive committee over the last 4 years has been very helpful to achieving the results that we've achieved. And so I would ask you, when you're casting your ballots for at-large for LNC, to please vote for Sam Goldstein. Thank you.
We will now hear from the nominators for Ernest Hancock, then Daniel Hayes, then Joe Bishop Henchman.
Good afternoon, delegates. Starchild, current LNC member at large for another hour or two. I'm here tonight to speak for Ernie Hancock. Ernie is one of the most dynamic activists, and I'm not just saying this as an exaggeration, this is really literally the truth. He is one of the most dynamic activists we have, I believe, in this entire party. He is resolute in seeing the big picture and keeping his eye on the ball. He saw the Ron Paul phenomenon coming. When Ron Paul first declared he was going to run for president, he had the foresight to see how big that could be. He was the one who popularized and took nationwide the Ron Paul Revolution logo with the word love incorporated in it. And he's been a libertarian since 1994. In that time, he's run for office at least 8 times, both partisan and nonpartisan. He's been his local county chair. He also runs his own radio show, Declare Your Independence with Ernest Hancock. He runs the news portal freedomsphoenix.com. He's married. He has 4 kids, 11 grandkids, living like off the grid, raising their own chickens and all this kind of stuff. I don't know how he does it all, but somehow he does it. And he's a natural leader. He's experienced and dynamic, and I believe he will bring some of the same values in terms of bottom-up governance, transparency, accountability, and a radical, pure libertarian message that I've tried to represent in my time on the LNC. So please, I urge you to vote for Ernest Hancock. And I've got some other people I'm supporting here. I don't have time to speak for them, unfortunately, but thank you very much. And without further ado, here's Ernie.
Ninja. Thank you. Real quick, the reason as a young activist, I was you guys 20, 30 years ago, and the problem is I saw that the Libertarian Party was going towards, we got to get elected, it's all about getting elected, get a couple more votes elected, and wasn't principled, and they didn't understand that it was advocacy of hardcore, no-compromise libertarianism that was going to get you elected. We did all the activism and supported that and understood it. Now, I feel a lot better. Nick Sarwark lives in Arizona. We've had a lot of time to spend together. Any concerns that I've had about anything that he's going to do, and certainly he is smart enough to overwhelm anything. I just wanted to make sure it was on the side of liberty, freedom, the party, and you and the activists. I believe that. Now it's time for me to come in and represent the affiliates and the individuals in this country that are activists to the LNC, to the chair. He can do, the party's doing great. We're going to have a great representation to the masses and the media, but now you need to be represented to the party. That's what I want to do. Oh, and by the way, I'm going to be a busy activist in Arizona, just FYI, in case that's you think that's a conflict of interest or a job requirement.
My name is Michael Kilsky. I'm from Arizona, and I support Ernie. Libertarians, liberty.
Okay, now we will be hearing from the nominators for Daniel Hayes, then Joe Bishop Henchman, then Clayton Hunt.
Hi, everybody. Larry Sharp from the great state of New York.
Daniel Hayes and I fight all the time. Literally, we've been on the phone together, yelling at each other. He yelled at me for a good 20 minutes, probably about 2-3 months ago. And I still love him. I love Daniel Hayes because even though we fight and disagree, he never holds it against me, ever. He will still talk to me. We still come together at the end. We have healthy argument, healthy debate. But that's not all. If you want something done, you just call Daniel. It will get done. He is a hard worker. He gets stuff done. He loves this party. He cares about this movement. And he argues because he's passionate and he cares. He should be on the LNC. He's a guy that we need on the LNC. Thank you.
Jeff Hewitt, delegate from California. You've seen both Larry and I up here quite a bit this last couple of days. Larry Sharp and I haven't agreed on one thing, have we? If for no other reason, when two stars cross in a line, and that pinpoint right, well, I'm not a star, but I was using the astrology, anyway. Daniel Hayes is not only the hardest working person I've ever seen, but about 80% of what you're enjoying and doing right now is because of this man. If for no other reason that he can get Larry Sharp and Jeff Hewitt to agree on something, we need him on the LNC for another 2 years. Again, I wholeheartedly ask you to put your vote for the guy with the big black dog.
Hi, everybody. I prepared some words. Can we zoom in on that? Those are my prepared words. I'm that libertarian. And I'm that libertarian that will work as hard as he possibly can for you. I'm that libertarian that is sweating right now because I've been running everywhere to help put on the best convention I possibly can for you here in my hometown. I'm that libertarian that's going to work even harder to make Austin 2020 the best convention we ever had. I bring a lot to the table, but we had a great team, and I do not take credit for this convention. Our team on the COC is responsible for this, and I thank them to the end of the earth, and I would want nothing more than to be back on this committee to do more for you. And frankly, if you don't like me, the biggest way you can punish me is to vote for me, because I'll work myself to death. And plus, if this dog loves me as much as you've seen him love me, I must not be that bad. Remember, we're all that libertarian. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from the nominators for Joe Bishop Henchman, then Clayton Hunt, and then Andy Jacobs.
Thank you. Thank you to everybody who's wearing my button. Thank you to everybody I've talked to. If I haven't talked with you yet, I want to. Let me give you 5 reasons to vote for me. Number 5, I was the alumni chair of Students for Liberty, where I helped focus priorities, set and monitor goals, and nudge better staff performance. Number 4, at my job running a national think tank, I'm directly responsible for personnel, goal setting, performance reviews, budgeting, trainings, and making the vision a reality of our organization. In my time there, we've doubled staff and grown our fundraising to $5 million a year. Number 3, in May, I became chair of the LP Bylaws and Rules Committee after the previous chair resigned. I worked with our committee members from every caucus in the party to get the report to you on time. Half of our recommendations were unanimous, and for the others, the dissenters got a fair shake in presenting their views. Number 2, I travel about half the states every year, and so I'm going to be an LNC member that you're going to see. And number 1, I'm one of 3 plaintiffs currently suing the IRS for illegally imposing PTIN fees. The trial judge ruled against the IRS and ordered them to refund $175 million. Libertarians don't just say taxation is theft, they get the money back. My name is Joe Bishop Henchman, and it would be an honor to be your LNC rep. Thank you.
My name is Nicholas Sarwark, and I've known Joe since in 2008 he was backing the wrong candidate for president at the national convention. Despite being on the wrong side of that issue with him, despite being on the wrong side of the controversy with the vice chair with him, Joe Bishop Henchman purchased his life membership in the Libertarian Party at the California convention that we were both at, and I put the pin on him myself. He is, for the tax foundation, which has more revenue than we do, essentially Wes Benedict. He is the guy that runs the place. That is the kind of knowledge we need on the LNC, and his ability to be fair and impartial, to hear all voices with favor towards none, to disagree respectfully, and move forward in the best interests of the organization is the kind of leadership we need on the LNC, and I would ask you to vote for Joe Bishop Henchman. Thank you.
We will next be hearing from the nominators for Clayton Hunt, then will be Andy Jacobs, then will be Reza Akash Sarat.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Anastasia Wilford from Texas, which is, by the way, the greatest state of mind, because that's what Texas is. So I want to stand before you to endorse Clayton Hunt for at-large. Is there anybody in this room who has had their blood boil whenever somebody shows up to a meeting and starts asking stupid questions because they are not prepared? The answer is yes. I can see it on your faces. Clayton Hunt, when he served on our state executive committee, was one of the most prepared and, more than that, most principled members. I do not agree with Clayton on everything, but I do believe that he will hold our LNC to a higher standard. He deserves your vote today. He is running a killer campaign right now, where he is out there every day beating the streets. He deserves your vote. Vote Clayton Hunt for LNC at large. Thank you.
Thank you all. And now, of course, one thing about that killer campaign, tomorrow we're actually going to be having an open carry walk outside of a proposed juvenile detention center for ICE that's coming up in my district. Arm the immigrants. Abolish ICE. Now, back to the LNC race. I'm not going to take up most of your time, but one thing that always occurs to me is we always talk about how we need to get elected, we need to get elected, we need to get elected. But that's the what we're going to do. That's not why we're doing it. It's not how we're going to do it. If we lead with why, which is we want a world set free in our lifetime, we will be successful. We need to give the people that don't know us a vision of a better future. I think the Libertarian Party is the one party that can provide that unique vision for the future of our country that does not rely on hate, that does not rely on fear. And I think that if we take out the hate and the fear from our message and bring out a message of love and peace and kindness and positivity, because we're not fighting against the state, we're fighting for freedom. If we bring that message forward, we can be successful. Thank you. And now I'd like to bring forward the Poet Laureate of the Audacious Caucus for Haikuza.
I love Clayton Hunt. I think you should vote for him. Taxation is theft.
We will now be hearing from the nominators for Andy Jacobs, then Reza Kosh Sarat, then Victor Kosher.
Hi, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Andy Jacobs. Been a member of the Libertarian Party since 1996 after I saw Harry Brown on C-SPAN. Anybody remember Harry Brown? One of the best Libertarian Party candidates ever. In the year 2000, I started working as a ballot access petitioner for the Libertarian Party. And since then, I've worked in 33 states, I've worked on a lot of ballot initiatives and referendums like Carla Howe's eliminate the state income tax in Massachusetts twice. I've worked on legalizing marijuana. I've worked on putting spending limits on state government and recalling California Governor Gray Davis, where I got 10,000 signatures in 7 weeks single-handedly. Top petitioner in San Fernando Valley in California. I've worked 20 states specifically for the Libertarian Party on 43 Libertarian Party ballot access drives. And I've collected closing in on 100,000 signatures for the Libertarian Party that I personally collected. I've always had one of the highest validity rates on petitions. If you know anything about petition validity, that's very important. No ballot access drive that I have played a large role in has ever failed. Okay, and because of my connections in the petition business, I know or know of just about everybody who is in the petition business. And I know who to hire and who not to hire. And this party's been scammed out of money over the years by people I would call non-libertarian mercenary petitioners. And some of these people go out and they misrepresent the party to the public. And in fact, in 2015, the Libertarian Party had people working in South Dakota who, while they were working Libertarian Party, were also gathering signatures for top 2 primary that takes libertarians off the ballot, and the Libertarian Party was knowingly paying these people, and they knew they were working top 2 primary because I told them they were doing it before they hired these people, and they hired them anyway. So I'm sick of stuff like this happening. We need to get more libertarians out on the street collecting signatures. And we need people like Bob Lynch, if you know Bob Lynch from Virginia, and people like Paul Frankel and other libertarian activists out on the grounds interacting with the public. Now, in 2008 and 2012, I worked on the Ron Paul campaign, and in 2012, I was the ballot access coordinator for Ron Paul. Ron Paul had to get signatures to get on the ballots in different states. The Republican establishment didn't want him on the ballot, but we made it. And we turned in an unchallengeable number of signatures because our validity rate was so high they could not knock Ron Paul off the ballot. Plus, a district that I personally canvassed in Pennsylvania, where I went door to door talking to the voters, got 4 Ron Paul delegates elected, which was the most Ron Paul delegates elected out of one district in Pennsylvania. He had 16 of them, 16 delegates out of 20 districts that got elected. 4 of them were in a district that I personally canvassed. Now, moving onwards, I want to talk about cryptocurrency. It was my idea for the Libertarian Party to accept donations in Bitcoin. Sam Goldstein was up here saying that they found a way to convert them to Federal Reserve notes. I'm the one that told them how to do it. Jury nullification also.
Okay. Okay, we will now hear from the nominators from Reza Kosh-Sarat, then Victor Coker, and then Drew Leda.
I'm sorry, I can't do that much excitement. I'm English. My name is Jeffrey Neal. I'm here to nominate Reza Kosh-Sarat. As national chair in 2012 to 14, Reza came to me and he said, I have an idea. I think it would really be good. Now, as a well-experienced national chair, I first said what I always do. That's great. Why don't you do some research on it for me? I think he's the only person who ever did. Not only did he do the research, he came back to me and said, well, wait a minute, but in order to go further, I need some more information. I need some demographics and some distributions by state and blah, blah. Okay, I'll get that. And he kept at it. He kept delivering it. And he gave me that kind of professionalism of actually getting the work done. Now, I've sat on 7 LNCs. I've been national chair twice. And I will tell you, without question, every one of those national committees would have been better if he was on it. And I can't think of anything more positive I can say about the guy than that. I strongly urge you consider him.
Howdy, I'm Andy Craig, and I just wanted to say a few words about Reza. I got to know him in 2016 when I was working on the Johnson campaign, and he's one of the few people who's impressed me with his genuinely original ideas about things we should be doing. And one of those is something we haven't heard a whole lot about yet this week, and that is media outreach. Reza has a plan to build media outreach teams and promote that as one of the priorities for this party from shore to shore. We're going to have people who know their local reporters, who know them on a first-name basis, and who get our stuff in front of them. And so I ask you to vote for my good friend Reza.
Thank you very much for having me up here. Since 2012, I had a lot of local candidates come to me and ask me, what can the party do for us? And unfortunately, for most of that part, I said, well, welcome to the party. You're part of it. We have to build infrastructure. So recently, we had some success in building a media plan. And what I'd like to do in the next 2 to 4 years is build city-level, local-level media teams who have autonomy to deliver the message of our candidates to the local media in their district. And those media teams can pool resources of our candidates together to be autonomous, to use their experiences as being students in those districts. We never utilize students to their full potential, and I think a media team can do that. So my hope is in 4 years, we're going to have media teams from the shores of Manhattan to the shores of Hawaii. Thank you for your support.
So next we'll be hearing from the nominators for Victor Coker, then Drew Leda, then Ben Letter.
Why, hello everyone. I'm Matt Hicks, the South Carolina delegation hype man. Some of you already know me. You've met me outside with the It's Never Too Early for Scotch Caucus and the Magnificent Bearded Bastard Caucus. And you all know that I am awesome. But I'm not here to talk about me today. I'm here to talk about somebody that's awesomer than me. And his name? Victor Coher. Victor Coher has been involved in the Libertarian Party since right after I graduated from high school, which was a really long time ago. 1999, he's been a life member. He's ran for office countless times. He would be here himself right now as an elected delegate, except he couldn't stomach the idea of somebody running unopposed in his home district. So that's where he's at right now, working on a campaign that he threw himself on because everybody deserves a choice. That's how awesome Victor is. Now, I'm not going to tell you that Victor has ever wrestled a grizzly bear shirtless, but I'm also not going to tell you that he hasn't. So, to wrap it up, Victor, greater than bears, number one, impeccable libertarian credentials. He can find common ground with anyone in this room except the commies. And so I ask you, vote for Victor.
We will next hear from the electors for the nominators for Drew Leda, then Ben Letter, then Alicia Matson.
Hello, I guess I'm supposed to get up here and brag about what a great LNC at-large member I'd be. I was supposed to be doing things like come up and say, I can do the impossible. Like bringing Oregon back together to the delegation. When Karen Ann and Nick said that I probably wouldn't be able to. I suppose I'm supposed to brag about being willing to work myself into dust, to not sleep, to bleed for this party because the tree of liberty requires it. It can have it. I suppose I'm supposed to come up here and say, what am I going to do to help bring the LNC together? I suppose I could say I'm already the co-founder and vice chair of the Libertarian Unity Caucus, a caucus put together not for leading up to the convention or during convention, but after the convention when everybody needs to be together and at their strongest. I can't tell you that I would be a great LNC at-large member, but I can tell you that I worked myself into the dirt trying. I was a member of the COC that put on this wonderful convention, and I'd be honored to be able to take part in that again in 2020 when we put the fear of freedom into the two major parties.
Okay. We will now hear from the nominators for Ben Leader, then Alicia Matson, then Justin O'Donnell.
I'm back, Jeffrey Neal. Ben Letter is somebody I haven't known for very long, to be honest with you. I'm going to tell you, he's a dark horse that you should give some serious consideration to. I've met so many libertarians over the decades, and he's one of the ones that actually made a super positive impression on me very quickly, for maybe some things that people wouldn't think were obvious. Number one was that in conversing with him, he's extremely intelligent, but he's not aggressive. He's receptive, he listens, and he gives feedback, and I found myself agreeing with him and changing my positions on stuff. And he did it in such a manner that's extremely effective. But then I learned he has some skills that we have to have on the LNC. The LNC is a board of directors. 80% of their time is spent on budgets and policies and balance sheets and income statements. This is a guy that knows all that, as well as having all the libertarian credentials. He's had over 300 employees. He's an entrepreneur. I think he's got everything it takes to be a fantastic contributor to the LNC. He's only got one thing going against him is not enough of you know him yet. We need dark horses too.
Too many suits out here. Not enough campaign shirts. You want to win? That's my House candidate, Matt Savino. Nobody thus far has promoted any of their candidates. They've just promoted themselves. We need to be pushing each other. You don't need somebody that's going to promote themselves. You need an ear on the LNC if you're going to have a voice on the LNC. And I'm going to issue you all a challenge for 2020. If you go to nonaggressionprinciple.org, that will forward to my campaign website. I don't deserve to have that. So the challenge is this. I would like to see a resolution in 2020 to officially define the non-aggression principle. And I will give that domain name to the party at that time. And with that, thank you for your time.
We will next hear from the nominators for Alicia Matson, then Justin O'Donnell, then Susan Overing.
Hi, I'm Mimi Robson, the chair of California, and I'm here to nominate Alicia Matson. Y'all know her. You all know she is a hard worker. She gives countless hours. She gives her life to this party. You may not always agree with her, but you know if you ask her to do a job, she's going to get it done. Like in the city of Oxnard, which is a city in my state, when they raised their utility costs by a huge percent, she went out and she helped to get 68,000, well, first to get that on the ballot and then to get 68,000 petitions signed to do one of the biggest recalls in the country, to recall the entire city council. You give her a job, she's going to do it well. She's going to work for all of us in the party. I think she's absolutely perfect for this job, and I hope that you will all give her her vote. Your vote, not hers, yours. There you go.
Thank you, Mimi. I've already given one pitch earlier today, so I'm not going to repeat the details of that. You see my work product. I think it speaks for itself. Besides officer duties, I am one of the hardest working LNC members. I serve on committees that generate work product, including the Convention Oversight Committee. I'll just give you an example of one of the projects that I bring to the table, without even being asked. I saw a need for it, and so I went and assembled a lot of data from past conventions and built an archive of historical convention data we reference weekly, so we're not shooting in the dark when we're planning events like these, so we know what we need to change on the fly, and there was a lot to change this year with the kind of growth we had. So I ask for your vote for the LNC so I can continue to contribute real work product to the board of this party. Thank you very much.
Vote for Alicia.
Now, before we go to the next nominee, I'd like to ask the body if there's any objection to me speaking for the next candidate. Objection. Okay, so all those who are all right, in favor, say aye. Aye. All those in objection, say nay. So moved. Okay, so next is Justin O'Donnell, then will be Susan Overeem, and then Mark Padilla.
Hey, good afternoon. I'm Jeff Lyons from Massachusetts, and there are two people I would like to thank for inspiring my activism and are the reason that I stand beside you, fight for liberty at this convention today. One is Justin O'Donnell. The other is Arvin Vohra, for very different reasons. The other night, Justin said, "I am even more radical than Arvin on some issues, but I have a background in sales and marketing, and I'm not a jerk." Justin O'Donnell reached out to me in 2016 as a fellow Libertarian military vet. He invited me to a Johnson Weld rally on Boston Common. That's how I went to my first state convention, got involved with local outreach. I eventually got elected to my state committee as an outreach director, and he's the reason that I met Dan Fishman, whose campaign that I manage now, and after he was not reelected to Region 8, inspired me to run for Region 8 alternate, which I was selected the other night. And I owe all this to Justin O'Donnell. He is the author of Selling Liberty, a book about learning how to properly deliver the message of liberty in a way that will grow the movement, improve the activists, and educate the voters, not push them away. Arvin's message has been toxic, calling military murderers, teachers are the enemy, things like that. I came here today just to vote him off and send him home. Not just, but you know what I mean. A military veteran is somebody who is willing to die, not kill, but die to defend liberty. They don't have to. They don't have to die to defend liberty. They can fight next to us, side by side, and we can fight and we can make liberty win here. And that's the kind of guy that Justin O'Donnell is. I'd like you to elect him to at-large. Alex?
So real quick, basically when I was elected to be the Region 8 alternate earlier in the year, I got to be the alternate to Justin O'Donnell, and he was at all the conventions in the region. He was always on top of all the issues in the region. I saw him work his butt off, and that's why I love Justin O'Donnell.
Thank you to Alex and Jeff for speaking on my behalf. I'm sure you guys have heard enough of me this week between none of the above for chair and all of the above for vice chair. Up till about an hour or so from now, I am the Region 8 representative on the LNC currently. And I have the utmost faith that Jim Rosenbeck, the new Region 8 representative, will faithfully represent that region and will support him in that endeavor no matter what. However, I do aim to be by his side as a large representative on the LNC, and I can't do that without your votes. I am the author of Selling Liberty, but our candidates can't sell liberty if they don't get attention.
Okay. Next, we'll be hearing from the nominators for Susan Overeem, then Mark Padilla, then Joe Pascal.
I am clearly not Susan Overeem. I am Brian Waddell, delegate from New York, the Empire State. But our delegation here, along with hundreds of other New Yorkers, are trying to make it an empire of liberty. So Susan is one of those hundreds, and she's one that stands out. The reason she stands out to me, most of all, is last year in the New York City elections, we were looking for a mayoral candidate. And nobody we were really that pleased with had stepped forward early enough on in the process, and Susan saw that. She didn't really want to run, but she stood up and said, "I'll do it because there's nobody else here I believe in." She didn't choose to vote for NODA, she chose to vote for herself. And that should earn everybody in this room's respect. She is a hard worker, but so is everybody else here. She is a mother, an entrepreneur. She deserves your vote. She deserves to be on your list because she will represent you, each and every one of you. I know a lot of you have met her. I think that's pretty much all I want to say about her. I hope you can give her your vote.
Okay, next we'll be hearing from the nominators for Mark Padilla, then Joe Pascal, and then Michael Pickens.
Hello, Libertarians. My name is Justin Tucker. I'm chair of the Libertarian Party of Chicago. I remember the first time Mark Padilla visited our chapter. He was very anxious, driven, and eager to help our chapter participate in the Global Cannabis March, which further propelled our contacts in the Chicago cannabis community. He's also got to be my most favorite person in my chapter who is never there. That's because he's usually out and about, leading initiatives and campaigns across the country. I wish he could spend more time in my chapter battling the Chicago machine, but instead I'll support Mark for LNC at large because that is where he can have the most impact protecting our civil liberties. Our candidates and activists would benefit greatly from Mark's leadership. He understands effective activism, unity, and principle. Please vote for Mark Padilla.
I never was the biggest promoter of the Libertarian Party, and Mark Padilla proved me wrong on that. Mark is the reason that I'm on this stage today, and he's the reason that I'm a member of this party. He can sell liberty to anyone. I've been on 2 campaigns with him, and I can say that though his methods are extremely unconventional, they work. I've never seen a more effective activist on the ground in my time in activism, so that mine, I give you Mark Padilla.
Thank you guys, it means a lot. So I really want to talk about moving forward. Like, plenty of you guys know me, most of you guys don't, but I've always worked as a single issue activist, always a lover and a fighter of civil liberties, but the Libertarian is sort of what found me eventually. And after being here, there's a lot of people that I didn't think I'd have a lot of respect for, but at the end of this, like both Arvin and Matt Kuno, like, those are people I have tons of respect for right now. I will always defend people's ability to be in our party as long as they respect our principles. And I'm proud to represent any pragmatist, any classical liberal, any Rothbardian, left or right, as long as they respect the NAP. And even a certain friendly fascist. And regardless if I get elected by this delegacy to represent them at large, I will continue to build nonpartisan, issue-based coalitions to lobby and file referendums and propositions across the country. Whether that's right to work in Missouri, whether that's ballot access for marijuana campaigns in Michigan, whether that I'm auditing the city of Austin in Texas, or making Dallas, I'm sorry guys. Appreciate it. I'll just summarize that I will always make those coalitions. I will defend individual candidates, and I will never continue to wear shoes. Take care, guys.
Okay. Next, we'll be hearing from the nominators for Joe Pascal, then Michael Pickens, and then Bill Redpath.
Good afternoon, my beautiful Libertarian family. I'm up here speaking for a good friend of mine by the name of Joe Pascal, who is unable to make it. He is a rancher in Montana, and if you can survive as a rancher in Montana, you will ultimately survive anything. The West is for rugged individualists when they choose to pull themselves away from society and lead their own lives, and that is the man that Joe Pascal is. This is a man who went overseas as a contractor, and he saw the madness and the waste that we go through for the bloodshed, and he's very passionate about that. His passion is so much that, as many of you guys know, there's been a lot of contentious stuff going on the last few months. Some of us are very, very uncomfortable with it. Some of us are very, very upset with ourselves. I'm going to put out 2 apologies right now. Michelle McCutcheon, I'm so sorry that we let you down. Laura Ebke, I am so sorry that some of our stuff ran into your race. There is no place for this. Politics is dangerous. Politics is not a game. Alicia Dern isn't here. She is my friend. Joe and Tanisha Pascal are not here. They are my friends, and they decided to step back because it was for the best for the party. It got a little too crazy. But what we have to remember, guys, is these people matter. They bring qualities to the table. They know the right people that can start bringing us around. As I said, this is not a game. When people are getting death threats for seeking out ballot access, do you think this is a game? They are out for our blood, and we need to have people that are going to be there to stand up in their face. And we need those rugged individualists up there because they're not going to take this. And they are going to have a firm message of liberty. And when we have those folks with the right connections, we'll be able to build those coalitions. And what I'm offering to you guys here is give me a vote for Joe Pascal and help us bury some of the hatchets that have happened over the last few months and bring things to a head. The D's and the R's are successful for a few reasons. And one is after they get done with their nominations, they sing Kumbaya and they get to work. Okay, guys? I'm going to say it. Let's get to work. All right? I am not proud of a lot of the things that have happened the last few months, and I know Joe is not either, but we want an opportunity to show what the West has done. And we want an opportunity to show that we can mend the bridges and be better than that we were before. Okay, guys? And if this proves anything to anyone as what we need to do as a party, Joshua Smith?
Okay, so next, we'll hear from the nominators for Michael Pickens, then Bill Redpath, then Steve Sheets. Is there anyone speaking on behalf of Michael Pickens? Okay, come on up. Okay, so while you walk the stage, let's try something out. I want to say, let's be libertarian, and you guys say together, let's be libertarian. Yeah. Let's be libertarian. Yeah. Awesome. Okay, so we have some people speaking for Michael Pickens, and then again, after that will be Bill Redpath, and then Steve Sheets.
Good afternoon, delegation. My name is John Kyle from Colorado. And I wasn't planning on doing this. I literally just said that and then walked up here. So I'm just going to tell a little story about C. Michael Pickens. I came into the party a little later than most people here. I knew I was a libertarian back in 2012. Voted for Gary Johnson, but wasn't registered with the party until 2 years ago. I called C. Michael Pickens and was asking about how to run a campaign, things of this nature. And he took probably 20 hours over a couple weeks out of his time to sit and talk with me over the phone to instruct me on how best to run a campaign. And my first campaign for city council, I got 10%. Second campaign, 30%, and I'm planning to run again in 2019. We need people like that on the LNC, someone who's willing to take someone like me with no political experience and put their time and effort into helping them run a successful campaign. I highly recommend you voting for Michael Pickens. Thank you.
So next we'll be hearing from the nominators for Bill Redpath, then Steve Sheets, and then Matthew Shutter.
Guess who's back, right? So many of you guys know me, right? You know that this party is really all I do, yeah? Like, who here thinks I have a life outside of the party? Because I got news for you, that's false, right? But from the year 2000 until the year 2016, it was illegal for me to register as a libertarian in my state. That changed in 2016, largely because of Bill Redpath. Bill Redpath and Richard Winger have fought for ballot access in states like Oklahoma, where so many people said, this is unachievable, and achieved it. It is because of Bill Redpath then I'm able to come here and bust my ass for you guys. Bill just does not quit. This ballot access thing, he is never going to let this go. And thank God for that, because we have got to have this access in every state for every voter. Libertarian should always be an option. And I'm going to ask you to vote for Bill Redpath for at-large so that he can continue this very, very, very important work.
Hi, Dustin Anna from Ohio again. I'll make this very brief. Bill Redpath is that ballot access libertarian, but don't take my word for it. He doesn't even live in the state of Ohio, and he gave us 1,093 signatures for our ballot access drive. That saved the Ohio Party $3,087.38. The dude does not even live in Ohio, and yet he donated $3,000+ of his time to us. But it's not just Ohio, it's Pennsylvania, DC, Virginia, and Illinois. That's all.
Hi, I'm Jo Jorgensen, 1996 vice presidential nominee. I was Harry Brown's running mate. Thank you. And I just wanted to let you know that during my campaign, I saw firsthand Bill's dedication to gaining ballot access. Long days that didn't end till 10 or 11 o'clock at night, phone calls literally in the middle of the night from petitioners. If it weren't for Bill Redpath leading the efforts of our party, Harry and I would not have been on the ballot in all 50 states. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In 1990, when I became involved in ballot access efforts, the Libertarian Party had ballot access in 17 states. Today, it's 41 states. It hasn't been a smooth path, but I would like you to return me, please, to the National Committee so I continue the fight that needs to go on, also to fight for electoral reform to make libertarians more electable, and to use my best judgment on the affairs of the party. Thank you so much, and I appreciate your vote. Would be honored to receive it. Thank you.
Next, we'll be hearing from the nominators for Steve Sheets, then Matthew Shutter, then Mike Shipley.
I met Steve Sheets several years ago, and the first thing I thought about him when I met him is, that guy talks like a radical, but he's such a nice guy. What's going on? He really taught me to understand that you can be strong, but you can also be loving. You can be hard, but you can also be soft. He's a guy who literally invited me to his home for his special coffee maker and let me bring my 2 daughters. This is a man who cares about our party, who runs for office, but also supports people who are running for office, who will knock on doors, but will also write bylaws. This is a man who can do it all. He's a man who should be in the LNC. He's my personal friend. He's Steve Sheets. Please support Steve Sheets.
Hi, everyone. I'm Hisham al-Maligi from New York as well. I've known Steve for a few years, since the Pennsylvania debate in 2016, and since then we've been really good friends. We've been doing a lot of things together, including after the Orlando shooting, Steve called me and organized a press conference in Times Square the weekend after between myself as the Muslim libertarian in the area in New York and outright libertarians, Tim Simmons. And we had a press conference showing unity between outright libertarians and Muslim libertarians. This is Steve Sheets. He does the work. He does not just talk the talk, he walks the walk. Steve Sheets, everybody.
Over the last 6 months, I've spent a lot of time with Steve Sheets, who I've known for years. A lot, like hours and hours in cars as we drove to many of these conventions together. It was a really good time. And there's no one I know who can keep toe-to-toe with me with positivity, optimism, and hope for the future of the party. So I love Steve Sheets.
Working with these guys has been both an honor and a pleasure. And I hope to God you put me on the LNC so I can work with these guys and keep working with these guys forever. Thank you.
Next, we'll be hearing from the nominators for Matthew Shutter, Mike Shipley, then Brian Slowinski.
My name is Drew Bingaman. I am the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania. I am an elected official, and the person I'm up here to nominate is also an elected official on multiple offices over the years. He's always run for office. He's run for sheriff in his county. He is super passionate. As a matter of fact, he's the most passionate guy that I know for this party. As a matter of fact, he's so passionate that his time as auditor in his township, he has made enemies of the local rest of the elected officials that he always calls corrupt, and I think most of us know that they probably are, and has tried to prove so, but has been stonewalled. But that is one of the reasons why, about a year ago, I got a phone call from the Department of State saying there was a gentleman trying to turn in paperwork at one of our counties, and they wanted to verify that he was actually part of the Libertarian Party. And they wanted to arrest him and throw him out. I confirmed that Matthew Shutter was indeed one of our county chairs, and he was indeed entitled to turn in paperwork, and that they should not arrest him. This is a guy that is so passionate about freedom and liberty and this party that he literally terrifies elected officials. I am asking for you to vote for Matthew Shutter so that he can continue that and pass along some of that information to other places around the nation, because I think we really do need to make the elected officials afraid of us, and not just us, but the entire population. That we're going to take this back, we're going to take our freedom back, and we will do so at the elected officials' expense. Thank you.
That's what the revolution can do. America, are you ready? I'm ready to go to work. Thank you.
Next, we'll be hearing from the nominators for Mike Shipley, then Brian Slowinski, and then Heidi Alejandro Smith.
My name is Eric Rautzup, and I'm running for North Carolina State House District 31. But today I am here to discuss with you an individual that I believe would be the best individual to be on the LNC member at large. His name is Mike Shipley. I have had the honor and the privilege of working with Mike for the last 2 years on the Outright Libertarians, an organization that is filled with pragmatic libertarians, radical libertarians, audacious libertarians, libertarian socialists, and everything in between and to each extreme from there. The amazing thing is that we all work together because of Mike Shipley, with his passion, with his work ethic, his principles. We have tripled membership, we have quadrupled our fundraising, and it is because Mike is our inspiration. You may not agree with Mike Shipley all of the time. However, you cannot disagree that he is the most dedicated individual in this party for the cause of GSM issues. You cannot disagree that what he wants is the best for this party as a whole. So I implore you, please vote for Mike Shipley for LNC at large. Thank you.
Hello, you beautiful libertarians. My name is Evan McMahon, and I'm a delegate from the great state of Indiana. In November, our chairman, Nicholas Sarwark, asked me to move out temporarily to join our friends in Arizona to run his mayoral campaign. When I did that, I met an interesting fellow with the green mohawk there, and I didn't agree with most of what he said on Facebook. I found it objectionable personally, and we had lots of conversations about it. But one thing that I learned about Mr. Shipley was that when you call him and you ask him to come and help, he is immediately there. When you need someone to put in the hours and the effort, Mike Shipley will always be there. When you ask him to organize an event, he will be there and he will represent the party first. So I would love to see Mike Shipley as an LNC at-large representing all of us. Thank you.
Hey everybody, I've got 30 seconds here. So in 1990, Lou Rockwell wrote that the cultural anti-norms that mark the libertarian image were abhorrent. It's not 1990 anymore. I may be free-spirited, I may have bohemian views, I may have a punk aesthetic, but I am probably the most type A free-spirited person you will ever meet. You don't just get nonconformity with me, you get a branded multi-channel nonconformist experience. So I have a specialty of connecting principles to practice, and I'm good at it. So vote for me for LNC at large.
Next, we'll be hearing from the nominated for Brian Slowinski, then Heidi Alejandro Smith, then Joshua Smith.
Hello, Georgia. I'm Ted Metz. I am actually the chairman of the Georgia Libertarian Party, and I'm here to introduce Brian Slowinski, and it's great being here in New Orleans with all of you. This is a wonderful turnout. This has been a great convention. We've gotten a lot done, and I can really feel the energy that we're all going to kick ass in the next 2 years, and we'll actually get a presidential candidate who actually can sway the election. So I'm going to introduce Brian Slowinski. Brian Slowinski is a freedom fighter. He's been in the trenches. I've known him for 5 years or so, fighting the established duopoly. He's a really hard worker. He's the father of 8 children, and he's a great guy, and he's gonna get stuff done. He's gonna work with everyone to bring things together, put plans into action, and actually make sure that things happen. So here's Brian Slowinski. He'd appreciate your vote. Thank you.
My name is Brian Slowinski. Brian Slowinski. Brian Slowinski. What's my name? Now you know who to vote for. On your table, you'll see a little card like this because I'm for the little fella. Okay? Basic information on there. I'm the campaign strategist for Ted Metz. I worked for Ron Paul in 2008 and 2012. I'm a delegate here this year. I'm a father of 8, married, retired. So I have the time to help out, to mentor other candidates who are running for office, to work with affiliates on the state level and on the county level. We as libertarians, when we have a good message, we need to go over it again and again. I'm here to ask for your vote, your guidance, and to learn from your wisdom. We need to be the libertarians who seek to push the solutions, not exasperate the divisions that we have. We need to work for solutions. We are all the masters of something in this room. We need to learn from each other. In that regard, I would ask that everybody who is running for an at-large position, if you don't get it, you become a member of the 35 of Libertarian Large, and you get used by the Libertarian National Committee to whether it be voter registration drives or whatever's needed so we can move our party forward. When it comes to signs that we have out there, make sure on your signs that you just have either vote or elect in your name, because then you can use them for different election cycles and use them for 2 or 3 or 4 election cycles. On the top, you can put you're running for state representative or state senator or whatever it is, because that's the way to utilize the resources that you have. Same with your website. Try to use your name, like my name, Brian Slowinski, or you do vote Slowinski. I'd appreciate your consideration. I'll work hard for you. Again, my name is Brian Slowinski. Brian Slowinski. Brian Slowinski. Thank you.
Next, we'll hear from the nominated for Heidi Alejandro Smith, then Joshua Smith, then Christopher Thrasher.
Hello, I'm Hap Borther from Louisiana, current California delegate. I'm here to represent Heidi Alejandro Smith. All right. Last business meeting for the National Committee, they came here to this building to check it out and do the budget meeting. And there was Heidi asking them questions, and I had no idea who this was. And then she said she's from Louisiana. I'm like, okay, we need to talk, because we're working locally here in Louisiana. So, needless to say, she showed up at our parish caucus, became alternative, the alt for everything, all the committees, everything like that. She's been very active locally, and now she is running for our at-large nationally, and you're going to hear somebody that's coming from a very different perspective, and I love that. I love, because we're all individuals, we're coming together to work. All right, so vote for Heidi the Mighty.
You all know who I am, I hope by now. And I promise this will be the last time I come up to the stage. I'm a politician, so you can ride that. So look at Heidi is someone. How many people are in here are truck drivers? Raise your hand. That's what I thought. You know how many truck drivers we have in this country? Thousands and thousands and thousands and thousands. Heidi drives a semi. She's already been vetted out. She has a great, truck drivers have to meet rigid standards. They can't drink very much. They can't do any of this stuff. We have never had a truck driver on the LNC. Now, this is important. We need a diverse LNC, ones that can represent all of this country. I think she'll be a great asset. Besides that, I'm uglier than sin, and she's part of the cute caucus. So for no other reason, vote for that way. But again, I ask you to vote for Heidi. Thanks.
I think we've been here long enough, so I'm going to try to keep this as short and as sweet as possible. And if you see me shaking at any time, it isn't because I'm nervous, it's because I'm still cold. As the great Jeff Hewitt alluded to earlier, I am a truck driver. I drive a semi-tractor trailer, for those who need a little more information. And it is a profession that has been maligned and overregulated by the government as of late. I would like to use my position on the LNC to reach out to these individuals who are diverse. Oh, my time's already done? Okay, well, just to keep it short, if you're looking for a humble worker bee who wants to grow the party, please vote for me. Thank you.
Now, next we'll hear from the nominators for Joshua Smith, then Christopher Thrasher, then Arvin Vohra.
Hello, everybody. My name is Brandon Finney, and I apologize for being up here again. If you want someone that's going to bring people to the party, if you want someone that can persevere through adversity, if you want someone that has heart and passion, and I would challenge anybody in this room to give me a better hug than if you want someone that will never quit and never surrender for the work of the party, and if you want someone that I will personally keep accountable for as long as he's in the position, please vote for Joshua Smith. Thank you.
I'm Tom Arnold, and I'm from Tennessee, and I'd like my delegation to stand, please. You guys stand, the Tennessee delegation. You see them? They're young people. We didn't have that in Tennessee 3 years ago, and now all the millennials are running our executive committee. This young man is one of those millennials. And he got almost 25% of the vote in the chair's race. There's a constituency there that needs to be represented on this LNC. And I promise you, I will keep him in check because he knows that. Now, I ask you all to give your vote, the #1 spot, to Joshua Smith.
My name is Dan Fishman, and I am here. I rise to speak for Joshua Smith, and I think about the phrase, I rise deliberately. And when I think about rising, I think about getting knocked down and rising up again. And when I think about that, I think about Joshua Smith. I think about Maya Angelou's poem, Still I Rise, which I'll read a little bit to you of. You may write me down in history with your bitter, twisted lies. You may trod me in the very dirt, but still, like dust, I rise. Just like moons and like suns with certainty of tides. Just like hope springing high, still I rise. Do you want to see me broken, bowed head and lowered eyes, shoulders falling like teardrops, weakened by my soulful cries? You may shoot me with your words, you may cut me with your eyes, you may kill me with your hatefulness, but still, like air, I rise. I have seen Joshua Smith, people try to knock him down, but still he rises. And I think about the collective work of our body as we try to raise again the house of liberty that was built here in our country. And if you are going to build a house, you need a solid center beam. And that solid center beam is the Libertarian Party. And the hardest worker is Joshua Smith.
Thank you, guys. I had one goal when I signed up to run for chair, and it was to roll back the size and scope of intrusive government. Please give me that chance.
Next, we'll be hearing from the nominated for Christopher Thrasher, then Arvin Vohra, then James Weeks.
I'm Mary Ruart for Texas. And I'm standing here for Christopher Thrasher. I really enjoyed the debate. I thought the list he gave us was really good. And I know him well enough to know he'd do those things. But you know what the great thing is? He doesn't need to be chair to do it. He could do it as an at-large rep. So I say, let's put him on the LNC and let's get his expertise. Thank you.
Thanks for having me back. I'm Tom Mann from the great state of New Mexico. Hey guys, where are you? I'm here to speak on behalf of Chris Thrasher. I've worked with him through 2 presidential campaigns, 2012 and 2016. Earlier today, before lunch, Mark Hinkle made some comments about the necessity, importance of teamwork and loyalty in electing our 5 at-large representatives. Chris Thrasher, having worked with him through 2 campaigns, is someone who embodies the words teamwork and loyalty. I wholly endorse and support his effort to become our at-large representative. Chris is all about loyalty in teamwork that exceeded even the loyalty and teamwork of some of our higher profile members of the campaign. Please vote for Chris Thrasher.
Hello, delegates. Once again, it's me. Now, I know I've said a lot over the past couple days, and I want you to remember that we're voting with approval voting. The beauty of approval voting is that you can vote for whoever you want if you approve of them being on the LNC. If you approve of the ideas that I have presented on this stage over the past couple days, I ask you to write down my name so that I may prove to you that we can get these things done on the Libertarian National Committee. Thank you very much. Good.
Next, will be the nominees for Arvin Vohra, then James Weeks, and then Noda.
Arvin Vohra, as you guys know, I'm running for president of the United States of America. And you know that during that time, I will be talking.
Please give respect to the speaker. Reset the time. And I'll do that again.
And during that time, I will be using that campaign to talk about how we can empower ourselves. I'll be talking about jury nullification and homeschooling and cryptocurrency and not enlisting in the United States military to continue to enable this destructive foreign policy. I will be doing outreach like you've never seen before. So you may be asking, why do I also want to be at large? And I'm going to tell you exactly why. Over the last 2 years, the biggest job that I've had has not been posting on Facebook. That's not my media reach. My media reach has been on national and international media because I happen to have the opportunity to live in one of the largest media markets in the world. I live inside of the Beltway. It is also one of the largest political markets in the world. I stood up here, though many of you offered to be nominators with me, and I appreciate that. I stand here alone because this is the job that I'm signing up for. When I'm speaking on your behalf to hostile audiences in DC, and believe me, there are a lot of hostile audiences in DC, there will be nobody standing beside me. It will be me carrying your principles. And as you might know, when I speak publicly, I speak on where minarchists and anarchists agree. I speak for unity when I speak publicly on behalf of the party. If I'm your at-large representative, I will be able to speak not just for my own campaign, but I will be able to speak on behalf of the Libertarian Party in front of political groups, in front of lobbying groups, as I've done over the last 2 years. Being in that large political market has also allowed my words to be shared all over the world by organizations, libertarian and libertarian-friendly, including WikiLeaks on Twitter. Make me your at-large representative, and I will keep representing you in the media, internationally, nationally, and in the largest political market in the world, and on the ground, on stages, often in front of hostile audiences. And I promise you this, I will not back down, and I will not flinch. Thank you.
Well, next we'll hear from the nominators for James Weeks.
Hi, everyone. I'm James Weeks. Abolish ICE. I yield back the rest of my time.
Okay, next will be the nominators for, next for the nominators for NODA.
Thank you for some love for NODA, yeah. Okay, so my name is Keith Budkovich. I'm a delegate for California. Thank you guys for letting me in your state for a few days. I live in Michigan, and I have a jacket from a sports team in Ohio, so there can be some unity between the two states, even if it is. Toledo, yeah. And we're in Louisiana right now, and I can make some anecdote about every other state. I've been to all the states and DC, but the main thing I'm here is why NODA? We have all these candidates on the ballot, and all of them bring some sort of good quality. But I just want people to make sure NODA is always an option. It's something we always strive for in every election. We want all voters to have choices. If there's some of you that don't like any of the candidates, even improve voting, NODA is the way to go for you. Remember, NODA and NOLA, NODA and NOLA.
Okay, with that, all the speakers, or all the nominees have spoken. So we will be distributing the ballots. So delegation chairs, in a moment, I'll have you guys come up. I just wanted to first just reiterate, this is going to be the first time that we're voting for the at-large slate using approval voting. This means that you could vote for as little or as many candidates as you like. So if you like everybody, you can put everybody on your ballot. Or if you like nobody, you can put nobody, or just write NOTA on your ballot. So that means delegation chairs be extra careful, and then recognize microphone 2.
Mr. Chair, seeing as how we are past the time in the schedule, I would like to motion to extend time by 1 hour for the completion of elections.
Seconded. Okay. Do I ask for debate or? Suspend the rules. Okay, so you want to suspend the rules and extend time for 1 minute. Got it. Okay.
No, 1 hour, not 1 minute.
Okay. Huh?
You said 1 minute.
Well, 1 minute.
We need to extend by 1 hour.
Well, 1 hour.
For the
Okay,
completion of elections.
Thank you. Trial by fire, right? Okay. So, yes, but okay. If you are in favor of suspension of the rules to extend business by 1 hour, please say aye. Aye. If you're in favor of it, or if you're against, say nay. Okay. Suspension of the rules is approved.
Point of information?
Huh? Point of information?
About approval voting itself, how are the votes counted and are they weighted differently?
They won't be weighted differently. So what's going to happen is that delegation chairs, you're going to have to count all the votes on every ballot. And again, one person can vote for every candidate. And basically what's going to happen is that it's based on the total votes for each candidate. And whoever the 5 top vote getters will be the at-large candidate. So literally everybody could vote for everybody, but only basically vote for the people you want to see on the board. But you can vote for as many or as little candidates as you want. Delegation chairs, please. Oh, microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, and maybe this is a question for the tellers. If I tell my delegates to list the names in the order they will appear on the screen and write the first name for anyone they're voting for and a line for anyone they're not voting for, will that be sufficiently clear for the tellers? Because they're going to recount the votes.
I would like the secretary. What would you prefer? Okay, so yes, if you would like your delegation to write down all the names on their ballot and then cross out the ones they don't want, that would be fine.
I asked a slightly different question.
Screen. Yep.
First name for the people they're voting for, all in the order of the names in the ballot, and just a line where there's not going to be anything, because the delegates have to write out all of the names of 40 people. We are going to be here forever.
Oh, no, they don't have to do that. I thought you were asking if it's okay to do that.
Yes.
Got it. No, they don't have to do that. They can just write down the names that they want only, and that'll be sufficient. Yes, and we will be putting up the list of candidates up in a moment. But at this moment, I'll be asking delegation chairs to come pick up their ballots, and we'll get the names up on the screen so that way everyone can see the names of the candidates.
Mr. Chair, microphone 3.
Which one?
3.
Mic 3.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I move that while we're balloting, that we begin nominations for Judicial Committee so that we could get that in.
Okay.
Second.
So I hear a movement, so moved to suspend the rules to put in nominations for Judicial Committee. I heard it seconded. Do I hear any objections? Okay, I heard an objection. Those
Mr. Chair,
yep.
I also have a point of information for the body, if they would listen. We just nominated Sam Goldston from Indiana. We just nominated 35 people for at-large positions and listened for close to an hour and a half to speeches. There are 7 positions available on the Judicial Committee. The requirement is that you have to have been a member of the National Party for 4 years. So please, A, don't nominate anybody that doesn't qualify, and B, judicial in the number of people that you do nominate so we could get out of here within the proscriptive next hour. Thank you.
Okay. Oh, is this regarding the motion on the floor?
Point of information regarding balloting. Could you, in order to avoid spoiled ballots, could you specify for the body if they can vote for candidates and NOTA, or if they can, or if they vote for NOTA, they cannot write any other candidates?
Let me consult the secretary on that.
If you vote for anybody else and note is ignored, they will count the vote.
Okay. Okay, here we go. Let's be libertarian. Let's be libertarian.
Together.
Okay, so here we go. The answer to the question is yes, you can write NOTA on the ballot, but if you will indicate other names on your ballot, NOTA will not be counted. So you can write it, but it won't invalidate the whole ballot if you mix it with other names.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Yep.
Microphone one. One.
Okay, one.
Thank you. So are we getting index cards, or are we getting like a sheet of paper, every single delegate with all the names on them?
Let me check. Got it. Index cards. And the names will be on the screen.
You can't get
Okay. Now, there was a motion on the floor to suspend the rules to take nominations for Judicial Committee. I heard an objection. Those in favor of the motion say aye. Aye! Those not in favor say nay. Okay. And the motion passes. And we will begin taking...
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair?
Yep.
Microphone one, Steve Sheets, Pennsylvania.
Hey, yep.
I rise to nominate Thomas Knapp.
Okay. Call on staff.
Mr. Chair.
Yep.
Mr. Chair, a point of parliamentary.
Oh, yes.
Parliamentary point. This is Data Logan from Washington State. According to our rules, Rule 8, number 2, C, number 2A, if a vote for none of the above is on a ballot, that ballot shall be ignored. You know, so, sorry.
Yeah, it's...
Every ballot with a vote for none of the above and one or more candidates is ignored. That ballot is ignored. So you have to choose none of the above or one or more candidates. You can't choose none of the above as one of your candidates.
So I have the rule right here. It says each delegate may cast a ballot with a vote for either none of the above or one vote per candidate for any number of candidates. Every ballot with a vote for none of the above or one or more candidates is counted as one ballot cast. A vote for none of the above shall be ignored if the ballot also includes a vote for any other candidate. So it just invalidates the vote for NOTA, but not the ballot.
Okay.
NOTA. Any further? Yes, Mike 1.
Mark Hinkle, California. I rise to nominate the former chair of the Libertarian Party of California, 3 decades plus activist, Ted Brown.
Okay. Repeat the name one more time. Let's be libertarian. Okay. Just repeat it one more time. I didn't hear it.
Yes.
Ted Brown. Okay, got it. We're good.
Okay.
Okay, let's see.
You guys get the list down now. Mr. Chairman?
Yep. Mike 1.
Ted Brown from the California delegation. I'm proud to nominate Mark Hinkle, former LNC National Chair for Judicial Committee.
Okay, Mark Hinkle.
Oh, nice.
Cool. I see you, Mike. Mike 2.
Mr. Chair,
yep.
I nominate Daryl Perry from the okayest state in the nation as for the Judicial Committee.
Okay, Daryl Perry. Okay, Mike 3.
And what's the nominator's name at number 2?
Say it again?
What's the nominator's name at Mike 2, who just...
That was Spencer Dias.
Thank
That was Spencer
you.
Dias.
And Rob Latham, delegate from Utah, I rise to place in a nomination Chuck Moulton for Judicial Committee.
Okay, Chuck Moulton. Okay, Mike 2.
Daryl Perry, New Hampshire. I nominate D. Frank Robinson for Judicial Committee.
D. Frank Robinson. Okay, Mike 1.
Joe Bishop Henchman, District of Columbia. I nominate Andy Craig of Wisconsin.
Andy Craig. Okay. Okay, Mike 2.
Ken Molman of the Ohio delegation. I nominate Chris Wiest.
Chris Weeks.
W-I-E-S-T.
Spell that one more time.
W-E-I-S-T.
Got it. Cool. Thank you very much. Mike 3.
I rise today. I'm Dustin, Ohio. I rise. Here. Actually, I'm going to let Mike 2 do it because this is our first convention. And I think she specifically wants to nominate her, so I'm going to let her do it.
Okay, Mike 2.
I'm Michelle McCutcheon with the Ohio delegation, and I'd like to nominate Tricia Sprankle.
Tricia Sprankle. Okay, microphone number 1.
Market Gold, California. I raise to nominate a gal who's involved in 3 national conventions, an elected official, former LNZ Secretary, Ruth Bennett.
Ruth Bennett.
Jesus, give me a break.
Okay, mic 2.
I'm going to break with convention and nominate myself, Jeffrey Neal. I put on my big boy pants today. I don't need any help.
Jeffrey Neal. Okay, Maine, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Vermont have not picked up their teller sheets. So please come up to the secretary's desk and pick up your teller sheets. Okay, and that was Jeffrey Neal. Okay, mic 3?
No, Michael.
Russell Brooksbank from Indiana.
Yep.
Nominate Greg Hirsch.
Greg Hirsch. Can you spell the last name?
ZSCH.
Got it. Okay. Mic 2?
Ernest Hancock, Arizona. I nominate Michael Kilsky for judiciary.
Michael.
From Arizona.
Okay, can you spell the last name?
Kielsky.
Got it. Thank you.
Point of information.
Point of information.
Pat Dixon with Texas. We were distributing ballots when we thought there was motions about NODA. What happens if people fill out a ballot with the names of candidates and NODA?
Oh, no, NODA will be disregarded. So you won't count NODA. So basically...
so the ballot would be valid, is that correct?
The ballot would be valid, you just don't count the vote for NODA. So the vote for NODA will be ignored.
All right.
That's what the rules say, yep.
Right. It can only be NODA by itself. Or
Okay, yep, mic 1.
Yes, Keith Butkovich, delegate for California. I nominate none of the above for the purpose if anyone wants to speak for it.
Got it, okay, NODA. Okay, Kansas needs to return to the teller, so can the delegation chair for Kansas please return to the teller? Okay, microphone 2.
Hi, Alexander DiBenedetto, delegate from Nevada. I'd like to nominate Elsheva Levin for Judiciary Committee.
Can you repeat the name?
Elsheva Levin.
Got it, can you spell the first name?
I believe it's E-L-S-H-I-V-A.
Levin. Okay, cool. And then the last name is Levin, L-E-V-I-N?
That's correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Microphone 3.
Hey, Mark Padilla, Illinois. I nominate David Demarest.
Say that again?
David Demarest.
Oh, David Demarest, okay. Mic 2? No one on mic 2? Okay. Mic 1?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mark Tanser, Palm Beach County, Florida. I would like to nominate Suzanne Gilmore from Florida for the Judiciary Committee.
Sue Van Gilmore. Got it. Okay. Let's see here. Is there anyone else at microphone 1? Go for it.
Greg Peel, Florida. I would like to nominate Jim Turney from Florida.
Can you repeat that one more time?
So, Greg Peel from Florida. I would like to nominate Jim Turney from Florida.
Jim Turney. Got it. Thank you. Microphone 3.
Yes, Christopher Thrasher, sitting with the Connecticut delegation. I would like to nominate the chairman of the Libertarian Party of Connecticut, Mr. Daniel Reel.
Dan Riel, yes. Okay, Dan's on there. Dan Riel. Okay. Let's see here. Is there anyone else on mic 1? Yep, go for it.
Francis Wen, chair of the Montana Libertarian Party. I would like to nominate Roger Roots for the Judicial Committee.
And that's Barbara Rouge?
Roger Roots.
Roger Roots.
Roots, R-O-O-T-S.
R-O-O-T-S, got it. Okay, let's see here. Okay, mic 3.
Yes, Paul Kuhnberger of the Virginia delegation. I'd like to nominate Robert Murphy of Oklahoma.
Robert Murphy of Oklahoma?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Cool. And microphone 3?
Yes, I've been requested to nominate Richard Burke of Oregon.
Richard, last name?
Burke, B-U-R-K-E.
B-U-R-K, Richard Burke. Okay. Let's see here. Is there another, mic 3? Go for it.
My name is Helen Malinsky. I'm the Vice Chair of New Mexico.
Okay.
And I'm here to nominate A. Blair Dunn.
Blair Dunn. And spell Dunn for me?
BLAIRDUNN.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Cool. Are there any further nominations for Judicial Committee? Going once. Microphone number 1? No. Okay. Going twice. And I will close nominations for Judicial Committee. Okay.
Mr. Chair, point of information. Microphone 2.
Microphone 2.
Ken Ullman from the Ohio delegation. Curious to find out how long are the speeches for Judicial Committee under our rules?
Check, that should be 5 minutes. Are you going to do that?
No. Okay, that's fine.
Yep. So yeah, 10 for chair, 5 for all the other offices.
It's 5 minutes?
5 minutes, yep.
Mr. Chair?
Yep.
I would like, again, Ken Ullman from the Ohio delegation.
Yep.
I'd like to move to reduce nomination speeches to 2 minutes for Judicial Committee members.
Okay, so I hear a motion to suspend the rules to change the time for Judicial Committee speeches to 3 minutes.
2 minutes,
2
Mr.
minutes.
Chair. 2 minutes.
Okay, 2 minutes. Do I hear a second? Got it? Okay, do I hear any objections?
Mr. Chairman, can it be 1 minute?
Which one? Microphone 1? Mr. Sar? Say it again?
1 minute?
1 minute? Okay.
Mr. Chair, the motion, point of order, the motion's on the floor with 2 minutes.
Motion on the floor. So first let's vote on the motion for 2 minutes. If you are in support of suspending the rules and changing the time for Judicial Committee speeches to 2 minutes, say aye.
Aye!
If you're against, say nay. Nay! It passes. So Judicial... Cool. Okay. Yes, Perry?
Mr. Chair, request for information. Should I step on Sneck?
Yes. No, no. Sorry. Huh? Yes, so nominations for Judicial Committee are closed.
John Wilford from Texas. I'm going to try something here.
Okie dokie.
If y'all don't like it, just say no. We don't have to get in a spiral. Move to suspend the rules to dispense with Judicial Committee speeches.
Okay. Okay, I hear...
Second.
Sure. Okay, but I hear a second, and I don't... Any objections? Yes.
Hi, everyone. Miss me? All right. Mr. Wilford from Texas has moved to suspend the rules to dispense with any speeches for Judicial Committee. There has been a second. I heard objection. If we follow this suspension of the rules that Mr. Wilford has suggested, we will have no speeches, and you will just vote based on the names on the ballot. All in favor of the suspension of the rules, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. Sorry, John. All right. By default, my understanding is that we're in the all other category for Judicial Committee nominations, where it would be 5 minutes. Does the
point of order?
We've already suspended the rules to make it 2.
Thank you.
How many people have been placed in nomination for Judicial Committee? Give me an approximate number. Okay, so call it 20. So 20 by 2 is 40 minutes. We are now at 3:51 p.m. We have a hard strike time of 5 p.m. We can do it with 2-minute speeches if that's all we do. If you want to try and do it with 1-minute speeches, I think you'll probably run out of time for people to give you information that would be in any way useful. The Judicial Committee is a committee I've served on. It's important to the party. It is the last bulwark of liberty in our party. So I would suggest that you may do better to not seek any further suspensions of the rules, and just let's get to the speeches. Microphone to Mr. Perry.
Mr. Chair, could we begin those speeches now, or would that require a suspension of the rules?
The nominations have already been placed, is that correct?
Correct.
We have all the names?
Correct.
The names are in order of the nominations, correct?
That's a question for
on
the
the
secretary.
list that the secretary has? Then I am prepared to begin with the speeches now unless there is an objection. I hear no objection, so if you are wanting to be nominated for the Judicial Committee, I recommend that you be over here by the teller's table with your nominators, ready to go, and there is no obligation to take all 2 minutes for your speech. All right, while the secretary is tabulating the names, we are going to get started with the nominations. I'm going to ask for the benefit of the body that the nominators clearly state their name, that the nominees clearly state their name, because this is going pretty fast, but we can get this all done. The first candidate for Judicial Committee that we will have up is for Ted Brown. Ted Brown, are you and or your nominators ready to go? Give me a big old thumbs up. All right. And on deck, Ms. Mattson. All right, Ted Brown's going to be up for 2 minutes, and then Alex Spencer Diaz and Chuck Moulton after that. Let's go.
I've known Ted Brown for over 3 decades. His activity expands 40 years, and I nominate Ted Brown as the former chair of the California Party, and he has recruited more candidates in the Libertarian Party of California than all other candidate recruiters combined.
I'm Mimi Robson, chair of California. Ted Brown is the one that brought me to this party. It was his phone call that brought me here. He's excellent. He's been a member for years. He knows everything, and you should vote for him.
Yeah, thank you, Mark and Mimi. Yes, I'm Ted Brown. I've been an LP member for going on 40 years now. I've been very active in the California LP during that time, and until I moved to Texas just a few months ago, and I'm becoming active in the Texas LP as well. I've served as California chair, candidate recruiter, candidate, et cetera. And I love the party. I want to promote liberty as much as I can, and I hope I can do that on the Judicial Committee. I also have relevant technical experience. I'm an insurance claims investigator, so I'm used to asking questions and investigating, getting down to the bottom of things, finding out the facts. So if there's anything that comes up before the Judicial Committee, I certainly will be able to figure out what's going on and certainly be able to serve in that capacity. I urge you to vote for me for that position. Ted Brown for Judicial Committee. Thank you very much.
All right, the next candidate for Judicial Committee will be, it's actually Darryl Perry. Mr. Spencer Diaz was actually the nominator from the floor. So Darryl Perry and his nominators for 2 minutes. Moulton's on deck, and D. Frank Robinson after that.
My name is Darryl Perry, and I approve this message. I'm running for Judicial Committee. There are a lot of other wonderful people that are running for Judicial Committee. I'm not going to ask you necessarily to vote for me. I'm going to ask you to vote your conscience, but I would appreciate your vote. I would also appreciate very much if you vote for Tom Knapp and D. Frank Robinson. Thank you very much.
All right, this is how fast we've been going. In fact, it is not Ted Brown that was initially running for Judicial Committee. It was Mark Hinkle. And Ted, wait. Oh, okay. All right. Well, I don't know. We'll figure out where that is. You've heard from Perry. Now we're going to go to Moulton. Robinson's on deck, and Craig after that.
Hi, Joe Bishop Henchman, District of Columbia. Happy to move the nomination of Chuck Moulton. Chuck and I worked together on the Bylaws Committee. We agreed 60% of the time, but Chuck always knew everything. He's been a stalwart of the party for years. He knows where all the bodies are buried, what's been tried, what hasn't worked. He will not need on-the-job training. He, in fact, is chair of the Judicial Committee currently, and I am pleased to try to get him. This is our guardian council. This is what prevents our party from being taken over and making sure it sticks to its principles.
Rob Latham, happy to speak on behalf of Chuck Moulton, current chair of the Judicial Committee. I've been a member of the Judicial Committee for the past 3 terms. I consider Chuck a very valuable resource for party knowledge and good judgment, and I encourage you to support Chuck Moulton and re-elect him to the Judicial Committee.
Hi, I'm Chuck Moulton. I'm the current chair of the Judicial Committee. I've also been vice chair of the National Party, chair of the Libertarian Party of Pennsylvania, chair of the Libertarian Party of Virginia, chair of the Bylaws Committee. I have a long history with the party. I put out the vote charts of the LNC that you probably have at your chairs. I would really appreciate your vote for another term on the Judicial Committee. Thank you.
All right, the next speakers will be for D. Frank Robinson. Andy Craig is on deck, and Hinkle after that.
Hey, it's Joe Bookman from Utah again. Chuck just mentioned having a long history with the party. D. Frank Robinson created the Judicial Committee. He was the one that wrote the first language for that in 1972 at our convention in Denver. D. Frank deserves that seat on the Judicial Committee. To be sure to put him there. Again.
I'm Gene Bell from Oklahoma. I'm running for State House for my 2nd time. I'm here to arise in support of D. Frank Robinson for the position on the Judicial Committee, which he created. He created the 7th, 8th rule. Earlier in the convention, we agreed to give him a lifetime membership, an honorary lifetime membership. He's earned it. He is humbled and honored to be up for nomination of this committee chair or committee position, and he would like your vote. Please vote for D. Frank Robinson.
Hey guys, remember that Frank is Mr. 7/8. He wrote the rule that protects our SOP, the rule that you closed the back door on yesterday. Vote for Frank. 7/8, guys.
7/8. Frank is one of the founders. Frank has been with this party since it started. Frank is the person to be on the Judicial Committee because he is the father of 7/8. 7/8. 7/8. 7/8. 7/8. 7/8. Thank y'all.
All right, we'll have 2 minutes for the nominators for Andy Craig, followed by the nominators for Mark Hinkle, and then the nominators for Chris Wiest.
Hello again, Libertarians. My name is Andy Craig, and I didn't know I was going to be nominated for this, but then I was, so here I am. For those of you who don't know me, I've served in just about every position that we have except chair of the Libertarian Party of Wisconsin, and I was one of a handful of candidates who broke double digits for Congress in 2016. And the reason I want to be on this committee is to ensure that we go another 2 years without needing it. My goal on this committee will be to proactively reach out where there are disputes, where there are things that might get appealed to them, and see how we can build a consensus so that we don't get to having to use the Judicial Committee. So I'm asking for your vote, and thank you very much.
All right, the nominators for Mark Hinkle.
Yes, we're back. Hi, Ted Brown, nominating Mark Hinkle for Judicial Committee. I have known Mark for over 30 years. He has done everything. He's a former California State Chair, LNC Chair, candidate, membership chair in California. He is a tireless activist in California, and I strongly support his election to Judicial Committee. Mark.
My name is Mark Hinkle, and I've actually served as the chair of the Judicial Committee in California, where we actually did adjudicate a dispute, happily resolved, and so I do have that experience. In addition to having Ted Brown on the Judicial Committee, I'd also like to endorse Ruth Bennett, Jeff Neal, Jim Turney, and if you elect those 5 people, you will have over 2 centuries of Libertarian Party experience. I urge you to support all those candidates. Thank you very much for your time.
All right, those guys are all so much taller than me. The next nominator will be for Chris Wiest, followed by the nominators for Tom Knapp, followed by the nominators for Tricia Sprankle.
I'm also not that tall. The Judicial Committee is critically important, and we hope that it is never used. When it is used, something has gone horribly wrong. I stand to nominate Chris Wiest, an attorney from Kentucky. Those who know I don't always agree with Chris Wiest, but he is a great attorney for liberty. He's currently running a lawsuit against bad debate criteria that was enforced in 2014. We've recently won, I think we've completely won, a campaign against bad campaign finance laws that gave special perks to the old parties and not to us. And he's also currently in a lawsuit suing the Kentucky State Police for a human rights violation, a First and Fourth Amendment violation against a fellow libertarian. In short, Chris Wiest is an attorney to protect your rights, and as a Judicial Committee member, he will do that. Unfortunately, Chris had to catch a plane. You know, we're a little over time, so he had to catch a plane home, but he asked me to give this nomination, and I hope that you will give him your vote. Thank you.
All right, next we're going to call up Mr. Tom Knapp for his nomination, followed by Tricia Sprankle and then Ruth Bennett.
Good afternoon. I won't take 2 minutes. My name is Tom Knapp. I served on the Judicial Committee from 2002 to 2006, and I'll make you the same promise I made then. The Judicial Committee's job is to enforce the rules and bylaws of the party when a matter is appealed to them. I will do that without passion or prejudice, without inserting my own opinion as to what outcome I would like, and I'll ask for your vote to do that if called upon to do so.
It gets kind of messy up here. All right, the next nomination speeches will be for Tricia Sprankle, followed by Ruth Bennett, and then Jeff Neal.
Hi, I am here today to ask for your vote in Judicial Committee for Tricia Sprankle. She is a lawyer in her own right. She owns her own law firm. She recently headed up a 3.5 long year petition drive for Ohio, where we just turned in over 102,000 signatures to the Secretary of State's office. She is going to be announcing, we just are currently working on launching her page now, her run for Gahanna City Attorney for 2019. She's a protector of her statement of principles. She is listening, she's there. She's someone in leadership who answers an email, and she's the mother of dragons. And this is approved by the Drinkers Caucus.
Thank you, Michelle. I'm Trish Sprankle. I am a lawyer, and I feel that my temperament and education suit me well for this. I'm a fierce defender of the statement of principles and the bylaws of our party, and I think it would be incredibly cool to be on the same committee as Frank Robinson. Oh my gosh, I will learn everything that I can from him and Chuck Moulton and Ruth Bennett. I think there are great candidates here. I'm so happy to see them all. Thank you. If you could put me in your top 7, Trish Sprankle, thanks so much.
Much as I'm not that tall, I'm also not that short. All right, the next candidate will be Ruth Bennett, followed by Jeff Neal, and then Greg Hirsch.
I'm not that tall. My name is Ruth Bennett, and I would like your vote for the Judicial Committee. I have served on the Judicial Committee previously, and what the Judicial Committee does is actually very limited by our bylaws. And I want to make sure that those bylaws are executed the way that you have all voted them in. I've been state chair in 2 states. I have run multiple state and national conventions, including 3 national conventions. I have served on the LNC in a variety of capacities. I have attended all but 2 conventions since 1981, and I would love to be your voice of reason and voice of calm on the Judicial Committee. So please vote for Ruth Bennett for Judicial Committee. Thank you.
It's me again. I'm here to speak for Jeff Neal. Until recently, he was the longest-serving chair of this body, 2 non-consecutive terms. For the Judicial Committee, what you want is people who have that institutional memory. Nobody other than Frank Robinson has it better than Jeff Neal.
Mary Ruart from Texas. I know Jeff Neal as a friend, as an LNC chair under whom I served, and I am endorsing him because his thinking is so clear and analytical and also outside the box. He tends to see what's really going on. So he'd be perfect for the Judicial Committee. Thank you.
If I was going to bore you, I'd point out how many parts of the bylaws have my hands all over it. I've served on LNC bylaws committees many times. Some of the best parts in there I wrote. I won't tell you about the bad parts. Look, the Judicial Committee is like the fire department for the Libertarian Party. They sit around and play poker and have a good time until something happens and then drop everything, and it's an emergency that has to be dealt with. The Judicial Committee has to be able to do that. I have no problem with that. I have my nose in the bylaws all the time, and I haven't been chair for like 4 years. I bring it up all the time because I constantly am working with people who are asking, well, how do I do this? How do I do that? I think my knowledge of the bylaws and the policy manual is probably as good as anybody in the party at this point, and I'd appreciate your vote. Thank you.
All right, next we'll have nominators for Greg Hirsch. Michael Kielski is on deck. And if there's anyone who wishes to speak for NOTA for the Judicial Committee, please meet me over there so we can arrange logistics.
My name's Russ Brooksbank. I'm from hello. From Indiana, and I happen to be that libertarian that Chris Wiest happens to be representing in federal court. And I stand today with my friend Greg Hirsch. I know nobody that loves this party more than him, and I trust him fully to be a member of this committee and to be the bulwark and to stand for us and for the entire party should the need arise.
Hello, my name is Greg Hirsch from Indiana Libertarian Party. I've been involved with the Libertarian Party since 2001, became a life member in 2002. I'm on the Indiana Party Central Committee as a district rep. I'm the local party treasurer. I've run for local office. The Judicial Committee, what it is, you need a voice of reason. Those that are on the committee, it's rarely ever called in, but those who are, you need a voice of reason and good judgment, sound judgment. I have that. I served as a jury foreman once on a criminal trial, and I talked about jury nullification to the other members of the jury during that trial there, and as a result, we were able to drop the defendant. Instead of the prosecutor wanted a Class D conviction, we dropped it to a Class B, the voice of reason, and that's what it takes. So anyway, a lot of good people here running for the Judicial Committee. Remember, no matter who you vote for, which names you include, remember the name Greg Hirsch. Thank you all.
All right, 2 cleanup things. We need the Nebraska delegation to come to the teller's desk. We're also going to place the sample ballot up on the screen. If there are corrections, don't yell them out. Don't go to a microphone. Come up to the secretary's desk to make the corrections. This all went very fast. The next speakers will be for Michael Kielski, then for Noda, then for Elisheva Levin.
Good afternoon. My name is John Buttrick. I'm from Arizona. I'm a former state and federal judge, and I'm a present member of the Judicial Committee, but I'm not running for retention. Instead, I'm here today to speak on behalf of Michael Kielski of Arizona. Michael is a practicing attorney, both in civil and criminal law. He was for 8 years, which I think is a record, the chair of the Arizona Libertarian Party. He has run for Maricopa County Attorney on 3 occasions on a strong pro-drug legalization platform. He is a devoted activist, and based on my years of association with him, I can tell you unreservedly that he has the following qualities. He is intelligent, he is even-handed, he is patient, and he is detail-oriented. And those, in my view, make him the perfect candidate for the Judicial Committee. Please support Michael Kielski.
Thank you all. My name is Michael Kielski. I am from Arizona. Everything Judge Buttrick said about me is correct, but it kind of sounded boring. So let me tell you a little bit more. I am an activist. I'm an activist for liberty. Like you, I fight for liberty. Sometimes I do it in the courtroom. It's my job to do it in the courtroom a lot. I defend people. I try to extract them from the clutches of the state. That's what I do. But sometimes I get to play judge, and I have to put on a different hat. I have to be even-handed. I have to listen. I have to be patient. And I do that as well. So, folks, I ask you to extend me your trust. Please write down my name for Judicial Committee. I promise to represent your interests, that is you, because I am like you, an activist, a repeat candidate, an officer of the party. Please vote for me. Thank you.
All right, next we will have a speaker for none of the above, followed by Elisheva Levin, and then David Demarest.
I'm George Phillies. I'm here to speak to Noda. There is no bylaw that Noda does not know. There is no issue on which Noda is wrong. There is nothing that Noda has ever done in error. But I want to do something else, something we have not done in this convention that Noda certainly does not object to. If you are losing your rights, who do you call? 1-800-ELECT-US. That's... Let's try that again. If you're paying too much in taxes, who do you call? 1-800-ELECT-US. And if you have to use the internet, who do you contact? LP.org. Let's hear that again. LP.org. And if the government is on your doorstep after you've called your attorney, what party do you contact? What? And who do you phone? 1-800. And what do you do on the internet? Thank you.
Thank you, George. Couple housekeeping matters. We need the Oregon delegation chair to come up. I'm going to grab my hammer. Mean hammer. Let's keep it down. And the people in the back, if you're not in the hall doing business, please go out of the hall. It sometimes makes it too loud for people to hear. The other thing is, I've had inquiries. People have wondered how many people serve on the Judicial Committee. 7. 7 is the number of the Judicial Committee. The next speakers will be for Elisheva Levin, followed by David Demarest, and then Suzanne Gilmore.
This is Reza from Texas. I have known Elisheva Levin since the convention in Las Vegas in 2012. We have worked together on some issues, specifically the kind of issues you really need to read into and think about related to history, philosophy, and politics. Elisheva and I had a similar voting record despite our differences in 2014, and I'm here to endorse her for the Judicial Committee. Elisheva Hannah.
Thank you. I wanted to be on the Judicial Committee because it's something near and dear to my heart. It is the committee that is a protection for us from takeovers of the party, and also a protection when it comes to issues of bylaws and other procedural issues. And I really want to be on the committee because I have the temperament to work with it, the temperament to dig down, and the temperament to be able to bring reconciliation. I have a PhD in neuropsychology, and I'm interested in how people get along with one another. So I hope you'll give me your vote, and have a good afternoon.
So it wasn't that long ago when I met David Emerist, but I was pretty intrigued. We met in St. Louis at a YAL summit. It was a guy about 3 times my age, anarchist button, and advertising an unofficial libertarian convention. One, I got to say, pretty impressed that there was no question whether or not we should have Ron Paul there. This guy has unquestionable principles and experience. He's been representative on the LNC, he was on the bylaws committee, and has unquestionable ethics and experience. He's the only person I honestly trust to be on the Judicial Committee, and I really hope you guys consider voting for David.
Thank you, Mark. I'm David Pratt Demarest, and if you look at the qualifications required for the Judiciary Committee, in my estimation, they are the ability to apply reason and objective analysis to whatever we have to look at. The one other qualification is I would expect everyone on the Judiciary Committee to rely on their conscience to make the decision after applying reason and rational capacity. So again, David Pratt Demarest, I ask for your vote for the Judiciary Committee. My motto is freedom, nothing more, nothing less, for all people. Thank you.
Thank you, Libertarian Party. Mark Tanser, Palm Beach County, Florida, here to nominate Suzanne Gilmore from Miami-Dade, Florida. I'm going to talk about what she's done with the LP, and then she's going to talk about what she's done in the real world. She's served under me on the Convention Committee. She's also been on the LPF Rules Committee. And finally, she was the LPF Secretary for a couple years. And due to her institutional knowledge and her great organizational skills, the meetings generally were able to be run very well, largely thanks to her. Suzanne?
Hello, my name is Suzanne Gilmore from Miami-Dade, Florida. Lived there all my life except for 2 years in Alaska, where I had virtually no government. It was pretty cool. I spent 33 years interpreting code for a county body. I also was the principal author of legislation that was passed into law that saved lives, saved property, and saved money for everybody. I've been on the Rules Committee for LPF. I was elected by my peers on a quasi-judicial board to hear appeals from people who felt that the government had harmed them. And I've been interpreting law, and by the way, one of the few people who made sure that we listened to our appellants, we listened to the people who had issues about how the government behaved, and we ruled accordingly. I've ruled in favor of things that were not to my benefit, but that were against my principles, but they were what the law required. They were what the people needed, and it was appropriate and fair. So I would ask that you give me consideration, Suzanne Gilmore, for Judicial Committee, and I appreciate your attention. Thank you.
All right, the next candidate that we'll hear from is Blair Dunn, followed by Jim Turney, and then Dan Reel.
Hello, Libertarians. I know, we're almost asleep. We're almost out of here. We're almost over this final hurdle, but it is an important hurdle. I want to come to you and tell you about a candidate that I feel very strongly about, because he feels very strongly about liberty. He is our candidate in New Mexico for Attorney General, and he is fighting the good fight. He's out on the front lines. He is a warrior for our cause. I give to you Blair Dunn.
So I am that tall libertarian, as you can tell. I am a civil rights attorney. I practice and I defend people's First, Second, Fourth, Fifth, 10th, and 14th Amendment rights. I've got federal lawsuits on all of those. I'm going to keep this very short and sweet because I got to catch a flight, so you're going to have to pardon my French, but sometimes you just need an asshole attorney to deal with an asshole situation, and I'm the guy that can help you do that. So thank you. Appreciate your support.
I'm definitely not as tall as him. The next speakers will be for Jim Turney, then Dan Reel, then Roger Roots.
Good afternoon. Jim Lark from the Libertarian Party of Virginia. It's a great honor to speak on behalf of Jim Turney for the Judicial Committee. I've known Jim for over 30 years when he was national chair. He served as an at-large member of the LNC when I was national chair. I have complete trust in him that he is a man of integrity, that he will interpret the bylaws faithfully, and it is a great pleasure to speak on his behalf.
Okay. Wow, what a great looking bunch. It's an honor to be standing in front of you again and to have served every one of the last 3 decades, but not this one, to have served you and the Libertarian Party, first as chair for 2 terms in the 80s, the Ron Paul era here, and then in 1990s at large, also in the early 2000s at large. And so I haven't done anything with the national LP in this decade, and I would be honored if you would have me back to use the knowledge and experience I've gained over the decades to serve on the Judicial Committee. And thank you very much. An honor to have the nomination.
All right, next the speakers for Dan Reel, then Roger Roots, and then Robert Murphy.
Good day, Libertarians. Christopher Thrasher here. I've had the honor and the privilege of sitting with the Connecticut delegation throughout this convention, and I strongly endorse Mr. Dan Reel, who's the longtime chair of the Libertarian Party of Connecticut for Judicial Committee. Excuse me, Judicial Committee, that is.
I'm Dan Reel. I've been a Libertarian for 10 years, and I'm not only a Libertarian for 10 years, I'm a paralegal and a pro se from hell. We aspire to remove Democrats and Republicans from office, but I'm the only one in this room who's removed a Democrat from office by court order. I feel very strongly about the principles we stand for. I protect them every practically waking minute that I have to spare. So one thing I can promise you is we focus on dispute resolution, and we run a tight ship in Connecticut, and I hope to bring that to the Judicial Committee. We run a record number of candidates this year. We have a record number of volunteer signatures in hand. And I honestly hope that we continue to move forward, we continue to grow, And our party is so busy electing libertarians and raising money that the Judiciary Committee has absolutely nothing to do.
I'm Francis Wendt, and I'm chair of the Montana Libertarian Party, and I stand in support of Roger Roots for the Judicial Committee. Roger Roots was one of the first libertarians that I met in 2011 when I joined this party. Him, along with the late Mike Fellows, are the reason that I am here on this stage today. Roger Roots is a member of our Judicial Committee. He is our candidate for our ballot access race for clerk of the Montana Supreme Court. Roger Roots has been the rock that keeps the Montana Libertarian Party going.
Fellow delegates, I'm Rob Latham, a current member of the Judicial Committee and happy to also support. I hope you will join me in supporting Roger Roots to replace me on the Judicial Committee. I don't plan to run again, but I've picked my replacement. Roger is the kind of attorney that I hope I can get reincarnated as in the next life. He is a total legal badass. If you watch the Bundy situation, he was on that legal team, and they just kicked the federal government's ass with jury acquittals and even declared mistrials with prejudice. And so those people are free because of Roger Roots' work. So please join me in supporting Roger Roots for Judicial Committee. I've seen him since the Atlanta Convention in 2004, so he knows what it takes to protect this party and its values.
All right, thank you. My name is Roger Roots. I have an extensive history in the Libertarian Party, currently running for clerk of the state Supreme Court in Montana. I've written a lot of libertarian law review articles, some relatively famous ones, including Are Cops Constitutional? The answer is no. I'm a 100% principled libertarian. I will never cast a vote in favor of the state, never under any circumstance, and I would appreciate you penciling me in as one of your selections. My name is Roger Roots. Thank you.
All right, next we will have the speakers for Robert Murphy, and then after that, Richard Burke, and then after that, we are done with the nominees for Judicial Committee.
Robert Murphy has been a member of the party since 1974. When I met him in Denver in 1981, he was already one of the kind of old-timers. Excuse me.
Hey.
Sorry, my daughter. He served the party in every capacity imaginable, as candidate, as state chair, as member of the LNC on multiple occasions. All I can say is that we had a very difficult situation in the LNC in the 80s when I was serving with him that required the chair to recuse himself from the deliberations. The National Committee unanimously turned to Robert Murphy to run the meeting and control the situation. I think that speaks volumes. Thank you.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have a new song called, hey, don't touch me, called The Fox and the Crow by Melody Key. Watch it on YouTube if you want to. And you go too. Bye.
Hello, my name is Robert Murphy, and I'm a delegate from Oklahoma. I served gin and tonics to Roger McBride at a fundraiser in 1976. I've been around a long time, and the thing that I know that I've learned in 45 years of electoral politics, libertarians are not immune from factionalism. And I know that very many of you know this. Very many of you are in a faction of one sort or another. All of us have a vision of what the future should be. What the Judicial Committee does is try and sort through dissension between factions. If someone complains to the Judicial Committee, the committee has to examine both sides of an issue fairly and according to the rules, bylaws and rules of the LP. And when you get an old geezer like me and some of the other old geezers on here, we've seen all of these factions come and go over the last 40 years or so. And so all I'm saying is at least have several old geezers, and I'd like to be one of them. Thank you very much.
All right. The last nominee for Judicial Committee, but not least, Richard Burke, and after that we will place the sample ballot up on the screen so that you can see the names.
It is my honor to introduce my good friend Richard Burke. He serves as a gubernatorial appointee on Oregon's Governmental Ethics Commission and serves as its vice chair. Richard?
Thank you very much. I've always been fascinated by the Judicial Committee. I've served on the State Judicial Committee in Oregon in the past. I'm also a local elected office holder in addition to my Ethics Commission seat, and we make a lot of decisions that are applicable to the Judicial Committee. Although I want to be on the Judicial Committee, I was informed that if I was elected to the Judicial Committee, that it could undermine efforts to reunify the factions in Oregon. And I don't want to do that. As much as I would like to serve in party office at this level, I think it is more important that we put the party first and finish the job in Oregon. So for that reason, I respectfully withdraw my name from consideration. Thank you very much.
All right, I would ask that the sample ballot be placed up on the screen. I would entertain a motion from microphone 1, Mr. Perry from New Hampshire. Are you touching it? So, what I heard Mr. Perry from New Hampshire be recognized to say was he moved to suspend the rules to extend time for 30 minutes to 5 o'clock even, our hard strike time, in order to finish the business of the convention. Is that what I heard when you were at microphone 1, Mr. Perry?
That is exactly what you heard.
It's amazing, my hearing. I think it's the beer. Is there any objection to that procedure? Hearing no objection to that procedure, we will be extended to 5 o'clock. With there being no business other than the balloting, we will place the sample ballot on the screen. The secretary will print ballots. I would ask the delegation chairs to move towards the teller's table to pick up ballots when they are ready. I want to apologize to the body and to Mr. Sharp. We did not get through business in time for him to give his closing speech, but I would like to invite up to the stage at this time, without the objection of the body, Hesham El-Meligi from the Larry Sharp campaign. Sorry. All right, so I'm moving faster than the secretary. This happens sometimes. The ballots are still being printed. If the delegation chairs want to come up, I'm not going to stop them, but you've got about 10 minutes, so don't be in a rush. And then once again, my good friend, Hesham El-Meligi.
Thank you, Nick. So, hello everybody. I was supposed to introduce Larry, but he had to leave because of his flight from the airport. I mean, he had to leave at 3:30. So I'm still gonna introduce him as if he's here, and we'll call on Brian Waddell, his campaign manager, to come to say a couple of words. After today, I think we have to do something to change the bylaws or whatever, because after all these debates and speeches, I'm ready for Hillary. Okay, I'm kidding. Kidding. Well, I'm from New York. So, good afternoon, defenders of liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Settle down, there is more to come. My name is Hesham El-Meligi. I am an at-large member of the New York State Committee and co-founder of Muslims for Liberty. Thank you. I met Larry Sharp for the first time at a Manhattan Libertarian Party meeting a few years ago. He didn't register on my radar at that first time meeting him until maybe second or third time, because at this point, when he saw me coming in, He came and gave me a hug and had a very welcoming, words for me there. So most of you experienced this from Larry and like him for that, but it had a different impact on my mind. The first thought that came to my mind, the CIA gave up on their women breaking me, now they're sending me men. I'm kidding. So anyway, since then, over the past few years, I came to know Larry as the caring individual he is, as the professional individual he is, as the eloquent, charismatic, unifying individual he is, and the reasonable, principled defender of liberty he is. Larry has a sharp vision. Some might say it's 2020. Get it? Some of us really wish it is 2020. From his professional life as a leadership and business coach, he brought to us the principle of the 80-20%. We're human beings. We have different thought processes, different approaches, and we reach different conclusions. If we agree with each other on 80% of issues, we are really in a good shape, provided that we respect this difference in opinion and approach. Now, Larry also, thank you, somebody likes that. Larry also understands that as human beings, we make mistakes, and that the best of those who make mistakes are the ones who learn from them and find better ways. So I am very excited that Larry is carrying the torch in New York this year and has created one of the best libertarian campaigns for office I have seen in my entire activist career. You all have, thank you. You all have a role to play in this campaign, by the way, because we have a really good chance to make a big impact in New York this year. So you can either donate or amplify the message or volunteer for the campaign. Don't prevent yourself from giving even 1 hour a month or a week, as much as you can, or $1 a month, whatever it is that you can. So I was going to say, sisters and brothers, it is my distinct privilege to introduce to you the next governor of the great state of New York, Larry Sharpe, and for him, Brian Waddell.
So, you tired of hearing about Larry Sharpe yet? Oh, I love hearing that. Thank you. But I'm not really going to talk about him. I'm going to talk about what we've been doing, largely thanks to him and the candidate he is. We couldn't do the things that we are doing without somebody like him at the front. You always need a great face to your campaign, and that really, Larry has that heads and tails above so many. I really can't say enough about what Larry does for this movement and for his campaign specifically. But this party is really known for lone wolf candidates, people who have a couple of volunteers, not real campaigns. I ran a lone wolf campaign last year. It wasn't a real campaign. Let's just stop acting like it is. It's not. If you're going to run a campaign, I don't care if it's volunteers, I don't care if they're paid, have people there supporting you. That is the only way you can make impact, and there's no reason to run a campaign if you're not going to make impact. The Sharpe campaign currently has, between staff and volunteers, 247 members. Many of those are field team, 199 in the field, making phone calls, knocking on doors, handing out pamphlets at fairs, doing all the things that a campaign does. It is no longer the business of libertarians to put up paper candidates. There are so many people in this room who are competent and qualified to help you on your campaign. All you have to do is reach out. I know a lot of them because a lot of them work for me. I know a lot of them because I've met a lot of them here. I've met a lot of them before. They're amazing people who want to help you. They may not be able to give you 40 hours a week, but maybe you can get 5 or 10 out of them and make a huge difference in your campaign. There are so many people in this room all across the country. We can build an empire of liberty all throughout the country. Not 5 years from now, not 10 years from now, right now. Having said that, I challenge you all to run a real campaign. I challenge every one of you in this room to run a real campaign. It's not easy. It sucks. But it is besides parenthood, it is one of the most rewarding things you can do. No doubt about it. If you have run a campaign, if you've worked on a campaign, you know it's true. You are drunk at night because it hurts, but in the morning you go back at it again. Because you love it, you care about it, and that's why you're here right now. So I want all of you, if you can't be the candidate, I would like you all to at least get on a campaign. If it's not the Sharp campaign, go to Rex Lawhorn from Oklahoma. Check him out. He's top 2 in Oklahoma. I mean, he's on the ballot in November. What else could we want? What else could we want? Murray Sabrin, my neighbor to the west from New Jersey, he's running an amazing all-volunteer campaign. He's raising funds like nobody else. Amazing. It is heading the right direction, but we need more people running that direction. I thank you all so much. I will not take up any more of your time. You've seen enough of me. Thank you very much. LarrySharp.com. Go ahead and donate.
Thanks. All right, thank you. All right. So right now we're in the middle we're getting the ballots out for Judicial Committee. It is approval voting. Somebody just asked me that. During this time that we have, I'd like to invite up another candidate for public office as a Libertarian. Can David Ross, congressional candidate for the 6th District in Tennessee, come up and please give me your attention.
Microphone number 2. Or not. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is David Ross. I ran for Congress in 2016, and I'll be running for Congress again in 2018. I'd like to start out by giving you a quote with apologies to Hunter S. Thompson. Washington is a cruel, shallow money trench with long marbled hallways where pimps and thieves run free and good men die like dogs. That is our enemy. We do not have the responsibility to stand up and let this country steal, lie, and cheat the way our government has been stealing, lying, and cheating from us. We do not have the right to pass on to the next generation debt. Debt that they're not going to get any benefit from. We have done nothing to stop this but try to speak badly of them. It is time for action. It's time for everyone to step out of their comfort zone and run for office. And yes, we do need paper candidates. We do need people to stand up and challenge the status quo. We have $21 trillion in debt. Social Security is empty. They have taken everything that they can take. They're taking our rights away from us. They're telling us that they're going to keep us safe, yet we're less safe than ever. They tell us that we must go fight wars to save people, yet we have millions dead, tens of millions displaced, whole countries decimated. For what? For nothing. We spent 28 years training the Afghan army to protect themselves. And after 28 years, I think it's plain to say We will never get them trained to take care of themselves until we leave. The only reason we're there is because of the heroin and the hashish markets that we want to control. We have failed our veterans. Over 20 veterans a day are committing suicide, and the only thing we give them is dope, not marijuana. No, we're giving them pharmaceuticals, and we're watching them die. I had a veteran open up a suitcase full of empty pill bottles that represented 1 year of medicine given out by the Veterans Administration. These people don't care if veterans live or die. I had a veteran look me straight in the eye and said, if it wasn't for medical cannabis, I would be dead. I also had a mother look at me and say, if it wasn't for medical cannabis, my child would be dead. I've had people say my son had a traumatic brain injury. Science did all they could, yet with medical cannabis, he went out and got a job and is now working. We can't let them do that to us. And how about law enforcement? Law enforcement stands there and looks at the head of so many agencies lying, cheating, and stealing for political reasons. All of our police have to go out every day and enforce the law and be held responsible, and yet their leadership gets away with almost anything they want to do. So I say run. In Tennessee, we were getting close to getting ballot access. They changed the rules and pulled the rug out from under our feet. That's the type of enemy we're facing. So I was running for office, had no intention of running for anything else until my state rep stood up and said before an audience that if you're dying, if you're hurting, if you're suffering, please wait for science. I said I can't let that pass. So I went out and I collected enough petitions to challenge him. And so I am running not only for Congress, but I'm also challenging my state rep for making such a horrible statement. The pharmaceutical industry is taking over, and all of our politicians are healing to them. They have been bought and sold. And if we don't take our country back, there won't be much left for the next generation. But the good news for you young people out there is these people who made this mess, they're not going to live forever. They're going to exit stage left, and you will have a chance to take over. And I pray that all of you do a better job than they have. So whoever your candidates are, support them. Stand up against these people. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to be eloquent. And you don't have to have money to stand up and let them know that we're not going to take it without a fight. So please, if you can run, run. If you can help, help. But do something. If all of us do something, we can make a huge difference. I know they've noticed me. I've been harassed. I've been bothered. I've had people intimidate me, but that's okay. I'm still going to stand. So I ask every one of you to be willing to stand up, to be willing to be counted, to be willing to let them know that we have to change things in this country. My name's David Ross, and I'm standing. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair?
All right, 1 second. Let me tell you what I'm about to do, and then we'll see whether or not anyone needs to be recognized. I'm going to ask the secretary that as soon as it is convenient to place up the sample ballot for Judicial Committee. I will remind the delegation chairs that approval voting is hard. So please be very careful in counting and tallying the votes from your delegation. We try to not make mistakes, and the less mistakes we make, the better off we'll be. I need the delegation chairs from North Dakota, Oregon, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Vermont, and Wyoming to come up to the teller's desk. Again, that's North Dakota, Oregon, Rhode Island, South Dakota, Vermont, and Wyoming. Microphone 2, Mr. Molman from Ohio's delegation.
Yes. I was curious, point of information, I believe, or a point of order, one or the other, about the yes-no question on the at-larges. We're running short on time.
We are running short on time. I do not know how long that will take. I will inquire of the secretary as soon as I step away from the lectern.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there other people seeking to be recognized until I step away from the lectern to get the answer to Mr. Molman's question? All right, I'll be right back. Microphone 1, Mr. Hayes from Louisiana.
Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that for our after party, the Hot 8 brass band, Grammy nominated, is on its way to begin playing at 7 o'clock.
All right, 7 o'clock, the after
It's going
party
to
is
be an Elite A.
Elite A. Mr. Hayes.
Yes, sir.
I know that your strike time that you wanted was 5 o'clock.
I think we're okay.
Okay. Is Mr. Perry from New Hampshire available?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we extend till 5:30.
Ah, Mr. Hayes took care of Mr. Perry's job.
Daniel Hayes from Louisiana.
Mr. Hayes has moved to extend our time until 5:30 p.m. Is there objection? Hearing no objection, will be extended to 5:30 p.m. Because I like you. It is
Request for information.
Request for information, microphone 2.
If someone would like to hit Mr. Perry in the face with a pie, how would they go about doing that?
Mr. Hayes at microphone 1, will you explain that procedure?
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Chair, people can do so by stepping over to far stage right, that wall. There's a table where we did the silent auction, and there's a bunch of sheets down there where people have already nominated some people to take a pie to the face, most of which, I think all of them have agreed, and people can put down their bid for how much it's worth to them to hit someone in the face with a whipped cream pie. And by the way, we need somebody to volunteer to go get the materials.
Mr. Hayes, I have a request for information for you, sir.
Absolutely.
Are you ready?
Sure.
Is it true that not everyone in the party likes me?
It is true, Mr. Chairman, I think, though. I mean, I think you're a fabulous guy.
Do you believe that it is true that there are people in the party who would enjoy throwing a whipped cream pie in my face?
Let me think about that, sir. Let me think about that. I think so, yes, I do.
If the chairman of the Libertarian Party were to consent to having a pie thrown in his face for the benefit of the Libertarian Party, with all funds going to the Libertarian Party, do you think that that would benefit our mission to set the world free in our lifetime?
I think, the unfortunate thing is it takes money to run a political campaign and party, so I think it would help, sir. Yes, I do. In fact, I think it'd be worth a good bit of money.
All right.
Mr. Chair, Sam Goldstein to microphone 3.
Microphone 3, Mr. Goldstein.
I move to amend your statement from the word pie to the multiple pies with an S on the end.
showing my intuition for the sense of the body that I've had this entire convention that helped me get reelected.
And a need for another beer.
I will consent to as many pies as Mr. Hayes thinks would be financially profitable for the Libertarian Party. As a point of personal privilege, I'll ask my campaign manager to approach the side of the stage with the item that we've discussed earlier. Microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, point of personal privilege.
Yes, Mr. Thomas from...
Tim Harris, North Carolina.
Oh, Mr. Harris, sorry. From one of the Carolinas, yeah?
North Carolina.
Yes.
Go all the way over there.
Mr. Chairman, being as the time has apparently been extended, is it possible to turn the air conditioning down a few degrees?
Mr. Chairman, I will work on that.
You would like it to be colder?
Yes, sir.
I would advise Mr. Harris to talk to Mr. Hayes and fight amongst yourselves.
Mr. Chairman?
Point taken, Chairman.
Mr. Chairman?
What?
I think if the members would say, like, who wants it hot or who wants it cold?
Okay. If you're too hot, say aye.
Aye!
If you're too cold, say aye. I'm not inclined to adjust the temperature. If you all will excuse me for just a moment, I have something special for you. I'd like to introduce you to Evan McMahon. He's a delegate from the state of Indiana. I crushed his hopes and dreams in 2012, and yet he still works for me full-time as a campaign manager for my mayoral run in Phoenix, Arizona, which we have a table out there if you want to do anything helpful. Mr. McMahon will describe the item he's holding up, and I will actually hold it up while he describes it.
And if you can turn it around to the back. So any parents that were here were able to have their kids stay in a wonderful daycare, the Liberty Kids. They took field trips and did arts and crafts, and it's great for parents to be able to bring their kids to this event and socialize, and the parents can be delegates and take part while their kids are at daycare. Beth Vest was the one who supervised the kids most of the time, and I know there were other people, but so please give a round of applause for Beth Vest for taking care of the kids. This picture was created by each and every single one of the kids, and their names are all on the back. It's a beautiful piece, and what I would like to do is have the chairman auction this off with all of the proceeds going to support this same venture at the next convention so that they can do even more fun and exciting field trips and arts and crafts.
Assuming there's no objection to that procedure, this fine work of art created by children who were able to attend this convention and their parents who were able to participate in this convention thanks to the wonderful work by Beth Vest. By the way, all y'all should stand up and give her a round of applause right now, because that is the level of selfless service that exemplifies the values of the Libertarian Party and shows how welcoming we are to families. Who would like to start the bidding for this one-of-a-kind artwork? Mr. Arnold in the back, $100 from Tennessee. Mr. Arnold, $100. $150. $150 for Mr. Nana. $200 for Mr. Wilford. I have $200 for Mr. Wilford. I have $200 for Mr. Wilford. No one's going to let John Wilford from Texas beat them. Yeah, everybody knows. Mr. Ellison, did you hear that? Did that trigger you? He said the great state of Texas. I have $200 from John Wilford. No one's going to let a Texan outbid them, are they? $1,000 from the gentleman in the front. So now we have it started. Do I hear 1,100? Come on, guys, this is for kids. And as any Libertarian candidate knows, for the children are magical words. Do you want to let him have this fine, unique, one-of-a-kind piece of art created by libertarian children, the best kind of children, 12 libertarian children, 3 of which are mine? I see $2,000 over there. Is that right? No? Up. I'm miscount. What? Oh, he has 2 kids. I have 3. Between us, we have 5 of the 12. I have $1,000 as the bid. Do I have $1,100? 11? Where is it? I see the fingers pointing, but I need an identification of the bidder.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
Point of information at microphone 2.
If someone is bidding on this, does it count towards their lifetime membership? I just wonder.
So I'm going to answer your question with a question.
Okay.
There were so many generous donors last night at the gala that we exceeded the fundraising numbers that we hit at the 2016 presidential convention. And many of those donors made their contribution to subsidize other people's lifetime memberships. So while the proceeds to this picture will not go to the Libertarian Party and will not go towards lifetime membership, I would ask, are there any members of the party in the room who would be willing to contribute towards the lifetime membership of anyone who buys this wonderful picture, should they do it?
Mr. Chair?
Yes, I see microphone 3.
Don't make me do this again, guys.
That's what I do. Mr. Perkins.
I will match anything over $1,000 towards that painting.
He will match anything over $1,000 towards someone's lifetime membership in the Libertarian Party for the bid for this painting. I am at $1,000. Do I have 11?
Mr. Chair, I'll throw another $100 on top of what he's doing.
Was that $1,100 from Mr. Phillips from Illinois?
No, I will add $100 to his match.
So now, if you bid $1,100 on this painting, you get $1,100 towards your lifetime membership in the Libertarian Party, which I would remind you all is only $1,500, a bargain at twice the price. Microphone 2. No, microphone 3 again. Yes.
Yes, as a federal contractor in the space industry that does rocket propulsion contracting for NASA, and the owner of said company, I am precluded by FEC ruling to donate to this august body. However, I do fancy that painting. Would it be the chair's ruling that such a purchase of that painting for a number, say $1,500, would in fact not be a donation to this august body?
If you make that bid of $1,500 for this painting, I will promise you and your employer that that money will not go to the Libertarian Party.
I am my employer, that's the problem.
Oh, well, then I promise you and you that it will not go to the Libertarian Party and not jeopardize you in any way with regard to the federal law.
However, is the issue of my sincere desire to be a lifetime member. It just so happens to be something that I'm not able to achieve without a generous donation in my behalf.
So I have Mr. Perkins for 1,000. I have Mr. Phillips for another 100. Microphone 2.
Aaron Ramos for another 100.
I have Mr. Ramos for another 100. I need 3 more $100. 1, 2, and 3. We are done.
I would like to purchase that painting for $1,500 if that be the highest bid.
So normally, my natural instincts as both a politician, a lawyer, and a car salesman are to try and get more money, but this is an amazing, unique opportunity for someone who otherwise would not be able to be a lifetime member of the Libertarian Party to be a lifetime member of the Libertarian Party and to seed money, $1,500 into the kids' camp for the Austin 2020 National Convention, which will be bigger than this one. And so I'm going to close the bidding and give you this painting for $1,500. Everybody involved in this entirely convoluted transaction, meet me over there.
All of you have no idea the dreams you have made come true within my heart. I am Noah Reese of the Alabama delegation, where we still dare defend our rights.
Thank you. If Ms. Mears or Mr. Benedict is in the hall, Ms. Mears, if you could come over and help record keep this entirely convoluted transaction over here to my left. It's really crazy, and you're probably more sober than I am. Are there other people seeking to be recognized at a microphone?
Microphone 2.
Microphone 1.
Sean Jones, candidate and delegate from the great state of Texas. As I'm running 100% voluntarily funded time in D.C. if elected, I am out front selling Ron Paul prayer candles for a campaign contribution. The word is that if you light them, it will actually fight away statists. So consider donating to my campaign and picking up a fantastic Ron Paul Taxation is Theft candle on your way out the door today.
Thank you so much. Microphone 2, Mr. Molman from Ohio.
Mr. Chair.
The Ohio delegation, I should say.
Mr. Chair, I move to suspend the rules to consider a resolution previously submitted to the Secretary to be read by Mr. Nana.
Is there any objection to the suspension of the rules? Hearing no objection, microphone 2, Mr. Nana.
All right. My name is Dustin Nana from the Ohio delegation, and this is how the motion reads. Whereas the state of Ohio has enacted onerous ballot access laws, whereas these laws are specifically designed to reduce choices for voters, whereas the state of Ohio intends to purge voters from voter rolls using unsolicited mail to qualify, which is known to have at best a 2% response rate, be it resolved that we condemn all voter suppression and specifically condemn the voter suppression in the state of Ohio.
Has that written resolution been turned into the Secretary? All right. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against the resolution? Is there anyone else who wishes to speak in favor, or can we move to a vote? Can we move to a vote? Dustin, read the room. We can move to a vote. All in favor of the resolution, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? It passes unanimously. Microphone 3.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to submit a resolution for consideration.
You rise to suspend the rules to consider a resolution for what period of time?
2 minutes.
For 2 minutes. Can you read the resolution?
Yes, sir. Whereas recent abuses of power have given rise to calls for the abolition of ICE and of the FBI, the Libertarian Party hereby expresses its commitment to abolishing both agencies on the grounds that both agencies have shown themselves to be immoral, ineffective, and counterproductive with respect to their purported purposes.
The motion is to suspend the rules to consider this resolution for 2 minutes. I assume a printed copy has been given to the Secretary.
It has.
All right. Is there objection? Hearing no objection, we'll consider it for 2 minutes. Is there anyone who wishes to speak against? Dr. Ahmad, do you wish to speak for, or do you want to do like Dustin Nana and read the room?
I read the room. I have nothing more to add.
All right. All in favor of the resolution, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed? Passes unanimously. If the body will indulge me, I would like to take a moment. Give me 1 second. All right. I would like to bring up somebody who has been instrumental in the success that we've had at this convention here in New Orleans. He has worked long hours. He has worked far beyond what is required normally of a member of the Convention Oversight Committee or the Libertarian National Committee. He has gone above and beyond. He is not perfect. He is often contentious. He has often disagreed with me. I've been shouted on the phone a couple times. But we all take it in good stride because at the end of the day, this is one of the most successful conventions the Libertarian Party's ever had. And I would ask the indulgence of the body to rise and give a thunderous round of applause to Mr. Daniel Hayes from the Convention Oversight Committee.
I can't help myself. I've got the mic in front of me, and I'm a money-grubbing pig. So anybody that has derived any emotional support from my beautiful German Shepherd, Bishop Hayes, if you could make a donation for what you think it was worth to you this weekend to lp.org/donate and mark in the comments, Bishop, I'd appreciate it. That said, our conventions are about the business, but that's us, this dysfunctional family, working through what we need to do to keep going forward. But if we're going to be a success and see freedom in our lifetime, we need more people than what's just here. And so one of the things that my mentor, Betty Rose Ryan, and myself have really pushed very hard is to try and expand these conventions beyond just us. Because when we preach to us in the choir, we sometimes fight. That said, at this convention, Rob Stratton, who I fought with, had curt words with online on Facebook. The second I saw him and realized who he was, I hugged him and he hugged me. When we come to these conventions, we come together. We are a family. And that's what's important. We need to take care of each other because it's us against them. Now them, who's them? The establishment. But everybody else that's not part of that, we need to make them part of our family. And so we need to do everything we can to make these conventions more successful and to come home invigorated and ready to go out and recruit people so that we can finally, once again, set everyone free in our lifetime. And I am looking forward, no matter what, if I am not elected to as an LNC at large, I will still attend meetings. I would certainly hope to serve. Well, I have 90 more days, but I would certainly hope the chair would reappoint me as the Convention Oversight Committee chair. And I look forward to making 2020 in Austin even better than this one. Because you're that libertarian, I'm that libertarian, I miss Mark Feldman, that libertarian, we're that libertarian. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hayes. Microphone 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is Kevin Hale. I would like to announce that I am running for Congress in 2020. Please like my Facebook. Give Congress Hale 2020. H-A-L-E.
Microphone 2.
Darrell Perry, New Hampshire. Motion to suspend the rules for 30 seconds for consideration of a resolution that was delivered to the Secretary earlier today to request that President Trump give a full pardon to Ross Ulbricht.
Is there any objection? Then the rules will be suspended for us to consider that resolution for 30 seconds.
I would
Is there
like to speak to the motion.
Go right ahead.
Ross Ulbricht's appeal to the Supreme Court was denied last week. His only hope of ever walking out of prison a free man is via pardon. We need to send a clear message now, and in 2 years, and in 2 more years, we need to keep sending this message that we have a political prisoner who is serving 2 life sentences plus 40 years for the crime of running a website, being a libertarian, and being unapologetic about doing those 2 things. And I call the question.
Hearing no need for further debate on the resolution, we will move to a vote. All in favor of the resolution, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The resolution passes unanimously. And if for some reason President Trump does not choose to accede to our resolution that we've passed today, then I think we just need to elect a Libertarian president in 2020 to get this shit done. Quick announcement. The LNC meeting that will be held immediately following the close of this convention will be in room Foster 1 across from the Starbucks.
I think it's actually Foster 2, but it's easy.
Wes sent me a text that said Foster 1, but they're right next to each other, so figure out which room has a bunch of people that you don't necessarily want to see. Go into that one. Microphone 3.
I move to suspend the rules to discuss taxation for 2 minutes, a resolution on taxation that I submitted to the Secretary.
It's a motion to suspend the rules for 2 minutes to consider a resolution on taxation submitted to the Secretary. If you could read the resolution so that the body knows what they're suspending the rules for.
I move that the Libertarian Party endorse the Convention of States project and its efforts to call it an Article 5 Convention of the States limited to proposing amendments to the Constitution of the United States that impose fiscal restraints on the federal government, limit the power and jurisdiction of the federal government, and limit the terms of office for its officials and for members of Congress.
All right, that is the resolution. The motion is to suspend the rules for 2 minutes. Consider the resolution. All in favor of suspending the rules for consideration of that resolution, say aye. Opposed, say no. No. We will not suspend the rules for that purpose. Microphone 1.
Adam Kokesh, Pennsylvania. I rise to make a motion to suspend the rules for 3 minutes to consider a resolution that has been proposed to the Secretary. One-sentence version of a unity statement that we have worked on bringing people together from various ideological groups within this party in order to bring people together around the statement of principles and the non-aggression principle.
Has it been submitted to the Secretary?
It has been submitted to the Secretary.
What was the period of time?
3 minutes.
3? Okay. There's a motion to suspend the rules to consider a resolution for 3 minutes. All in favor of suspending the rules for that purpose, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. Still 2/3. Go ahead, Mr. Kokesh.
I would like to present first a very brave man at his first national convention here wearing a red and black flag, Dale Posner, delegate from Pennsylvania, and someone distinctly from a right-leaning entry to the movement, TJ Roberts, representing Liberty Hangout. So they would like to read this resolution.
Without objection from the body, we'll hear from non-delegates. Or, sorry, one that's not a delegate. Go ahead.
The NOLA Accord.
Whereas it is necessary for all who passionately oppose injustice to stand together, we, the members of the Libertarian Party, hereby resolve that we welcome everyone who asserts the NAP, regardless of their preferences for what a voluntary world might look like.
It's the full text of the resolution.
We also have a list of signatories that we'd like to present of people in the party who have already agreed to support this resolution.
Reread the resolution.
The NOLA Accord. Whereas it is necessary for all who passionately oppose injustice to stand together, we, the members of the Libertarian Party, hereby resolve that we welcome everyone who asserts the non-aggression principle, regardless of their preferences for what a voluntary world might look like.
All right. Is there anyone who wishes to be recognized to speak against the resolution? Yes. Microphone 2. Try not to put it back, Jason. We've had a no-touching rule.
I'm sorry.
Just don't move it. That's all I ask.
This is I'm sorry about that. Jason Weinman from Nevada.
Thank you.
I'm a little bit worked up about this for a couple of reasons. First of all, a lot of people who self-identify as being in the libertarian movement or liberty movement and who claim to support the NAP and who claim to seek a world set free envision things that are absolutely abhorrent. And I think that TJ Roberts And I think that many people from the Ron Paul movement, I think highlighted by his staff member yesterday, the newsletters, and countless other incidents, are perfectly exemplary of that problem, I guess you'd call it. And also, the NAP can mean a lot of different things to a lot of different people. And identifying it as the central or sole identifier of a libertarian is not inclusive enough. And I also think it's exclusive of a lot of good people who are libertarians. I think this would be a counterproductive resolution. I think Liberty Hangout is a counterproductive organization, and I think we would be right to say that while we do want to be a big tent, we do want people who identify as left libertarians and right libertarians. There's got to be a line, and if we don't draw that line at racism, we're excluding more good people than we're including.
All right, hold up. So I need is it Missouri, Ms. Mattson? I need the Missouri delegation chair to approach the secretary's desk to speak in favor of the resolution. Show of hands. I'm going to take the gentleman behind Mr. Kielski there in the blue shirt. Go ahead.
Elijah John Gizzarelli, California delegation. Earlier on stage, it was said that somebody could find common ground with everybody in the room but the commies. And which is kind of weird because we just had a bunch of unanimous resolutions pass, and the commies were in the room for those resolutions. And if you can't find at least some common ground with left libertarians, then maybe you're the one that's not supposed to be in the room. Because I believe left libertarians also oppose foreign wars, correct? Woo! I believe left libertarians are against the drug war, correct?
Absolutely.
I believe left libertarians are against the corrupt prison industrial complex, correct?
100%.
I believe left libertarians want to abolish the Federal Reserve banking system.
Yes.
And I believe left libertarians believe that taxation is theft.
Yes.
That's all I have to say. This resolution is going to bring in a lot of worthwhile people that we can work on many different issues.
All right. Time has expired for debate based on the motion for the suspension of the rules on this item. Is there any motion to extend? Or are we ready to proceed to a vote?
Can I extend to
Actually, I'd like to move.
Whoa. I need, wave at me. I have microphone 1.
Motion to read the signatures that we collected.
What was that?
Motion to read the signatures that we collected.
No. So what you want?
Motion to extend the time by
You want to
2 minutes.
extend time for how many minutes?
2 minutes.
So there's a motion to extend time for 2 minutes. All in favor of extending time for 2 minutes, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. We'll proceed to an immediate vote on the resolution. I'm going to borrow the copy from the secretary. 1 second. All right, we'll move to a vote on the resolution. The resolution is entitled the NOLA Accord. Whereas it is necessary for all who passionately oppose injustice to stand together, we, the members of the Libertarian Party, hereby resolve that we welcome everyone who asserts the non-aggression principle, regardless of their preferences for what a voluntary world might look like. So we'll proceed to a vote. All in favor of the resolution, say aye. Aye. Opposed, say no. No. Oh, that's going to have to be rising. I'm sorry. So if people could move out of the aisles in the back and into their delegations, we're going to do a rising vote. I'm just trying not to recount it. If you're not sitting where you're supposed to be, I'm going to have to do this like 8 times.
A point of information.
Request for information at microphone 3. Go ahead, Mr.
Mike Saliba, Macomb County, Michigan. Is it possible to make an amendment at this time, or does this need to?
An amendment would be out of order because we've already attempted to extend time, and we have declined to extend time, so we have to move to a vote. I apologize. All right. Does everyone know where we're at? All in favor of the resolution, please rise. You may sit down. All opposed, please rise. It's not 2/3, that's for sure.
Mr. Chair.
Microphone 2.
Mr. Chair.
Microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, Michael Kilsky from Arizona.
Unless any other motions are privileged.
Yes, suspend the rules.
Is it really privileged?
That's what I'm doing.
Mike 3, and we'll see how well Andy knows the rules. Go ahead.
Well, suspend the rules is privileged,
Mr.
right?
Chairman, I'm sorry to interrupt. Mine was a privileged motion. And
Oh, yours is also privileged.
Another privileged motion can't override my privilege.
That's correct. If he has a, I didn't know his was privileged, so I
Go ahead.
apologize to you, Mr. Kielski. I love you both. Mr. Kielski, go ahead.
Michael Kilsky from Arizona. Mr. Chairman, I move to suspend the rules for 2 minutes to consider a resolution that I have submitted to the Secretary earlier by email. With permission, I can briefly read the resolution. I'll just read the last sentence. It's very short.
Go ahead.
I've entitled it the New Orleans Accord. It's a revision of the earlier attempt. The last sentence is, be it resolved that the Libertarian Party welcomes and invites anyone who accepts the non-aggression principle, no matter their preferred economic system.
All right. There's a motion to suspend the rules for consideration of a resolution entitled the New Orleans Accord, which we're really trying to get into accord here in New Orleans.
Yes.
And I would recommend, if anyone sees anyone from the Mississippi delegation, there's a Mississippi Tincture of Liberty, which is for medicinal purposes only, that helps us all get into accord with each other. So we've moved to suspend the rules for 2 minutes to consider this resolution. Is there objection?
Yes.
All right. All in favor of considering this resolution for 2 minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no.
No.
I apologize, Mr. Kielski will not consider it at this time. Microphone number 3.
Mr. Chair, I move to suspend the rules for 30 seconds to consider a resolution submitted to the Secretary in writing, and it's very brief. I will read it.
Is it titled the New Orleans Accord?
No, it is not.
Well, then it has a lot better chance, doesn't it?
I would hope so. Resolved, this convention commends and thanks the moral courage shown by the flight crews and airlines who refused to participate in President Trump's kidnapping of children.
Is there any objection to considering this resolution for 30 seconds? Hearing no objection, we'll consider the resolution for 30 seconds. Mr. Craig, do you feel a need to speak to your resolution?
No, I don't.
Does anyone feel a need to speak against the resolution? Really, Mr. Macco? Read the room, Mr. Macco. Go.
All right.
I'll recognize your right if you want to do it, but I'll tell you you're going to get beat.
All right, we'll let that one go. This one will be more important if I get it.
Well, we'll get there faster if we just let it go to a vote.
Okay.
All in favor of Mr. Craig's resolution, which you could, I think everybody heard it the first time. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
It does pass, although not quite unanimously.
Good enough.
Unless microphone 1's privileged, I'm going to recognize microphone 2.
It is a point of information.
Microphone 1.
What is the current ending time of the convention as specially recognized? No, if we need to extend time, that is what.
No, I'm going to tell you because I want to make sure that we're on track. My understanding is the last extension had orders of the day going till 5:30. Is that everyone else's recollection? It is 5:30. We have ballots turned in. I don't know if we need other delegations, although the secretary is coming up to me. I would suggest that the gentleman at microphone 1 might want to move to extend time for 15 minutes.
So moved.
Is there any objection? Hearing none. Moving on. Wisconsin delegation chair, please approach the secretary's table. Microphone 2, if you could identify yourself.
David Macco, Ohio. I move to suspend the rules for 2 minutes to bring up a very important point that could be used against us. I have submitted the resolution to the Secretary earlier in the afternoon.
If you could read your resolution, Mr. Macco, so the body can consider whether to suspend the rules for 2 minutes to consider it.
Looking forward to the time when there is a duly elected Libertarian President of the United States, the Libertarian Party denounces the unconstitutional, untruthful, and subversive efforts of Special Counsel Robert Mueller and his partisan henchmen to overthrow the will of the American electorate by concocting false charges against President Donald Trump to remove him from office illegally and without cause. Not only does this process waste tens of millions of dollars, it also sets a horrible precedent which enemies of liberty can someday use against us. Finally, we call on the President and Congress to do their duty and to terminate this perversion of justice and incitement to civil war. Thank you.
That's the motion to extend time for 2 minutes, or the motion to suspend the rules for 2 minutes to consider that resolution. All in favor of suspending the rules for 2 minutes to consider the resolution, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say no. No! We will not suspend the rules to consider that resolution. Thank you, Mr. Macco. As a point of information for the body, I am unlikely to entertain any motions to suspend the rules to extend time for the business of this body past 5:45 p.m., which we have already extended to. At 5:45 p.m., that is what we would call the witching hour. That is the point at which the AV people are starting to say, despite their heroic efforts, and they have been heroic, and I think you should all stand up and turn around, look at the people on the dais back there, give them a round of applause, and thank them for their service. We need to let them strike the room. So I would ask, as a point of personal privilege for the chair, if during the time over the next 15 minutes while we're considering resolutions and any other business that may come before the body, that you do the very best you can to clean up and police your area, pick up any trash you have, any materials you want to keep, any things that you want to take off the table in order to make their job more easy. Microphone 3, Mr. Howe.
Thank you. I'm Tom Howe from North Carolina. I have an announcement. The Libertarian candidate for U.S. House of Representatives in North Carolina District 2 is Jeff Matamu. He has defeated Jeff Sessions in a legal battle this week to prevent Sessions from using prayers for judgment entered against immigrants to expedite their extradition,
removal?
their expulsion. And he should be congratulated on winning that battle against Jeff Sessions.
I think that the body that unanimously resolved to remove Jeff Sessions from his job will be very thankful to Mr. Matamu for beating Jeff Sessions in court. Let's beat him in as many ways as are possible without violating the non-aggression principle.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Microphone number 1.
Drew Bingaman, Pennsylvania. Point of information.
Go ahead.
Did we not vote to suspend the rules for an up or down vote for the top 5?
Yes, and I want to get to that as soon as possible, and we can only go as fast as they're telling the ballots for the first round for LNC.
Do we have any kind of information on how long that'll be?
I will, if you'll permit me to step away from this lectern, I will find out for you.
Thank you, sir.
Mr. Bingaman, in response to your point of information, we have counted about 32 of the 50 states, plus the District of Columbia. We're working as fast as we can We're going to go as fast as we can. I understand we have a lot of constraints. I appreciate everybody's patience. Microphone 2.
Mr. Chair, would everybody, as a courtesy to staff and the convention committee, please take your state pylons as you leave the room, disassemble them, which is basically unvelcroing them, and pile them up flat in the back corner that way, stage left, so we don't have to do it. Thank you.
Thank you for your assistance. Microphone 3.
Jeff Caldwell, Kansas. I'm running for governor of Kansas for the Libertarian Party, and I want to thank all of you guys for staying this long. These are the troopers who are dedicated to the movement of the Libertarian Party. Woo! Now, with that being said, I had a post go viral on 420, and it was my merchandise. So it can be done. We have the right message. My message is spreading like wildfire in Kansas, and it is time for us to take over the government to leave everyone alone.
Thank you, Mr. Caldwell.
Have a good night.
Microphone 1.
Mr. Chair, with the indulgence of the body, I just wanted to address the resolutions that had failed.
Sorry.
Well, I have an announcement.
I'm missing my hammer, so can you all be quiet without me hitting things? Thanks. Mr. Shipley, go ahead.
With the indulgence of the body, I just wanted to take a moment to thank you all for your patience in hearing the various NOLA accords that were introduced. There was such a desire to pass some type of language that they were like spontaneously like coming out of everywhere, these drafts, and being brought to the mic. And so what I really feel like is there is a strong desire for unity, and I'm grateful for that. We will be working on building consensus, having conversations with everybody, finding out what language you would feel comfortable with, and we'll see you in Austin with hopefully a lot more new delegates.
Thank you, Mr. Shipley. Microphone number 2.
Daniel Kraus in the somewhat great state of New Jersey. I would like to inform the chair that a brief conversation on Friday evolved into an ad hoc meeting on Sunday, which has led to the formation of the LP affiliate executive group, which already has over 45 members of people from the local officers who want to trade information of what does work, what doesn't work, to get people elected for the Libertarian Party. If anyone would like to join us, I'll be over there by New Jersey.
Thank you. Microphone number 3.
Mr. Chairman, Dean Ahmed of Maryland, I'd like, with the indulgence of the body, to just point out that when you're with family, you love them for their foibles as much as for their virtues, and I want to thank every person here for making this event feel like a family event.
Thank you, Dr. Ahmed. Microphone number 1.
Nathan Wilson, State of Georgia. Everyone, if you still want a porcupine lapel pin or a die-cut torch pin, see us at the Georgia table. We'll only have it at a discount of $10 until we leave the convention floor.
Well, hell, while we're making announcements, I'm going to take a point of personal privilege and note that I am selling 4 different designs of T-shirt, plus my T-shirt for mayor, at my table that's outside of the hall. My campaign manager is annoyed as hell at me for announcing this, but for $20, you can have either a Defy, a Sarwark Against the Machine, waste no more time arguing about what a good libertarian should be one, or, what's the last one? State is gonna state, or a Sarwark for mayor. Just going out there, $20. The more shirts you buy from me, the fewer shirts I have to ship back to Phoenix. It's way far away. Microphone 2.
Nathan Watts from Texas. Seeing as how the Dallas Accord brought great unity among anarchists and minarchists to our party, I would love to see a new Austin Accord in the great friendship state of Texas to unite us in 2020. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone 3.
Motion to suspend the rules for 1 minute to consider a resolution submitted to the Secretary.
Read the resolution, please.
We affirm the right of children to independently file for divorce and to immediately leave their spouses.
Did you say children?
Children who are already in child marriages but cannot file for divorce because they are not 18.
Okay. All in favor of suspending the rules for 1 minute? Did you say 1 or 2? Huh?
Let's call it 30 seconds.
For 30 seconds to consider this resolution, say aye. Opposed, say no. No. It's not 2/3, I'm sorry.
Point of information?
Yeah, go ahead.
Is taxation theft?
It absolutely is.
Thank you.
I asked Bill Weld, he said so. Microphone number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mark Tanser, Palm Beach County. Well, you already answered my first question just now. The second, shameless point of personal privilege, shameless self-promotion. If you all want to buy or sell or discuss precious metals, I'll be here for a little bit while longer. Taggart Trading, the table right outside of the room, close to the that side of the room. Thank you.
Mr. Tanser, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Will you exchange Bitcoin for precious metals?
I am willing to accept a small amount of Bitcoin or Ethereum or Dash for a couple ounces of silver, but if anybody wants to buy crypto, I am selling most of the crypto that I have. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Microphone 2.
Adam House from the Republic of Texas.
Is it great or not?
That remains to be seen.
Go ahead.
I'd like to move to suspend the rules for 2 minutes to consider an important resolution about war, peace, and the CIA. It's already been submitted in writing to the Secretary.
Please read it.
Whereas the Libertarian Party takes a firm stand for the sanctity of life, the inalienable right to individual liberty, and an outlook to peace and non-interventionism in foreign military conflicts. Whereas the United States Central Intelligence Agency has engaged in immoral, unconstitutional, and destructive operations overseas. Whereas the current U.S. President ran for his current office promising to commit war crimes and has now appointed a torturous war criminal as head of the CIA, be it resolved that the Libertarian Party stands for the abolition of the United States Central Intelligence Agency and demands the immediate dissolution of the CIA.
How long did you want? 2 minutes.
2 minutes if we can,
All right.
Chair, please. Thank you.
There's a motion to suspend the rules to consider this resolution for 2 minutes. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed say no. Because it's fun, I'm going to ask you all to go back to your tables so we can do a rising vote. Isn't this exciting? Do you love me yet? You'll get there. So everybody knows we're about 40-ish states into the balloting. We're really working as fast as we can. I understand that the AV people are freaking the hell out right now. Continue to do what you can to try and help their job go smoothly. I do want us to pick an entire LNC. It would be beneficial for, I don't know, the LNC meeting, if I knew who was on it. So all in favor of suspending the rules for 2 minutes to consider this resolution, please stand up. So, okay, sit down. All opposed? I can't give you 2/3 on that. I'm sorry. We're not going to consider that. Moving. Actually, is Mr. Merced still in the room? And also hating me right now? But I need a bathroom break, and I'm going to take it, whether you like me or not.
Mr. Chair?
Microphone 3.
Real quick, I only wanted to come up here and say we should all thank you for doing an excellent job of herding cats this week.
I make a lot of mistakes, and I apologize for every one I make, but I do the best I can. If there is not objection, we are going to be extended to 6 o'clock. I understand that freaks out the AV people, but I know that they're still balloting. I know that we need to try and get the majority ballots out. I know the Secretary is moving quickly. And with that, I will hand the microphone over to Mr. Merced for the fun part. Do you need the hammer? It's right over there. Good luck. Yeah, you're just taking the microphone.
Okay. Cool. Microphone 1.
Mr. Chair, request for information, Darrell Perry, New Hampshire. I have volunteered to be hit in the face with a pie. I want to know what time I will be hit in the face with the pie, roughly. And there might be other people that would like to know how they could bid more than $20 to do that.
Huh, okay, so that'll be at the after party, which will be at 7 p.m. And then basically I've seen people with the little slips so that way they can get pied in the face. So find the person you want to pie in the face, see if they got the slip. And it's on the left side of the hall, right there. Cool. That satisfy the... But yes, please do pie people in the face. If you guys saw over there in Nebraska, I got pied in the face, a lot of others got pied in the face, and it's a lot of fun. So, pies in the face. Okay, Mike 2.
Jason Weinman from Nevada. I move to open debate for 30 seconds to introduce a resolution that has been submitted to the Secretary.
Okay, I hear a motion to suspend the rules and move to debate a motion for 30 seconds. Can you read that motion?
Yes. Whereas left libertarianism has always been welcome in the big tent of the Libertarian Party, be it resolved that no accord is necessary.
Read that last part.
Be it resolved that no accord is necessary.
Got it. Okay, do I hear any objection to suspending the rules? Objection. Okay, if you want to suspend the rules and consider this for 30 seconds, say aye.
Aye.
If you want no, say nay.
Nay.
Did not pass. Okay, Mike 3.
Mr. Chair, can we get an update to the number of states we've gotten through from the Secretary? Can we get an update on how close we are to the vote totals?
Okay, I'll get you those numbers right now.
Point of personal privilege, yeah.
Announcement. And my point of personal privilege after yours. Okay. Nobody, in fact, can hear anything.
I know.
We just voted down. They voted down. Yeah, I don't know what they are. Everybody screamed no because you know what?
Saw the far left and far right, and one list. I was all for it. People are so damn tired of saying like that.
Well, I voted no because I hate no one.
Exactly. Don't go here. All you here. All you do, you're going to be.
So, okay, so the way that I see it is that there is two strands of libertarianism, two traditions. One is the continental tradition, the other one is English American tradition. Right. The majority of people here from the American tradition, English American tradition. I think it's unfair to exclude a whole strand of people who are consistent libertarians.
They're not consistent with the same. See, the NAP doesn't exist in isolation. It's connected to a theory of property rights.
Right. See, this is where I digress from the law. The non-aggression principle, sure, but property rights I don't think is inherent in the non-aggression principle.
No, it's not.
In addition to
no, it's the referent. It's like saying you can't know if something's brighter than another thing unless you have the measure point. Property rights is the measure point by which you determine that there's aggression. And people can define that differently and be consistent.
I think that what's going on right now is that there is a significant chunk of people that feel excluded. If we're nothing else, it has to be addressed.
It was addressed in the founding of the party. I go back to this back documents, and this was a debate back then.
I think the idea is that in order to represent libertarianism, the philosophy, the ideology, as it is, that we cannot just take one strand and say this is.
So you're saying that the party was founded on which people joined knowing that
We're still in the election.
to make it okay.
So we're not, even though we had a time in the agenda, we're not there yet.
If they advocate
we're still having
non-aggression principle, if they
But
advocate
you don't because it's not.
That requires.
there's nothing different.
But there is the party founders would disagree with you.
Okay, so point of information was, what was the status of the count for the at-large vote? Okay, so right now we're at about 40 states counted. We will not be able to complete the count before the meeting adjourns. So anyone who has a majority at that point will be part of the LNC, and then if there's any slots open, they will have to be appointed by the LNC at that point.
Mr. Vice Chairman, when you have a...
We were here. Mic one?
Yes. So
Three.
just
Yep.
for everybody to know, once you're done, are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay. So just to let everybody know about on the pie to the face, it's still over yonder. And a twist on it is, if it's your pie and you don't want to get pied for a low amount of money, you can buy your own pie. I ain't going cheap. Just saying. So bid it up, bid on it, and let's raise some money.
I want to talk about
Yes, let's do. Mic two.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to motion to suspend the rules for 2 minutes to hear a resolution.
Okay, so I hear a motion to suspend the rules to consider a resolution. Can you read the resolution?
Yes,
Has it been
sir.
submitted in writing to the secretary?
Yes, it has been submitted to the secretary. All right, so the resolution is the New Orleans Accord. Whereas people are only able to thrive in an environment in which their sole discretion over their own lives is respected, be it resolved that the Libertarian Party welcomes and accepts members from various voluntary systems of governance, as long as those members accept the statement of principles.
Okay. Do I hear any objection? Objection. Okay, if you want to suspend the rules and consider this resolution for 2 minutes, say aye.
Aye!
If you don't, nay. It doesn't pass.
Mr. Chairman, point
Okay.
of personal privilege.
Yes, go for it.
This body in the back of the room has devolved into a wandering mess. We in the back cannot hear the resolution. People are voting no because they don't know what they're voting on. Would
Got
you
it.
please
Okay.
quiet the room and repeat the motion?
Okay, so if you don't want to hear the resolution, like if you're basically everyone be quiet. Actually, let's just do this. Let's be libertarian. Together. Let's be libertarian.
Quorum.
Good. Okay, now we are a little bit more quiet. Now,
Can
if
we
you're
have a
walking
quorum
around,
call,
please sit down in
please?
your seats or hang out in the hall. Yep.
Can we have a quorum call, please?
No.
Yes.
There's no quorum call. I have an
Yes.
objection to the motion.
Okay, so let's see here. There's an objection to the motion. If you want a quorum call, say aye.
Aye!
If you don't want a quorum call, say nay.
A quorum call is not a motion.
Oh, no?
A quorum, you need to consult with the parliamentarian.
Got it. Okay.
We're testing Alex now.
That's all right. We're going to time out it.
It's a point of privilege and an announcement.
All right.
Yeah,
Hey.
Point of privilege and announcement.
Remember me? All right. So here's where we're at. We got 5 minutes. It's not a lot of time. If you want to appoint the top 5 people, the top 5 vote getters from this vote to the LNC, I'm going to tell you how to do it. Well, you got to buckle up and get ready for the ride. Okay, so here's how it's going to work. Everybody pay real close attention. So, the motion is to appoint the top 5 people on the ballot for the LNC to the LNC, the top 5 vote getters, regardless of whether or not they get a majority. Slow down, this is complicated, but we'll get there. That's out of order. I've already ruled it's out of order. I'm going to tell you it's out of order. You're going to say, I appeal the ruling of the chair, and I don't think that that's out of order, really. You're going to overturn the ruling of the chair, and then we're going to do it that way.
Mr. Chair, I'd like to make a motion.
I'm going to tell you how to do it, and then we'll see how well you can do it. And if you can do all that...
Point of information?
Yes, Mr. Fishman.
Are you suggesting we would make that vote before knowing who the top 5 are?
What?
Are you suggesting that we would make that vote, that we would go through this procedure before knowing who the top 5 vote getters are?
Yes, because we haven't finished counting the ballots. So I know that we were going to do it in the way that complied with Roberts, where we had the majority thing, and we can totally do that. But I will tell you what's going to happen if we do that. If we do that, you're going to get the people with the majority, because we're never going to get to the second ballot. The LNC is going to appoint the other people, and you're going to cross your fingers that they're going to pick the people you want. So if you want the top 5 vote getters from this assembly, you're going to overturn my ruling, and we're going to move forward in that fashion. If you want the LNC, because you love them so much and they're super trustworthy, to pick the people who didn't get a majority, then you're not going to overturn my ruling. Mr. Tomaso at microphone 2, do you have an important point of information?
Yes, I do, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Would it be in order or allowed for this convention to order the LNC to take such action?
So...
A resolution for the LNC to honor the votes of the delegates.
I'm going to answer the question.
No.
It's in order for the body to resolve to tell the LNC what to do.
Yes.
Wait.
So we can instruct the LNC to appoint the next...
All right. In the Pennsylvania delegation, they were cleaning the tables, and a bag was taken that had a wallet for the Smiths, Caroline and Sean Smith. So Brown, sorry. So if you were helping clean the tables, which is really awesome, and you took a bag that had a wallet in it, please try and bring it back to the Pennsylvania delegation. So it's in order. A resolution of the convention is not necessarily binding. It has kind of the same effect. It's just a little convoluted.
If I may.
Go ahead.
My concern was the risk of violating Roberts and creating a problem for the election.
So here's what I'm about to tell you. And this is where we get into some real, like, deep level parliamentary stuff. Roberts protects y'all. So if you overturn my ruling and take away the protections of Roberts, you get what you want. So think about that real hard. And then we're going to go through this as fast as humanly possible. So unless there are any privilege motions or requests for information that are directly related to the vote that we're about to have.
I wish to appeal the ruling of the chair.
Mr. Wilford would like to appeal the ruling of the chair that it is out of order for us to appoint the top 5 vote getters from the LNC at-large ballot.
Point of order.
There's a second to appeal the ruling of the chair. I will not defend my ruling.
Point of order.
Does
Mr.
anyone
Chairman?
feel a need to speak against my ruling?
Mr. Chairman, I can resolve this in a real helpful
Do you
way.
feel a need to speak against my ruling, Mr. Starr?
I will, but I'm going to help you get to where you want to go.
Mr. Starr, we're going to get there.
All you have to do is have this body pass a resolution instructing the LNC to appoint.
We already talked about that.
Aaron, they want to go my way, so let's just do it.
Please go.
Tennessee delegation chair, please go to the convention teller or the secretary's desk. Microphone number 2, Mr. Wilford.
Yes, I would like to speak against your ruling. I think you've had a little bit too much of that liberty tincture, and I think you're misreading Robert's rules. And I wish you would reconsider, and I wish this body would reconsider what you've said.
If I haven't, I'm having a little bit more.
I move to extend the time.
All right.
I move to extend the time.
All in favor of sustaining the ruling of the chair, who's obviously drunk, say aye. All those opposed say no. No. Gosh, I must be wrong. So now we're going to take the top 5 people from the balloting. Is there any objection to us adjourning this meeting? Yes. Hearing no objection. Mr. Q. Oh, microphone 2.
Mr. Chairman, Michael Kilsky, Arizona. I don't think we actually passed the resolution that we could now maybe introduce to suspend the rules, and I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules and then have
And take the top five vote getters?
Yes, please.
Yes,
Mr.
and
Chairman.
now that you guys have ruled it's in order, we'll consider it. Is there any need for debate?
No.
Hearing no need for debate, all in favor of the resolution, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The resolution passes overwhelmingly.
Mr. Chair,
Microphone number 3.
I move that we adjourn.
There's a motion to
Request for
adjourn.
information.
The motion to adjourn is privileged and takes advantage of any other thing. I'm sorry, Mr. Perry. Is there any objection to adjourning?
Yes.
All in favor of adjourning, say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
We are adjourned. Mr. Perry, did you have something to say? Daryl.
What's the process for the Judicial Committee where we also don't know the results?
Judicial Committee is in the same space that Judicial... Ah, damn it. We adjourned. I'm sorry, Daryl. You should have... It's this...
I should have run faster.
Mr. Chair.
All right. So the secretary would like space. Please do not crowd the secretary's area. We will continue balloting and counting the ballots for Judicial Committee and LNC at large. Thank you so much for your attention. I appreciate it. Have a great time. Get home safe. The LNC meeting will be in, we're going to call it 6:15 in Foster 1 or 2, depending on which room it is.